All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Prospects Live pre-mock show. This will be our second annual mock draft at Prospects Live. We're really excited to have you. I'm going to just jump right into this. It's going to be a really exciting evening. We're scheduled to make 63 picks with writers and evaluators and scouts from all over the country. Jeff, I kind of want to throw it over to you right now. What are you most excited for tonight, man?
I'm most excited for the war that's going on upstairs between my three children as my oldest babysits. So forgive me if there's an attack that comes down or flying objects. But all joking aside, really the thing I'm probably most excited about is just to see how the top 10 shakes out. I think we all sort of know, there's sort of been some chalk, but there's, certainly some developments just over the last couple of days, hours, even with Kumar Rocker going. And I think the big thing for me is just sort of how that top 10 shakes out, and then subsequently how everything sort of waterfalls from there. Because I think a lot of what happens in the top 10 will dictate what happens in picks 11 through 35 to 40. And then we start to get into some of the depth of this draft, which I think, just based on any of the content we've put out over the course of the last 12 months, Joe, that's one thing that we've been really excited about within this draft is sort of after you get into the back end of the first round, into the second round, there's still a lot of good players, a lot of guys that got pushed back on campus because of the 5-round draft in 2021. So just getting through all those names, but in particular, how that top 10 shakes out and then how it impacts the rest of the draft.
And another thing, this is going to be a show. This is going to be a mock that these GMs, these scouting directors, they're not going to take chalk. They're not going to take the best player on the board. They're not going to take who they think their team is going to take. They are going to take who they believe is the best fit for their organization. So there's going to be some shockers, Jeff, and I'm really excited to kind of see how the tree shakes. Like you said, especially after those top 6, top 7, top 8 players that kind of seem to sit in a tier of their own. Matt, I want to throw it over to you. What are you most looking forward to in this draft? And I got a specific question for you too, actually. There's 3 prep shortstops in this class in Jordan Lawler, Marcelo Mayer, and Cleo Watson, as well as Brady House, I should point out. We've never seen 3 prep shortstops go in the top 5. Is this the year that it happens? And if I'm putting you on the spot, how do you rank them? Where would you go?
Yeah, this is the banner year for the prep shortstops, right? I have to put Mayer 1 based off, I think he's got – I had a conversation with Jeff a little bit before this via text and stuff, and kind of think he's the best combination of power and speed up the middle. I think he's going to stick up the middle. Marcelo Mayer is he's kind of everything you want in the prep shortstop, right? He's got some upside with the. I hate using the word floor with a prep product, but it's a relatively high floor for a prep prospect, in my opinion. And I don't really think you can go wrong there. Watson obviously has everything you could want as well, and that and the lack of college bats kind of, I think, is a big factor in this as well, because the lack of college bats is actually going to prop those shortstops up. Not that they're not capable on their own, because they're all fantastic prospects, but the lack of college bats in this draft is obviously going to raise up everything else.
Yeah, I think those are good points. I think the point that you made on Mayer is really important. He is definitely a guy that is being buoyed and carried by the bat. A lot of evaluators think it's a 60 hit and a 60 power. You simply don't find that at the shortstop position, and I agree with you that if he is forced off of the position, the bat could certainly carry him in a lot of different positions all over the field. Jeff, I want to throw another question over to you because, as you know, just got done watching some Kumar Rocker magic. He's been a magician his entire time at Vanderbilt. But that being said, some things out of his control have kind of pushed him down some draft boards. His teammate Jack Lyder has moved up. There's been several prep shortstops that have moved up. I want to ask you, do you think Kumar Rocker lands in the top 5 of the Prospects Live MLB mock draft, or do you think he slides a little bit further kind of into that 6 to 10 range?
Yeah, it's funny because if I had to guess, I'd say his sort of pick range is probably 5 to 11 or 12. But, I think the nature of it, he's a guy that I think, a lot of people are familiar with if they're, watching this game prior to coming on and seeing how he's performed recently. I think there's still a very realistic shot that he goes 5th overall. So I think he does end up sort of sneaking into that top 5. I do think he ends up going 5 to the Orioles. I think that's likely. It's possible. There's certainly, a lot of other options there on the board. But let's say, we see prep shortstops and Jack Lyder go with the first 4 picks. Henry Davis is there. In terms of the Orioles, it's a little redundant, if you ask me, because you have Adley Rutschman, of course. And, do you want to take, another, highly drafted, highly paid in terms of the bonus catcher within the top 5 of the draft? Or do you want to build around some other positions, whether it's pitching, whether it's a prep shortstop that potentially fit in there? So I don't think it's all that out of the realm of possibility that Kumar does go 5. That's a good question.
One narrative that I'm really watching in this draft, I think is very interesting, is you have a lot of teams that are a year or a year and a half away from hitting that competitive window. You look at the Tigers, they're going to be selecting 3rd. Do they go with a high school player, a guy that is going to take a little bit more time to develop, or do you go with a player like a Kamar Rocker, a Jack Lyder, a Sam Bachman, someone that can jump in almost immediately, maybe in 2023, and lend well to the competitive window? You also have the Royals. I think they're in a similar position as well. Another team that's gone really heavy on the pitching front over the last few years. And I think you can make the case for the Orioles as well. I mean, they're not too far off. They've got a lot of premier talent at the top of their system, so they're going to be another team to watch. Well, before we get going into this Prospect Live mock draft, I did want to hit on something that we just released this week. We do have a brand new Patreon for anybody that wants to contribute. Obviously, anything that you're willing to subscribe to is much appreciated. Our brand is based mostly on hard work, and we launched it with the hopes of being able to provide you insight and information and opinions and news on fantasy baseball and the MLB draft. And so all of your readership is obviously greatly appreciated. You'll have access to our brand new top 500 prospect list with a certain subscription. There's a chance to talk to us specifically one-on-one about specific team questions, or talk to us in a one-on-one session about your fantasy squad, what moves you could make to improve your fantasy future. There's just a little bit of something for everyone. So anything that you can help or do to help contribute to the site, small or large, there's a lot of different options for whatever you're looking for from our content. It is a one-stop shop for any and all things prospects. So if you want to sign up, head over to our Twitter page. It's at Prospects Live, and we have a pinned tweet that has all of the information that we need for our Patreon. Okay, Matt, I'm going to throw it to you. We've got about 7 minutes left before we jump into this mock draft. I got another couple questions for you guys before we get in. If you could say, some of these general managers, some of these scouting directors, we work with them on a daily and a weekly basis. If you could point out one team, one manager, who's going to blow our minds tonight? We don't have Kyle Reese this year. He came in shirtless. He was not fully clothed. But who's gonna be the wild card this year? And secondly, what's your bold prediction for the wildest pick or wildest player taken well above where people are expecting?
Oh man, it's 2 tough questions there. Well, I'm going to put Joe Drake on the spot for being the entertaining guy. He's got to fill in Kyle Reese's shoes, and I don't know Joe Drake can handle it. He's a good sport.
Mild-mannered Joe Drake.
Mild-mannered Joe Drake. So I think he's going to be entertaining. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased. He's drafting for the Cardinals, and I'm very curious. I haven't talked to him. I kind of shot him a message last week, and never really got too far into the discussion. I have no idea who he's targeting, so I'll be very interested in seeing that go. As far as I'm going to stick by the top, man. Jack Lyder is very curious to me. I think he could realistically go anywhere from 1 to 4, right? And it doesn't sound like such a wide gap, but the first pick and the 4th pick is obviously a big difference. And you can make a case where he's a better fit, fits pretty well with the Pirates, obviously, because he might be the best player on the board, right? That might be what you're looking at. You can't go wrong with the arms. Detroit, he fits right in with the timeline. Boston, he seems to be like a really good fit with what they're trying to do. And it's rumors say that he's trying to price himself down to Boston too. So maybe see how that plays out in this real draft and see if it goes. Texas is also kind of in the beginning phases of a rebuild again, or kind of what's going on with the Rangers is they're kind of confusing. They're turning into the Rockies, and that's not a great thing. But
oh no! Wow, 4 minutes and 55 seconds left, and we have shots fired.
Yeah, well, sorry about that. No, nothing personal, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like they're an utterless ship kind of drifting right now, and it's they could use some direction, and I think you can either, go big with the prep shortstop or take the college arm, and that's kind of going to help you steer you in what direction, right? Because that definitely can alter the timeline a little bit. So that's what I'm curious to see.
Sure. All right. Well, Jeff, I'm going to throw it over to you. If there's one player that you think might surprise people in this mock, going a little bit earlier than I think a lot of power boards have him, does a guy come to mind for you?
Yeah, I think, one guy in particular is Will Taylor. I think Will Taylor can go real early within this draft. I think it's probably the same for Lonnie White. I think, on the public side, guys like that are just really intriguing athletes. They're a lot of fun, right? Where, maybe in a setting like this where you don't have to actually pay that person and put your job on the line. That's not to say that.
Hey, wait. Don't give away the magic sauce, man.
Well, hey, there's a good chance people don't get invited back next year. We could fire them.
Well, but at the same time, what I'm saying here, just in terms of, the actual financial investment within a particular player and the risk that may be associated with a player that has, a football commitment. And I think on the public side, those guys are just so much more fun. So it wouldn't shock me if, we see either of those guys go really, really high, maybe even higher than anticipated. I know some other guys that I've seen floated around, Mazzucato, I think, Frank Mazzucato, left-handed prep pitcher from the state of Connecticut that popped kind of late in the process. He seems like a guy that could potentially go, the back end of round one, and I don't think he's necessarily ranked or mocked there frequently. So I think that's probably another name if I got to give you somebody from the prep ranks and a pitcher.
I like it. The thing that I'm going to be looking for is the college infielders, because I think we would all agree that Matt Mclean is going to be a guy that's probably going to get picked in the top 15. He just seems like the type of profile that would fit a lot of team needs. But after that, I want to see what happens with guys like Trey Sweeney. I want to see what happens with guys like Connor Norby, with Tyler Black. It's not an incredibly deep year or a terribly effectively strong year at the top for college infielders. Mm-hmm. But we've talked about these guys at length. I think Connor Norby is a guy that has a really good hit tool that's translatable, that should be able to make an impact immediately at a high A level. Trey Sweeney, we've talked ad nauseum about the batted ball data and some of those kind of different sabermetric ball in play pieces that make him an appealing type of a pick to a data type team, maybe Toronto. Maybe, and Tyler Black, he can hit. He's a small town guy from Canada, Wright State. I think he's another guy that I think all of these guys are going to get popped a little bit earlier than we think. All right. Last little bits of time here. We got about 90 seconds left. We don't need to share any tips with any of these general managers, but Matt, I'm going to give you 30 seconds here. If you had one tip for one of these guys or gals that's going to be on the clock tonight, what would it be?
Have fun, show some personality, show your energy, get people to come to your site. You're out here, y'all, everyone was selected here for a reason. They know their stuff. They know their team specific stuff, especially. But no, it's a good time to flex your muscles, show what you know, and while having fun, and I want to try to keep the picks a little bit realistic, right? You don't want to be, blowing the budget hypothetically in a real draft, because you can't do that. So those are just little tips, I guess. And
I tell you, man, if last year's draft was any indication, you can piss off a lot of people with a bad pick. People take this seriously.
Yeah, they do.
I'm going to throw it over to Jeff. I'm throwing it over to Jeff. These guys know what they're talking about. But Jeff, one piece of advice. We got Nick Faleris, who's going to be joining us here in about 25 seconds to kick this thing off with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Jeff, you got 20 seconds. Last piece of advice.
Last piece of advice is just get on here, take it seriously, announce your team pick like you're like you're up there, like like you're David Stern, the NBA draft, or Adam Silver now that he's actually the GM. But there you go, Rob Manfred, whoever you want it to be. But just go up there and say, the Pittsburgh Pirates select. Let me know who it is. That way, everyone following along knows what your pick is, who you're representing, and just have a good time with it, man. That's what it's all about,
Well, the people are waiting. Let's rock and roll, baby. Let's get the second annual Prospects Live mock MLB draft going. We are bringing in from 2080 Baseball, one of the GOATs, one of the originals from the space, Nick Valeris. Come on in, Nick.
I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Welcome, Nick.
Yeah, there we go. Welcome in, man. It's good to have you.
One of the GOATs, one of the originals. That's just a nice way of calling me old, I think.
You put it down. I did not say that. That's on you, my man.
No. Yeah, I agree. I am. I'm old, that is. I don't know about GOAT, but yeah, thanks for having me. This is awesome.
Of course, man. Of course. Well, excited to have you on the show. Pittsburgh Pirate fans are obviously excited to have you. Let's kick this thing off. You're going to create ripple waves all the way down the first round, and especially in that top 4 or 5 picks, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Where are you going?
So with the first overall pick, the Pirates are going to pick Marcelo Mayer here. I put out on Twitter a little earlier today choices of the 4 guys we were breaking down, which direction we wanted to go. I included some pretty basic bonus recommendations where we thought we could get those players based on where we are right now, and really kind of back of the napkin calculations there. A lot of that's going to change in the next month, but I thought it was important to at least run that analysis. And at the end of the day, where Marcelo is now compared to everyone else and the savings we thought we could get from the other guys, he just made the most sense. The best combination of, great talent. You still think you're not spending the entire slot on him, so you'll have money to sprinkle around later. And look, this is what a 1-1 looks like. You can't overthink it sometimes. You got your future shortstop here, a guy who's going to be a middle-of-the-order bat, great glove, and a good character guy. So at the end of the day, we just kind of said, let's not overthink this. Let's make the obvious pick.
Yeah, I mean, Marcelo Mayer, the Pirates have, in my opinion, done a really good job of stacking up arms in that farm system, young arms, projectable arms, guys that they can build around. I want to throw it over to Jeff. It looks like you've got a cornerstone bat here. Marcelo Mayer is the real deal. What do you think of the Pirates' first pick?
Yeah, and I think we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, but they have a fair amount of outfielders in the organization. They got a lot of arms that we talked about. They've really built up some infield depth as well. You look at Nick Gonzalez, who went last year. They got O'Neill Cruz, who's playing tremendous in Double-A this year. Rodolfo Castro is another guy that's broken out for them. And this just adds a little bit more depth, a little bit more reinforcement, and could potentially be the best player of the bunch, which is saying a lot because, Cruz and Gonzalez are both incredibly highly rated prospects and guys that have been on the scene for a couple of years. So, I think that speaks highly about Mayer, but also, the job the Pirates have done the last few years to actually build up, a decent amount of depth within that minor league system. So I love the pick. I think it's perfect. And I think it's, chalk. This is what we had anticipated and expected. And I think it's the right move.
Matt, throwing it over to you. Quick thoughts on Marcelo Mayer and how he fits with the Pirates.
Yeah, Jeff kind of nailed it with where he fits as far as the timeline goes, and I agree. I think he can probably potentially be the best player up the middle, which they have a lot of fine players up the middle in their farm system. And strong Corey Seager is a popular vibe he gives off. Maybe like a Chase Utley type. He's going to stay up the middle. He's going to be a cornerstone bat, and it's hard to go wrong with this pick. And I know it's a prep bat. I know they come with little warning labels on them, but I would gamble on Mayer. I'd be very happy with this pick if I was the real Pittsburgh Pirates.
Absolutely. Nick, well, I'm going to leave you with one more quick question before we move over to the second pick in the draft. Anything specific that the Pirates are looking to accomplish as a whole in this 2-round draft tonight?
Well, I think if we've learned anything over the last few years, it's the NL Central is pretty wide open. We've got a lot of organizations that are capable and talented at putting teams together, but no one that's really running away as sort of the foundational front runner. So Pittsburgh's looking to compete. I think that we're going to be looking for players that we can flip around and have contributing to the big league club in the next 2-3 years. And actually, I think Marcelo fits that mold. I think he's going to move quickly. You can see a lot of physical growth. He's going to get a lot stronger in the next 2 years. And I would, late 2023, even early 2024, if we're ready to compete, I expect him to be a part of that team. And I feel the same way about the couple of guys we're focusing on for the second round too.
Love it, Nick. Well, thank you so much for joining us with the first pick. We're going to see you again here in about an hour and a half, and I look forward to seeing what else you have up your sleeve, man. All right, guys. Well, that's the first pick in the draft. I'm excited to keep this thing going. I think most of us had Mayer going 1-1, kind of a chalk pick. Let's bring in, I believe, the next guy that we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the Texas Rangers and Mr. Sam Hale from Baseball Prospectus. Sam, what's going on, man?
Gentlemen, how are we doing tonight?
Doing all right.
Good, man. Sorry for the harsh words earlier about your squad.
I was going to say, that's a little mean. I mean, I don't think anyone in Colorado would love to have Josh Young and Cole Wentz. I don't think they're that off friends.
Very true.
I agree.
I'll be honest here.
Very true.
Well, we're excited to have you, man. Appreciate the flag in the background. Excited to hear where the Texas Rangers are going to go with the second pick in the draft.
Well, then let's not delay. With the second overall pick in this year's mock draft, the Texas Rangers select Jackson Jobe, pitcher out of Oklahoma City and Heritage High School.
Ooh, okay, Sam. Well, tell me a little bit about the pick. Tell me why you decided Jobe was superior to some of the other top-tier names on the board.
So, obviously, the top of this draft has a ton of talent. I mean, you've got a lot of prep shortstops. You've got the two Vanderbilt kids hanging out. Henry Davis has a lot of attributes. But in looking at the Texas system, one of the things they really need is loud tools. And the slider from Jobe is impressive. The fastball is impressive. Just the lack of wear and tear on the arm is something to consider. With all due respect to Lyder and Rocker, they've both been through college baseball seasons, very strenuous seasons at that. So there's no guarantees that when they come up, they're not going to have a little bit more wear and tear on those arms that could result in some injuries. Now, of course, throwing that hard and that wild is a little dangerous for any pitcher, regardless of age. But also another consideration here, Texas has been known to go under slot quite a bit in their first-round picks. Even when they pick as high as this, Jobe is a guy that they can probably get for a little bit under slot. He's got very loud tools, and he's even got some two-way aspects. He played shortstop before converting to pitcher, so there's some versatility there. And I know it's probably not going to be a popular pick. I ran a poll on my Twitter earlier. 65% wanted Lyder if he was there. And I get it. Like, Lyder's a fantastic pitcher. But overall, I think Jobe has loud tools. Is the development path a little long? Maybe, but I also think the development path for Texas is closer to 3 to 5 years than 2 to 3 on a rebuild. So they have time, and if he's this good and he looks this dominant, I think he'll make it a little quicker than most people think.
I like it, man. I tend to agree with some of the things that you said. I think in terms of projection, Jobe might have a little bit more projection ahead of him than Jack Lyder. And, asking yourself, is Jackson Jobe now going to be better than what Kumar Rocker is? Is Jobe going to be better than what Kumar Rocker is 3 years from now? It's a similar archetype, a similar arsenal, different bodies, of course, but I think you could make the case. Jeff, I want to throw it over to you, man. This is a bit of a shocker here early in the draft. What are your thoughts on Jackson Jobe, number 2 to Texas?
Yeah, it's definitely a surprise. I don't think we necessarily thought Jobe would go 2, but I think, going through the logic there, it's not far off. And I think, when you look at the system, you mentioned Young, you mentioned, Cole Winn, who's had a tremendous season up to this point, has really had a breakout. Hans Kraus is back and throwing fairly well. I think they need some more arms at the top of the system. You look at their top players, you got guys like Foscue, you got guys like, Evan Carter, Davis Wenzel, who are high on, Loyola Tavares is still a prospect. Same with Sam Huff. And then you have some of the international guys they've signed over the last couple of years, Acosta and Laura. There's, a fair bit of talent in the position ranks. And, I think when we're looking at some of the more high-end talent within the Ranger system, it tends to be in the positional side. So this makes a lot of sense. And I think when you factor in, what the competitive window is, it's really perfect. So, I appreciate it. And this is why I was excited for the top 10, because I don't think there's a lot of picks that are, even one, there's a handful of guys that could have gone there. So there really is no set chalk necessarily. But I like it. I like a little madness, a little chaos early in the draft. It's going to be great.
Sam, really quick, how tough was it for you to walk away from all those shortstops?
It was very difficult, honestly. Like Lyder and the shortstops, Watson and Lawler specifically, are the two that I really, really liked. And honestly, it's one of those things where somebody's taking a Hall of Famer in this draft, and there might be multiple ones, and somebody's going to get really good players. You just have to be very comfortable in, like, you've seen what you've seen, you have confidence what you believe in, and it's not really a slight to those dudes. They're all probably going to be very good baseball players if everything works out. But it's all about just, you can't worry about what anyone else is doing. You've got to believe in what you see and believe in what you feel, and just know your situation. And if Mayer and Lawler and all those guys work out, that's great for baseball. But you just got to believe in what you see. You can't let anything but your eyes deceive you on this one.
Love it, man. Well, we're going to be seeing a lot more of you in the next couple of hours. Looking forward to seeing what Texas has up its sleeve a little bit later.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Love that thing.
Matt, really quickly, I just want to get your brief thoughts. Job over Lyder. Do you think what do you think of that move? Because I know you were talking Lyder 1 through 4.
Yeah. Well, maybe someone's got to slide out now, right? I'm curious to see who that is. Maybe one of the prep shortstops, could be Lyder. But Job, man, hopefully, Texas has had some rough history with prep pitchers in the past. The last couple ones they've taken, Cole Reagans, have all dealt with big arm injuries, and hopefully, they're all different individuals, obviously, but hopefully, with Job's stuff, if there's a guy you root for to max out in a draft, like, wouldn't Jackson Jobe be like must-see TV if he maxes out to what we all think he can be? It would be so fun to watch someone like him pitch every 5 days.
It's awfully hard to bet against that slider. Well, I think it's time to bring in the real OG, the PG OG. Let's get Brian Sikowski in here to do a little bit of what are we doing? Detroit Tigers here. What's going on, my man?
That's the first time I've ever been referred to as an OG of anything. So
you're the PG. You're the PG OG. You
PG
like that?
OG, yeah.
I need to change my Twitter handle now. PG OG.
There you go. Well, what's going on, man? It's good to have you. I know that you've had quite an affinity for some of the Vanderbilt guys here over the last few months. Slam dunk. Who we going with?
Yeah, I'm here to stop the fall. With the third pick in the 2021 Prospects Live mock draft, the Detroit Tigers select Jack Lyder, right-handed pitcher from Vanderbilt. I did not have to think all that hard about this one. My philosophy on drafting and scouting is I prefer to like good players, and some people like bad players, and that's okay because it makes it easier to like the good players. I think there's a lot of good players in this draft. I think Jack Lyder is going to be a great one, so I'm happy with what I got at 3.
Love it. I think there is not only is there ceiling in Mr. Lyder, Brian, but I think there's a whole lot of peace of mind in Jack Lyder as well. I think you're going to have a guy that's going to be a big leaguer by, I would think, 2023 at the latest. So, Jeff, what are your thoughts, man? Jack Lyder falling to 3, falling in the laps of the Tigers at 3.
As soon as Sam hit us with that 3,000 RPM breaking ball, I kind of had a feeling that the first thing that came to mind was, all right, well, Zach's going to draft Lyder.
It's a done deal.
He said, I'll take Lyder. I think that's the exact tweet. That's the tweet. So I wasn't shocked. I'm just I'm hoping that Fetter, has an impact and they don't ruin Jack Lyder.
There is, and this goes into personal philosophy a little bit here, but I don't know if there's anybody in the universe of baseball who I trust more on pitching than Chris Fetter. And he just so happens to work for the organization I'm representing here. So yeah, I'll take the ultra competitor with feel, with bloodlines, with tools, with metrics, with whatever you want. And that shove factor. I really like the shove factor. And honestly, to be honest with you, this isn't why I picked Jack Lyder, but it's not altogether unattractive that he is now on the same timeline as the next wave of guys for Detroit. Torkelson Green, Dylan Dingler, maybe Joey Wenson, Faedo, whoever, but putting those guys together on the same timeline to add to what is hopefully a big 3 forming. Exciting times in Detroit.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think when it comes to Jack Lyder, he does so much well, and he's been such a star on the scene for so long now that I think there's just a little bit of nitpicking and a little bit of fatigue that has come across the industry. He is without a doubt, if not the best college baseball player in this draft, he's awfully close. Well, Brian, hey, man, thank you for joining us. And I know we're going to be seeing more of you tonight than most. And I look forward to bringing you back on the show so you can tell us a little bit more about who these bad players are.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, friends.
I love it, man. I love it. All right. Well, on to our fourth pick. We are rocking and rolling now. We've got Mr. Triangle from the Carolinas himself. We've got our very own. We've got Tyler Jennings hopping on. Tyler, welcome on, man. It's good to see you. I feel like I saw you, I don't know, 2-3 days ago and every other thing that we streamed. Good to have you on the show, man.
Glad to be here. Yeah, it's only been like a week, but we're back. So let's rock and roll this thing.
Well, hey, it's good to have you, man. You're representing the Boston Red Sox tonight, the highest draft pick the Boston Red Sox have had in, recent memory, actually long memory. Kind of a lot of pressure here on the Red Sox to hit this opportunity. Jeff is watching very closely. Who are you going with the fourth pick?
I see him judging me right here.
Nick, don't do it.
No. Well, we got sniped by a sack, which I expected to happen. So I had
a tradition unlike any other.
I called it a week ago. I knew he was going to do it, but I went ahead and took one of the prep shortstops, and it was Jordan Lawler out of Dallas, Texas. We really thought about going with either Khalil Watson or Brady House here, but I just like Lawler a bit more than those guys. Granted, you had the strikeout concerns at the beginning of the year through the spring, but from the beginning of April onward, he only struck out once and had a pretty good walk rate to go with it. I love the tools that he has. I think the bat's going to play well. He's going to stay at shortstop, and we're a system that kind of lacks a top-tier shortstop, so it was kind of a no-brainer from there. So we decided we're going to pull the trigger on Lawler, and I'm pretty happy with the result.
All right. Well, Matt, that is shortstop number 2 out of the top 4. We would need shortstop number 3 to go number 5. But what are your thoughts on Lawler falling to number 4? There was a 2 or 3 month period there, maybe longer, where Jordan Lawler was the presumptive number 1 pick. Mm-hmm. He falls to 4 in this instance. He falls as the potential heir apparent to Xander Bogaerts. What do you think, man?
I mean, look at the frame, right? He presents like the build and the projection of what you're looking for a guy that's going to stick up the middle like that. And you mentioned Bogaerts. That's the comp on the website, on Prospects Live website, and his write up. We have him as our number 2. You guys have him as the number 2 overall player, and he goes 4. So that's a win, right? Tyler, you may have something to do with that, but I mean, you can't really. I'm curious to see what Jordan Lawler or Khalil Watson, was that a tough choice, or were you going Lawler all the way?
No, it was tough. But having Lawler drop to 4 like that, it just made it a lot easier of a pick for us on our side.
Yeah, you can't argue with it. I mean, he's the complete package. He's everything you're looking for a shortstop, and you can see him go off the board. I thought with Mayer going, there's a good chance he could have went 2 to Texas, but they obviously took Job. So you got to love the pick, and give Boston some more Jordan Lawler and Nick York double play combo.
Hey man, Jordan Lawler, Jeter Downs. They could get interesting. They've got some middle of the diamond prospects now with Lawler in the fold. They could have a pretty exciting, dynamic middle infield here in 2024, 2025. So, Tyler, my man, thanks for joining us. Thanks for representing Boston, and like everyone else, we will see you soon.
Absolutely. See you guys.
All right. Well, let's jump over to the 5th pick. We're going to get into the Baltimore Orioles, and we've got Mr. Birdland himself. We got Eric Garfield joining the stream. Eric, what is going on, man? It's good to see you. It's been a year since I've talked to you. How you been?
Good. Happy Friday.
Good. All right. Well, hey, Baltimore, one of those up-and-coming teams. They're close. They are on the precipice of a competitive window. They've got a lot of big arms coming up and some good competitive position players as well. Who you adding to the fold?
We are adding Sam Houston State outfielder and lefty Colton Cowser with our pick.
Tell me the thought process.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of factors. Whatever iteration of our pitching staff that develops Grayson, DL, Bauman, Kramer, Bradish, whatever it is, we don't have a lot of guys who profile as ground ball pitchers. We also don't have a lot of fly ball catchers in our organizational depth chart. So we need an outfielder. It's time to stop trying Adam Hall in the outfield or Jahmai Jones in the outfield. We need somebody who has played there their whole amateur career. Cowser presents or profiles as a little bit more of a table setter at the top of the order than who we picked in a similar spot last year, Kjerstad. So I think that the best plan of action for us is to spread value from the beginning to the end of the draft and take somebody slightly under slot and think about the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds.
Well, I love the approach. Colton Cowser has been a mainstay with Team USA, and he's hit the hell out of the ball at Sam Houston State. Jeff, I want to get your immediate reaction. I think this is earlier than anybody expected to see Colton Cowser go, but he's certainly a player that is worthy of this sort of acclaim, no?
No, yeah, and I think he's, within the conversation now, and, this is where it really starts to get interesting over the next, 5 to 15 picks as to, how some of these guys shake out. And I think we all thought Cowser would probably go within that range. And, I think Eric is right. It's sort of in line with, with what Mike Elias did last year early in the draft. Kjerstad was a guy that was probably ranked by public rankers in a very similar fashion, similar area of the draft. And, they were able to pull some of that cash down and disperse it in other spots. And, potentially that's what could happen here with Cowser. He could be a guy that maybe takes a little bit less, but I think it's definitely, a curveball, something we weren't necessarily anticipating here, but that's what makes it so fun. I love the pick.
It's how Mike Elias. That's right. It's how Mike Elias built a dynasty, if you will. I know that's a word that shouldn't be thrown around too heavy, but in Houston, under slot at the top, and then get big value in the 2nd and 3rd round. So, Eric, I really love the approach. Really quickly, as a quick aside, how close were you to taking someone like a Sal Frelick here?
Frelick, I would say not exactly close, but there were other I'd say the toughest choice was between Cowser and Davis.
Okay. Yeah, those are both really good players. Of course, with Adley Rutschman in the fold, something that probably came into your headspace a little bit during that thought process. So, Eric, man, really good having you. Again, another guy we're going to see a lot more of in this mock. Thank you for joining us. And it's time to get into the 6th pick. We've got a show favorite. We've got the Welsh himself from Prospects 1. Mr. Chris Welsh, how we doing, buddy?
I'm blown away by that last pick. That was like classic Orioles. I was like, wow, that took me back. I will tell you, us Diamondback guys, we had to regroup. I was not ready for that. I actually thought I was picking between 2 players. Little did I know I was picking between a gluttony of 3 amazing guys. But Baltimore's obviously playing the slot game. Something that I don't think, by the way, and you guys could tell me different, I don't think Arizona is in a position to do this time. They don't have a compensatory pick. They're in the 2nd round. We are going to be picking incredibly high next year. Like, if you guys have me back, I'll probably open the show with you next time. And there's going to be plenty of high school bats to pick from. So
we'll be ready.
Yeah, I don't think for me, the Cowser one is just clearly, under slot or over slot later, maybe a Jaden Hill or something like that for Baltimore. That would be interesting. What's up, buddies? And I looked at this and I felt that the Diamondbacks have got to go with the big dog. There's so much that we need. There's so much that's going on. So if you guys will, if I can make the pick with the 6th pick in the Prospects Live mock draft, the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to go with an ace. We're taking Vanderbilt's Kumar Rocker. That's our pick.
Yes, sir. I love it. I mean, again, another guy with a little bit more upside still there. There's obviously some development and projection when it comes to the fastball, when it comes to the changeup. He's already got a 70-grade breaking ball. That's something you can certainly build upon. And for all intents and purposes, Kumar Rocker seems like the type of guy that could be a leader in the clubhouse, leading some of these younger pitchers that you guys have building up through the system. So I love the pick. No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, this is really, really difficult because something I did not expect to happen was Henry Davis was going to be there. And believe me, if you guys know, if anyone listens to my show, I'm a Khalil Watson guy, and that's for fantasy. And it's hard to not like Khalil Watson. That's definitely tough. But Henry Davis is a tough one because what's one thing the Diamondbacks love? They love catchers. They absolutely love catchers. They like to stack them. But guess what they don't like to do? have good ones, like really, really good ones. But they got Carson Kelly, they got Varsho, and since 2010, I know it feels very like high schooly because they've taken a couple high school guys, but since 2010, the Diamondbacks have taken 7 college players in the first round. So even though 2 of the last 3 have been high school, 1 not signed and a guy that's available here, I felt that, the Diamondbacks have gone pitching in the last draft. They went Bryce Jarvis, they got Slade Ciccone, they had got some young pitchers beforehand, but the Diamondback team is such trash right now. It's in such a bad situation that what's one of the biggest issues they have? It has like studs. It has aces. They've got to have, like you said, it's a perfect thing. They got to have a leader. They got a guy that can go deep into games. They've got to have an ace that they can build around, because what have they done? Tons of great position players. And Corbin Carroll, unfortunately, with the injury, they've got Alec Thomas. They've got a whole bunch of that. There's other things we could do later in the draft, but we needed an ace. And as much as it was tough, really, really tough to pass on Henry Davis here, Kumar seemed like the guy with all the strikeouts, going deep into the games. A slider's such a plus. I think it's something that the Diamondbacks can rally around, and they need a win because they don't have any in the regular season.
I had a feeling you were going that way.
He's going to be a really nice fit with this organization because they develop pitching extremely well. And you put Rocker in that organization, he's going to be on the same kind of timeline as Alec Thomas, and maybe, Corbin Carroll injury might set him back a little bit. But I like bringing those guys up in groups and kind of getting them together, playing together. And I know he's position players and pitchers, but you got potentially controllable years of all those guys. The Diamondbacks should be spending some money in the free agency market, I would think, over the next coming off seasons. But 2, they could add to that core. And I mean, they got guys like Levi Kelly. They're developing a lot of really strong young arms that we all like.
And do the Mets strategy of build pitching and pay for bats. That's what they should do. And they've got Bryce Jarvis, Slade Ciccone, Blake Walston. If you think about Walston, Walston is kind of back on this timeline. Add Kumar Rocker. There's 4 to go with Gallen as you're building. Carson Kelly and Varsho behind the plate. That's not the worst thing in the world. And like you said, perfectly, they've got some bats that are with this timeline. If Christian Robinson ever gets all the stuff done, but you've got Carroll, you've got Thomas, you got a couple of these guys. Things are bad in Arizona right now. This is the biggest win that the Diamondbacks could have got in Kumar Rocker.
I agree with you. I like that pick.
This is a culture flip.
Yeah,
this is absolutely a culture flip for sure. Chris, love the pick. I'm really excited to see where you go with the second pick, because this, it's been talked about online a little bit. This could be the steal of the draft. Seeing Kumar kind of fatigued down to that 6th spot. A lot of opportunity in front of you. Well, thanks for joining us, man.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We're going to have you again soon. Maybe in an hour and a half.
Let's do it.
All right. Jeff, I want to throw it over to you here really quick before we move into the 7th pick of this draft. Thoughts on Kumar Rocker at 7? Of course, the Diamondbacks do need quite a few pieces. You've got Cleo Watson there. You've got Henry Davis there. Right pick?
Yeah, I think I might have gone with Davis or Watson myself. But, I think that Kumar, as we said pre-show, was right within this range. You do have him on a similar timeline with a lot of these arms that they've added over the last couple of years. Jarvis and Ciccone, guys like Dre Jameson, you mentioned Walston, Frias, as well as Matt Tabor are now at the AA level as well. So you kind of have this cluster of really talented arms. And as we've seen with the Braves and the Tigers and other teams, frequently you need about 10 arms to hit on 3, right? It's not all that different from a batting average. So in some ways, I think it's good to go that approach, especially in that ballpark. Go into Colorado, go into some of these places. You got to face the Dodgers and the Padres over the next several years. It's going to be an incredibly competitive division. And having sort of that, we'll say, group of reinforcement, the cavalry that can come in a couple of years and really fulfill a bunch of different roles within their pitching ranks, and that's not just in the rotation, but bullpen arms, high leverage guys. It all really matters, especially the way pitching is deployed these days in the major leagues. I think it's a smart pick, and when you do have a young catcher at the major league level, you do have a lot of position players that you've added over the last couple of years. Rocker does make a lot of sense here.
Kind of touched on the timeline a little bit, but I don't know if you guys agree, but Rocker seems like a guy, make a start or 2 in high A, and he could end the year in AA the year he's drafted, if you want to push him.
I would not be surprised if Kumar Rocker goes straight to AA, to be honest with you. It depends on how much development time you want to put in immediately on that changeup. But if you want to accelerate his timeline, I could see him going to AA right away.
He probably could shut down after the draft.
A lot of innings, but he could definitely start 2022. Yeah, I think so. And another thing with Kumar Rocker, there's a lot of volatility in the Diamondback system right now. And I know we've hit on the Diamondbacks for quite a while, but they've got a lot of volatility at the top of their prospect ranks. So I think there's a little stabilization when it comes to Rocker. You kind of know what you've got there. So, well, let's move on to the 7th pick. We've got a guy, Mr. Adam Duvall. Adam is a friend of the show for sure. Adam, let's get him on here. Adam, there we go. I don't think you expected this to be the case. I know that you guys have kind of had Kumar Rocker circled as a guy that's going to fall into your lap. Seems like you got a zag when you were expected to zig here. Where are you going to go with the 7th pick?
Yeah, with the 7th pick in your guys' prospect live draft, we're going to go with the Royals are going to go with Henry Davis. Kind of threw me through a loop. It felt a lot like the 2020 draft. Dayton Moore talked a lot about how they had all these plans, and then Asa Lacy got to number 4, and they threw them all out and said, okay, there's our guy. That's, pretty easy pick. I really don't know what the strategy is here with the other 6 GMs in front of me passing on the best college bat in the class. And it's not even just the best college bat. It's the best college bat who also happens to play a premium position. Even if he doesn't play a premium position super at an elite level, I think the arm is elite, and I think in a couple years when we inevitably move into an automated strike zone, it's just going to be sort of irrelevant. So the Royals don't really have enough bats in their system to be picky. They've loaded up on college pitchers the last few years, so I think they'd be ecstatic if Henry Davis actually fell to them at number 7, because I think he's a guy. You talked about putting Kumar Rocker right at Double-A. You could probably send Henry Davis to high A or maybe even Double-A right off the jump street here, and expect him to be a part of your core in 2023.
Yeah, the thing with Henry Davis that I don't think gets talked about enough is his approach. He's got tremendous plate discipline. He doesn't strike out. He draws a ton of walks. And then as kind of a cherry on top, he's a better athlete than almost every catcher that you're going to come across at this level. So, maybe he's going to be a guy that can steal you 5 to 10 bags a year and, hit 20 to 25 bombs whilst running a good OBP. I love it. Alex, I'm assuming you did not expect – this was not even on your draft board.
No, not even close. I was, kind of expecting to be somewhere between Brady House, Kumar Rocker, and maybe Cleo Watson. And again, it's kind of like I said about Asa Lacy. It's like Henry Davis fell to number 7. I could put all the worries aside, put in all the thinking I'd done about it aside, and just take the best college bat on the board.
Yes, sir. Pour yourself a mojito and enjoy the luck of the Irish.
Absolutely.
Jeff, I want to throw it over to you, man. Steal of the draft so far? I know we're 7 picks in.
Yeah, I think, he's a guy that, we think could even be in the realm of, 1-1. So, yeah, I think it's a great pick. Easy selection there for them. Especially when you're considering, what they have within the system, type of depth they have. They obviously have an incredibly talented player at shortstop in Double-A right now by the name of Bobby Witt Jr. We all know that. And there's other talented, obviously, middle infielders within the organization. So I think it's a really good fit and sort of fits right at the end of, the Salvi Perez's time, right? And even the combination of the two, and we've talked about this on other shows, I feel like Davis is the kind of guy where he has the arm and the athletic ability and the bat to potentially make it as a corner infielder, worst come to worst. But I do think he's going to proceed as a catcher, especially in the interim. So great pick. And yeah, steal of the draft is not far-fetched.
Great pick. He is my polished Evan Gattis. If you took some of the abrasive edges off Evan Gattis.
Well, who was
maybe it's just the brute player at the plate that I'm seeing. I don't know if the tools necessarily match up, but you know where I'm going.
Yeah, somebody I can't remember. Probably Fangraphs had his swinging strike rate was only like 7% this year. So like you talk about a polished Evan Gattis, like the power, but with like you said, the plate discipline, it's a steal at number 7.
Those exit velocities are Aaron Sabato-esque. Big time power.
The behind the plate, he's 2 full grades above what Evan Gattis was. But no, I think it's just the type of gym rat mentality that Henry Davis brings to the field. Alex, thank you so much for joining us today, man. We are going to move over here to the founder of Fabio, Mr. Matt Collier. Matt, come on in here. Let's do a little bit of Colorado Rockies. Colorado, they had a guy fall into their lap last year. Zach Veen falls into their lap last year. They might have gotten a little lucky here again too. Where are we going to go with this 8th pick?
I did not accept the player falling into my lap. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
We can. There we go.
Okay. All right. So with the 8th pick, the Colorado Rockies select Sam Bachman, pitcher from Miami, Ohio, Oxford, Ohio. And this is a definite batted ball profile plus knockout slider K-stuff pick. This is the 3rd player on my draft board for Colorado where prep pitchers don't exist. So that would explain some of that. So
I love the pick, Matt. I think this is a pick that the Colorado Rockies, it makes a ton of sense for Coors. They haven't done a fantastic job at going out and getting sinker ballers and guys that can, get the ball pounded into the ground. And it's just kind of a little bit of a luxury that he also throws 102 with a 70 grade slider. I love the pick. I think the changeup is going to surprise some people. Matt, I want to throw it over to you for your reflections on this. I know a lot of people thought Sam Bachman, you could hold a candle to Jack Lyder and Kamar Rocker as maybe one of the better college pitchers in this class. What do you think of Sam?
I didn't know which Matt you were going to real quick, but yeah, I think this is the type of player that the Rockies should. I mean, obviously, you're not going to get this type of guy, but the Rockies should take a pitcher almost every year, right? Because you're not going. It's hard for them to draw pitchers into Coors, and you need to build them up while they're young and controllable, and that's what every team should do. So it makes it a little tougher. But I mean, is he some of the loudest stuff in the college game? Like you already touched on a 96, 99 in game can touch 100, high 80s slider that's actually kind of been in the low 90s more recently too, and it's definitely top of the rotation type stuff. And I think as a Rockies fan, it's a nice contrast to Veen. Nothing wrong with the Veen pick, but like this is what they need, and this is a great pick for them. I was curious to see if there's any other pitchers that he was considering, but it seems like Bachman was the guy, having him 3rd on his draft board. So it's a strong pick. It's what the Rockies need to do, and this prep shortstop dream of ours is shattered. Huh, Joe? It looks like it's you have to wait a little longer on some of these guys.
Well out the window.
Yeah.
Matt Collier, I did want to kind of follow up on Matt Thompson's question there. With taking Bachman 8 and kind of fitting a model here.
Yes.
Was he number one? Was he number one on your board, or were there other guys that were kind of creeping into your consideration here?
I had Bachman 1 and Rocker 2. I'm not going to name who my 3rd is because he hasn't been taken yet. Certainly Khalil Watson is in play. If I was Khalil Watson would be the Veen of this class if it fell into their laps and they took him. You couldn't criticize them for that. But the Rockies have, the same reason they cannot get free agents to come actually factors into this draft too. I'm not going to sing it like Mick Jagger, but when you're the Rockies, you can't always get what you want. So we don't know whether any of these college pitchers will or won't go to Colorado and all their unfriendly minor league environments too. So we're just hypothetically guessing here that a Sam Bachman would be amenable to going to Colorado in this draft, whereas some may not and make outrageous bonus demands to scare teams away. So, I think this is the right pick if he wants to come there.
Hey, if you're asking me, I think you hit a home run here. I think Bachman is perfect for Coors. Well, thank you, man. And we're gonna see you. We're gonna see you in the 2nd round as well. We are gonna jump over to the 9th pick, but before we do that, I wanted to ask Jeff a quick question. Jeff, if Bachman doesn't run into some of those early season shoulder injuries, could he go higher than where he found himself tonight?
Potentially. I think the one thing that was working against him, is the conference that he's in. And it's, when you're competing against potential SEC arms, I think Gunnar Hoagland probably has more of a case simply because of what he did in that conference. And I do think the team buy into that. Now, that said, had he gotten more innings, got a little bit longer in starts, I think absolutely. And then the last thing that I'll say is I think from a pitch mix standpoint, a turbo sinker plus slider guy like this who drives a tremendous amount of ground balls is perfect for Coors. It's exactly the kind of pitcher that they should be drafting. I think we made the same case in one of our mock drafts. And I think that even with Watson there, this definitely to me is a perfect pick for the Colorado Rockies.
I absolutely agree. All right, well, let's jump into the 9th pick. And if I know anything about Jared Timms and I know anything about the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, I kind of get the feeling I know where they're going to go with this pick just based on their draft history and based on the type of player that they like to acquire. So, Jared, I'm going to throw it over to you, man. What are we doing here at number 9?
Yeah, super excited with who fell to us here at number 9, Cleo Watson. I guess you could say he's kind of fallen to us here. I don't know if this happens in the real draft, but if it does, I think Angels fans should be very excited about a Cleo Watson pick, even though I know a lot of people want to see the pitching start coming around from an Angels fan standpoint. I think that, you got to be pretty ecstatic that a player like this in Cleo Watson, with this type of upside, athletic ability, ability to hit the ball, play on the defensive side of the ball. Extremely excited that he would be able to fall to us here.
Yeah, this seems like a huge coup, and it's definitely right down your guys' alley. I forgot to say, Jared is actually one of the contributing members at Talkin' Halos. So great stuff over there at Talkin' Halos. Make sure to check that out. But also, he also works as the general manager and scouting director of the Los Angeles Angels. It's important to point out. Matt, it took a little bit longer than I think you and I were expecting. Yeah. Khalil Watson comes off the board at 9. Where are you at here?
Love it. I'd love all these picks in this top 10 so far, top 9. It's been great that you can make sense where they fit. And like, this screams Angels, right? The elite athleticism. Like, this just makes so much sense. I know they've been heavy at some of the games from what I've been hearing too, of some of Watson's performances on a Wake Forest high school, but most explosive prep shortstop, most explosive athlete of these prep shortstops, I would argue. And I mean, they love this archetype. They have a lot of guys. Their low A roster is full of high motor, high energy guys like this, elite athletes. And can he finally get Mike Trout to the playoffs? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, hey, Jared, thank you for joining us, man. I think this was a killer Angels pick, and I think it really goes to show that 1 or 2 dominoes, teams that are sitting back and just waiting and seeing who falls in their lap, just makes the most sense. Thank you for joining us, man. We'll see you in about an hour and a half.
Awesome. Thanks, guys, again.
All right, Jeff, is Khalil Watson the best prep shortstop in this class?
He's got a case. I think there's certainly people that are of that mind. And I think when you're looking at the total offensive package and his ability to stick at shortstop, long term, the conversation might be him and Lawler, because I think there's a lot of folks that, with Marcelo Mayer, though they think it's the best bat, probably the most polished hit tool of that group, that he's a guy that potentially might move off a shortstop and be more at home at third base long term. So, I think a case can be made. Don't think I would rank him out that way myself, but I think this is a steal. Getting him to drop into your lap here at 9 is just a great pick. And, as Matt had already hammered home, it's right in line with sort of the vibes that you get from the Angels and the type of players that they tend to target. And that goes back several years. So they're playing the upside card here. They grabbed the pitcher, last year in Reed Detmers, who's already in Double A. So now they're going to get some more reinforcements in terms of, the lower levels, and a really talented athlete that I think has an opportunity to hit for power, hit for average, and, be an everyday shortstop, which is a really valuable player.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Jared had a myriad of pitchers on his big board, but with Khalil Watson, I mean, he's such an angel. He is such an angel. All right, well, let's jump into the 10th pick of this class. We've got our very own Anthony Franco joining us for the New York Mets. Anthony, how are we doing today, brother?
Good. How are you guys?
So it's Anthony
Good,
Franco
man.
and Wander Franco. Got it.
Yeah,
that's right.
Unfortunately,
That's right.
we're not related. So
Okay.
Well, I tell you what, the Mets, you guys have been a little bit of a wild card in some of these last drafts. You went extremely prep heavy in recent years, and then you could probably make the case that they might need some pitching as well. But I'm curious to hear, with the 10th pick, where the New York Mets are going to go this year.
So with the 10th pick in the Prospects Live mock, the Mets are going to select Brady House, a shortstop from Winterboro High School in Georgia. Like you mentioned, Joe, we've kind of gone prep heavy, especially on the position player side. The last 3 drafts we've gone with Kellnet, then Brett Beatty, and then Pete Crow Armstrong. So going to continue sticking with that. Love the upside position player.
Jared Kellnet, famous New York Met. Jeff Ponce. I'm going to throw it over to you, man.
Yeah, this is great. And I think, you just named it. The amount of talented players that they have, young, talented teenagers that the Mets have, at the lower levels of their system right now is just, tremendous. There's not much in the upper minors, but that's going to be changing in the next couple of years when you look at guys like Armstrong, Alvarez, and then, adding Brady House into that mix. And there's others too. So I love the pick. I think it makes a lot of sense. We're now seeing within this top 10 how these shortstops are all falling. And I think there was probably some conversation with House that, worst case scenario, maybe he goes as late as 20. But I think it would have been justified taking him even a couple picks earlier, depending upon where you wanted to go. So there are certainly believers. There's certainly folks that think Brady House could be, one of the top shortstops in this class. And I do believe that Brady House is a shortstop. When you look at the athletic testing, you look at the twitch, he's faster than Marcelo Mayer. I believe his athletic testing is better than Watson actually as well. Some of the stuff that we saw from East Coast Pro. The real issue with House has been some of the adjustments he's made in his load and in his setup to be more direct to the ball, some of the swing and miss, and then some of the performances that we saw against high-end velocity. Not the entire prep circuit last summer, but high-end velocity. He was not hitting velocity as much as you wanted to see. That did change somewhat throughout the spring in Georgia. I think if you're going to bet on the athlete, you're going to take that mentality. I think House is absolutely the guy to bet on. And I think there's a good chance that he does stick up the middle. So I love the pick.
Yeah. No, it's not hard to make the case that Brady House is one of the top 5 players in this draft. It just so happens that he fell down to the 10th pick. There was real buzz in the top 5, so this does not come as any sort of surprise. All right, Anthony, thank you for joining us. Ronny Mauricio, Brady House, Brett Beatty, Mark Vientos. Francisco Alvarez. That is going to be a hell of a team. Pete Crow Armstrong. That's going to be a hell of a team.
I did want to just say I saw in the chat there was some question about, well, why would you take House if you already have Beatty and Mark Vientos in the system? And I just think, Jeff touched on it, but one, I do think there's a chance that he sticks with the middle. But even if he ends up having to move to third base, he's going to be an infield fit with huge power. And I think at that point, you just take the best talent on the board and you can kind of sort that stuff out a couple of years down the line if they all turn out to be as good as you hope. So
it's an extremely lazy comparison, but like a lot of the same knocks on House are what everyone said about Bobby Witt Jr. last year. Or when he was drafted. I mean,
it's true.
Yeah. Like a lot of it's just prospect fatigue. Brady House has been famous for 2 years. So,
and the other thing I wanted to mention too is Mark Vientos has been playing a lot of first base in Binghamton this season.
Well, even if you have too many third basemen or shortstops, you figure it out. If the bats will play.
Not like the Mets don't have the greatest roster construction. They got Dom Smith on the outfield, and you figure it out, right? You make it work. If they can hit,
you figure it out. You figure it out. All right, Anthony. We will see you soon, my man.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right. Well, running down the top 10 really quick. Pittsburgh, first pick of the draft, Marcelo Mayer. Texas, Jackson Jobe. Detroit goes with Jack Lyder. Boston, Jordan Lawler. Baltimore, Colton Cowser, kind of the first surprise of the draft. Arizona lands Kamar Rocker. Kansas City with Henry Davis. Colorado taking their sinker baller in Sam Bachman. The Angels land a angel that was built in a lab, it seems, in Khalil Watson. And then the New York Mets with Brady House. Jeff, I know you've got to go take care of your kids really quick, but I wanted to throw over to Matt. How are you thinking this first top 10 is shaking out?
I think it's there's a couple surprise names in there that I had a top 8 guys that I thought would go in the top 8, but we saw Kauser, which is a perfectly acceptable strategy by Baltimore. They did it last year with reaching for Kerstad a little bit to to go down and grab the Carter Baumler and some of the other picks they use later in the draft, and that's a strategy that teams use. Kobe Mayo, exactly, and I think this might be the last year teams can do that. I think the new CBA coming along might kind of make it more NFL draftish, or NBA draftish, where it just goes like they're power ranked and best players available. Because Major League Baseball draft is not like that; it hasn't been. I think that's one of the beauties of it is you're not drafted for need, but it's also not best player available, right? Or you're not drafted for need, but it is you just go best player available and
you take the player on your board. That's right.
But there's signability concerns that we obviously don't have information on. Maybe you look at Colton Cowser. I would assume he would probably take less money to go 5, because he's still going to get more money than he would later on, right? And then it benefits him as well. So
we will see. I'm not going to be the one to take leverage out of Colton Cowser's pocket.
No,
we'll see how he signs. No, I got you.
He's not. It's not a bad pick by any means. I understand the strategy, but you look at the draft as a whole, not just the first round. You got to look at. You can't evaluate the draft till it's done. That's why everyone's talking about how they like this pick and that pick. You can't until you see the next couple picks. In this case, the first 63 picks, and then we'll get a good grade on gauging what everybody's trying to do. And it's what's the word I'm looking for? There's more technicalities, I guess, behind the scenes that people don't know when you're drafting these guys. Signability,
variabilities. There you go.
Variabilities. That's the word I'm looking for. Yep. And that's it. That's what you got to look for here. And I mean, Joe, I'm gonna put your hat on for a second, and I don't have the hair as you, but what's the pick that stood out to you in the top 10? Like, I personally like the Cleo Watson pick. I think that's perfect to a T for the Angels. Is there anything like that you like? What was your favorite one so far that we've seen?
I had Henry Davis number 2 on my big board. Yeah, so him falling to Kansas City, where Salvador Perez can literally just hand the ball off in 3 or 4 years. I think that's a money pick. I really think Dayton Moore and the Kansas City Royals and Alex Duvall are just kicking ass right now.
Agree with all that. Yeah.
Well, let's move over to the 11th pick. We've got another industry GOAT. We've got 2080 baseballs, and where else you at? You had D1 baseball, Burke.
That's right.
Good to bring you back on, man. It's been a minute.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. This was a lot of fun last year, so I appreciate you guys having me back.
Absolutely. Well, where are the Washington Nationals going this year, man?
So, first of all, I was pretty pissed when Sam Bachman got picked, because we had come to terms on a verbal agreement already, so had to start at square one. So with the 11th pick in the first round, the Washington Nationals select Ty Madden, right-handed pitcher at the University of Texas. The Nats have gone pitching in the first round each of the past 5 seasons. 4 of those were college arms, Mason Denenberg being the outlier there. I think Rocker and Jackson Joby are in play here if they fall. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Also, like Kansas State lefty Jordan Wicks here, maybe Gunnar Hoagland, because the Nats haven't been shy about taking a guy recovering from TJ. If you wanted to push on the high school side, I think Andrew Painter would be an option. This might be a touch early for him. But, with Madden, he was a high school teammate, I think, of Colton Cowser, who went to Baltimore at 5 here. So not a guy who I would have thought would have been a top half of the first round guy coming into the year, but everything is kind of ticked upwards across the board. He was a low 90s guy as an underclassman. He's gotten more physical at his time in Austin. Now he's bumping triple digits with the fastball, or scraping triple digits, sitting in the mid to high 90s. He's cut his walk rate year over year. His slider is plus. It tunnels well with the fastball. Curveball, I think, is just fine right now. It's more of a strike stealer early in the count. Didn't throw his changeup much, but it's been firm in high 80s in the past. But it's thrown with deceptive arm speed. I think it's something that could be usable as a professional. So overall, like the pick, considered going high school position player to break up the mold a little bit. But here, just following kind of the trend that the Nationals have done over the past half decade.
Death, taxes, and Nationals take a college on.
That's right.
That's right. Hey, man, Ty Madden, Cade Cavalli. You got Rutledge. You got Rutledge coming up. You got Cole Henry in there. I mean, there's a lot of different ways the Nationals can go about their rotation moving forward. I do want to ask you, Bert, Ty Madden is another guy that just kind of floated in that 8 to 20 range all year, never really shot forward or fell back. What is going to be your guys' first prerogative in his development? Where do you want to see him take another step?
So I don't have the data in front of me. I'd like to see him miss more bats with a fastball. I think if there's a knock on him, the fastball movement is a little straight. So when I was contemplating picks here at 11 between a guy like him and a guy like Sam Bachman, I like the fastball movement of Bachman a little bit better. But when you're throwing 99 like Ty Madden does, there's a little bit margin for error. So I think that's one thing we're going to work on, maybe trying to get him some sticky stuff to make the fastball move a little more.
Oh no!
I love it.
I wonder if they'll still be frisking pitchers when Madden gets to the majors a couple of years from now. But
ironically, Burke, really quickly, I won't keep you too long, but this is the exact same narrative that was on Cade Cavalli. Athletic, righty, and for some reason, his 94 to 96 just got hit a lot. Mm-hmm. And he fell down boards, and now he looks like one of the best pitchers in minor league baseball.
Exactly.
So, love the pick, man. Really excited to talk to you a little bit later on in the show, and always good to chat.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Great pick, Bert.
All right. Take it easy, boss. All right, so that's going to bring us to pick number 12, and pick number 12 is the Seattle Mariners, and we got John Troopin. We got Mr. Troop Dog coming in here from Lookout Landing. John, what's going on, man?
Howdy, y'all. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I don't think you expected some of the names that are on the board right now to potentially be available to you here.
No, it's a good mix. There are a number of good options. I will say pretty heartbroken about Ty Madden going off the board there. Really, I think a good fit for what the Mariners have been targeting early in the draft the past several years. Going for Logan Gilbert, going for George Kirby, a lot of sort of good physical pitchers with a couple good pitches that they can build off of. But instead, organization has a lot of pitching. Obviously, you never can trust that too much, but they really do need to stock up on some hitting prospects, especially to build behind the sort of two big outfielders. So we're going with Sal Frelick out of Boston College, punchy outfielder who I think combines a lot of traits that the Mariners have prized in players that they haven't necessarily been picking at a spot to get someone who brings all those things together.
The first question I got to ask is, do you see Sal Frelick as an outfielder? He's an accomplished outfielder, of course. Or do you see Seattle, do you see your organization tinkering and maybe trying him out back on the dirt?
I was hoping you would ask that. The Mariners have put I've often joked to you, Joe, that the Mariners really like to build their entire lineup out of second baseman. And I think Frelick fits that bill. I do think, he's more comfortable. I think it makes more sense putting him out there. But if you're an organization playing Ty France consistently at second base, you are more concerned with versatility than you are. And, you're trusting that you're going to fill in your roster with some plus defenders. And I think Frelick can really handle sort of multiple positions while getting on base, putting the bat to the ball a lot. And I do believe that his power will develop to be solid enough to handle the big league, a big league sort of competition.
I like this pick.
Love the pick, man.
Yeah, I like this pick too. Frelick has one of the better college hit tools in the draft. I think that's fair to say. And I'm kind of surprised a little bit. I'm the one that's typing the picks in on the Prospects Live Twitter feed. Before you announced your pick, I had UCLA shortstop Matt Mclean typed out.
Yeah.
I was wondering because the Mariners, obviously we've touched on this. You don't draft for need, but you did touch on the lack of infielders. Was Matt Mclean the consideration here?
Heavily, right behind Frelick there. I think for me, and the way I'm thinking about it, and the way I think the Mariners have to be looking at this is there are a lot of prep infielders, especially that hopefully are going to be available a little bit later in the draft. And if they can get a comfortable player, they think, higher likelihood big leaguer at minimum in Frelick, which I think very much fits the Mariners bill. Everyone they've taken since Jerry DiPoto has come over. looks like a likely big leaguer, whether that's an impact big leaguer, Logan Gilbert, Evan White, Kyle Lewis, and then Kirby and Hancock. It varies, but you're likely getting something out of that. I think they go sort of safe with Frelick, and then look for something bigger in the second round and beyond.
Interesting.
I think
Love
he does
the pick,
provide
man.
some safety, and that's a good pick.
Yeah, it's definitely a model pick. Much better strikeout rates, better walk rates than McLean. Probably a similar power tool, but if you can make the case that you can play him on the dirt, the toss-up between he and McLean is very marginal. So, John, love the pick, man. The Seattle Mariners. We're gonna see where you go with pick 48 here in about an hour and a half, and looking forward to having you back on.
Definitely.
Yes, indeed. Can't wait.
All right, man. We'll see you. All right, well, let's bring in our Philadelphia expert tonight. We've got Baseball Prospect Journal's own Dan Zielinski. If you're not following Dan Zielinski at the BP Prospect Journal, you are making a mistake, because this guy is hungrier than hell, and he pushes out so much good content with interviews for MLB draft guys.
I just want statements, right? I'm going to make a bold statement real quick. He is the most underfollowed mocker in this draft, and that's a crime.
100%. 100%. This guy needs way more followers because he's very, very good. Well, Dan, now that we've got you fully blushed, where are you going? Where are you going at 13 with the Phillies, my man?
With the 13th overall pick in the Prospect Live mock draft, the Phillies select Matt Mclean, shortstop from UCLA.
I didn't think he was going to fall too much further than this. Did you expect Matt Mclean to be on the board here?
Not at all. I had Sal Frelick all ready to go and thought Matt Mclean was going to go to the Mariners a pick before, and then got sniped there by the Mariners. But happy with Mclean. Well-balanced tool set, guy who's going to be a top-of-the-order bat. I think he can stick at shortstop long-term, and overall a quality college performer. So even though it's not Sal Frelick, happy with Matt Mclean.
I can't argue with that.
A scary comp on McLean. What do you got? Scott Kingery a little bit.
Okay.
And
say what you will about Kingery. Say what you will about Kingery. The tools are there. It's just it hasn't clicked totally yet. And hopefully it does. Obviously he's been off the roster. He got a contract, so it can't be all bad, right? But Philly fans don't want to hear that name, but I think McLean does provide something you guys lack in infield prospects, and he's one of those guys. We mentioned Kumar Rocker kind of maybe making a start or two in high A or even starting in double A. I think McLean is a fast riser potentially too. He did miss some time with an injury, but everyone missed 2020 as well. So there's that whole, this draft's more affected by COVID than I even think last year's draft was, right? Because all the prep work you do for, not all, but most of the prep work you're doing for this draft was really wiped out. And I think there were guys. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. But I think McLean put in a lot of work before COVID, obviously, and then now he's come back from injury and performed pretty well at UCLA. A good defender, really good plus, probably double plus runner, if I had to say. But it's a floor pick, and that's what the Phillies need for their system, which might be one of the worst in the majors, honestly. So.
Well, with that, Dan, good work on your farm system.
Thanks.
Sorry, Dan.
I agree.
All right, man.
That's why I didn't go Benny Montgomery here, just because I thought
local boy.
Oh, it's someone who's going to move through a system quickly, and I think McLean has a safer and higher floor than a guy like Benny Montgomery.
Oh, that's a good pick. I like it. Fits to a team.
The Phillies definitely have a window right now that I think it's important to capitalize on and stretch out as long as you can. Well, Dan, we'll see you here in about an hour and a half.
Sounds good. Talk soon.
All right. Well, let's get Jeff back in here. Jeff, so Matt Thompson had a comp, Scott Kingery. Yeah. I see a little bit of Garrett Hampson in our guy, Matt McLean. What do you think about those two comps? Matt McLean's a pretty good pick here at 13. That's a big leaguer. Mute dog.
Oh, it's the refrain of 2020 still.
I figured it'd be me that did that, but you did it first. So
yeah, man, you know how it is. But I actually saw Kingery a couple weeks ago, as funny as that says. But yeah, I don't think it's all that far off. in some regards, I think the hit tool is better than both of those guys. Not that they weren't billed as having at least average hit tools. I think it's better than that. And I also think that Mclean has an innate ability to sort of maximize torque from a smaller frame that allows him to hit for a little bit more power than you might, anticipate. We saw that before the injury in 2021. Unfortunately, that wiped out a big chunk of the season. Came back at the end, did perform somewhat. So, I think you guys are maybe selling Mclean a little bit short. That's what the floor is, fine. But I do think, there's an everyday regular ceiling, maybe even above average regular everyday ceiling here. If the power clicks and, he continues to produce at, contact the level that he has throughout his amateur career. He's not a shortstop, definitely. I think, maybe sticks at second base or third base. So in that sense, he's not all that different from Hampson or from Kingery, and the fact that he can fill a variety of defensive roles. But I think the offensive profile is a little bit safer and there might be a little bit more upside just from the power standpoint than either of those guys.
Yeah, I think you're selling Garrett Hampson short personally, but
I've seen Hampson. I mean, I think Hampson's bat to ball skills are fine. But Hampson's also a little bit.
I'm giving you a hard time.
Hampson's what? Hampson came up from the major league.
28,
24, 25.
Right.
Wasn't as highly touted. Where I think that Mclean can matriculate to the major leagues much faster.
Agreed. Well, let's get our man Brian in here. Brian Recca.
Hey,
what's up, man?
What's up, guys?
Good to have
Thanks
you
for
in
having
San Francisco Draft Talk, one of the staples of the draft community for some time now. Good to have you on.
Thank you very much, guys. It's
All right.
a pleasure to be here.
Where are we going? Where are we going with 14, Brian?
So the Giants, with our first selection in the 2021 draft, we're going to take Gunnar Hoagland. This is maybe a pick that some other teams would have been afraid to make, but Giants, we've had a very close look at Walker Buehler of the Dodgers, dominating the league. This is our turn to get some revenge on them and get a TJ arm in there that performs. Also, our baseball, the head of our baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi. Guess what? He was with the Dodgers when they made that pick, so we think it falls in line with what they might do in real life as well.
Well, I tell you what, Brian, I think there's a very legitimate chance that Gunnar Hoagland goes in the first 6, 7, 8 picks had he not injured himself or gotten injured there at the end of the year. Jeff, I want to throw it over to you since we haven't heard from you too much recently. Gunnar Hoagland here, 14. Does this replace I don't even remember who the biggest steal of the draft was, but is this the biggest draft steal now?
I think when we look back in a couple of years, absolutely. Because this was a guy that I think was really trending toward that sort of penultimate spot amongst college pitchers. If you still consider Lyder to be one, he certainly went that way in this draft. But I think that there was a conversation there that, he was better than Kumar and the performances were strong. I think there's some other areas too with Hoagland you have to like, just from an optimization standpoint, that I think with his lower half, there's some things that you can sort of optimize, get a little bit more out of his lower half. Potentially there's a little bit more velocity in the tank. He's got really good shape in his breaking ball. He's got a good changeup. I thought he had relatively good shape on his fastball. And if it's just a matter of adding velocity, we've seen so many guys do that almost initially in the pro game, especially this year coming out of last year's draft. You look at guys like, Reed Detmers, for example, who's added a few ticks onto the fastball and others. So not a huge shock. And I think it's a great pick and one that could potentially pay off dividends for that organization.
Getting him into that pitching development machine they're building over there is going to be fantastic.
Absolutely. You see what they did with Kyle Harrison. I mean, San Francisco knows what they're doing with arms, and you asked us 6 weeks ago, and I think it's a slam dunk that Gunnar Hoagland is one of the top 2, maybe 3 college arms in this class. So, Brian, thanks for having you, man.
Hey, we'll talk later. We got another pick coming.
That's right. Well, we're going to jump into number 15. We're going to go over to Mr. RotoWire himself, James Anderson. Hop on in here, James. Let's talk a little Brewers. How you been? Oh, I think we got you muted. There we go.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
What's going on, man? Good to talk to you.
What's up, James?
What's up?
great draft so far tonight. We're excited over here, though.
I'm waiting to hear this pick. He built it up on his podcast so that he had a name, and he wouldn't divulge the name. And now I'm waiting.
Look. This is serious stuff, and we gotta keep it close to the vest. But with the number 15 pick, the Milwaukee Brewers are going to select Gavin Williams, righty, out of East Carolina, and I just think that the guys with this type of stuff, they're pretty much all gone at this point, except for Gavin. And we have a lot of faith in our ability to develop pitching, especially college pitching. And, if the gains he showed this year with his strike throwing ability are at all real, I mean, the stuff is just lights out. So we're really excited to get him into the system.
If Gavin Williams has this season as a 21-year-old, I don't think there's any possible way he makes it out of the top 7 or 8 picks. Age is going to hold him back a little bit, and obviously his track record of throwing strikes is going to have some people, and durability is going to have some people a little skittish. But boy, for my money, and you guys can obviously jump in, Gavin Williams was one of the most impressive pitchers in college baseball this year. Yeah. And he can absolutely stand up to either one of the Vandy boys, and he did in the College World Series.
Yeah, I thought this guy could potentially go as high as like 9 or 10. Maybe even would have been in the conversation potentially for the Rockies, though I do like the fit, like I said, there with Bachman. And this is the kind of arm that kind of fits Milwaukee perfectly. It's the type of player that they've done a good job of really developing. I think there were some relief concerns with Woodruff, especially initially when he came up. There certainly were with Corbin Burns, and they've done a great job of maximizing some of these college starters. And I'm really interested to see what happens here in our hypothetical world with Gavin Williams going to Milwaukee, because I do think in a couple of years this could be a rotation piece for them, and they've done great with guys that have big stuff like this. So I think Williams is one of the top 3 college arms in the draft right now, and he really solidified that for me toward the end of the season.
Absolutely. Killer fit. He's going to work really well in that Milwaukee system. You mentioned Burns, you mentioned Woodruff. They do a really good job with arms like this. Maybe my second favorite pick in the draft so far. And you might even be able to get a haircut with his age and reach at the second pick.
Man,
Love it, man.
We're killing it over here.
Love it, man. Love it.
Hey,
well, thanks for popping on.
He drafted Kevin Parada last year, so I mean that's a hell of a pick too.
He might be the number 1 pick in the draft a couple of years from now.
Look out!
James is gonna have a job.
We would have signed him. We would have signed him.
He didn't get fired. He kept his job for losing his first round pick, but he rebounded.
Hey man, we'll talk to you soon. Okay.
All right. See ya.
Thanks a lot, James.
All right, on to pick number 16, and our very own Smitty. Get on in here, Smitty. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing well, Joe. How are you guys?
Oh, dude, hanging in there, man. Miami
not
Marlins.
as chill as you tonight, man. That was
like Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah. All right.
Matthew McLean. Smitty just got out of a Buick onto this show. Smitty, what's going on, man? We're the Miami.
I'm feeling great here at 16. Joe, I think you know where I'm going with this pick. I'm surprised to see him on the board here at 16. He doesn't really fit the timeline we talked about tonight so much as with Miami. There's a lot of guys who are already in AA. But with 16th overall, the Miami Marlins will be taking North Cobb catcher Harry Ford here. I think he just fits really every box that you're looking for in a pick, especially right here at pick 16. He's a prep catcher, so that kind of scares you in the first round. But I think this guy's athletic enough to play second base, third base, maybe even center field. He's showing a ton of power in game. He's just a guy I just really fell in love with over the year. I really was on him as a first round pick maybe last June. It's a guy just showed a bunch of tools for me that a lot of guys did, and he's probably the most overly athletic player in the class. I'm not talking about whether it's separation at the plate or anything like that, but just an absolute athlete. I think Harry Ford is really top of the class.
Yeah, Harry Ford, I think in 6 or 7 years, we will be saying Harry Ford had no business being on the board at 16. And I mean, credit to Smitty. He's been on, and we've talked about it, he's been on Harry Ford since we first really saw him in this cycle last June. So Awesome pick, Smitty. I know this definitely fits your philosophy and your model. So kudos to you, my man. I got to ask, this is going to go to Thompson because Harry Ford is a tough one. Who's your player comp for Harry Ford?
Oh, man. You're killing me with this. I tell you what, the setup reminds me a lot of Encarnacion. With the hands being low, how he bobs up the shoulder, open stance. Obviously, I'm not going to project him to have that type of power because he's a catcher. First of all, he's not going to hit 40 home runs, but it's a tough comp to put on somebody. I don't know. I don't have a good. Nothing pops out at me. Maybe like a James McCann type player. I don't know.
He's so unique. I mean, I
Yeah.
think that's
He is. He's a unicorn.
He's such a great athlete that I think there's shades of like
JT Realmuto.
Well, like a Dalton Varsho there, where it's a good all-around talented player where you're almost like, this guy could be an everyday outfielder and doesn't necessarily have to stick behind the plate. But he does have those skills, and he can run, which is similar to Varsho when he initially was drafted. I think there's projectable power within the frame, and Smitty can attest to how big of this guy's athleticism is, and just his strength. Some of the workout numbers, some of the things that you hear just even outside of the baseball stuff
Brandon Angelo
are tremendous.
Is there better than Brandon Angelo? Is there better than Brandon Angelo? How can you be better?
I think that's kind of like when there's a triangle, isn't it just hinge up here?
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
I had one evaluator tell me you kind of take the catcher part entirely out of it. And I know the person isn't a great comparison right now, but the bat reminded him of Marcelo Ozuna. So, maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see a big bat. Yeah, high praise for sure. But
I'll tell you what,
love to pick Smitty.
I know you don't draft for need, Smitty, but I mean the Marlins do lack catching.
It's probably the weakest pot in their entire minor league system. Absolutely, but he might be the reverse JT Realmuto. Realmuto was drafted as a shortstop, the catcher. I think he's going to be maybe a middle infielder or maybe move to the outfield, but. The sky's the limit for Harry Ford. I think it's gonna be a really fun pick in that Marlins system with a ton of guys coming up next couple of years.
Totally your call. If it's me, I probably move him out from behind the plate just so the bat moves fast because it's a big bat.
I think I'd agree. I think he's athletic enough to stick behind the plate if that's the route you want to go.
Sure.
But I think with the 6'5" speed, you can probably play him in center field right now with his arm and just overall tools.
Absolutely, I love it. All right. Well, Smitty, we're going to see you again soon. I think you get 3 picks tonight.
3 fun ones. Let's go.
All right, man. All right. Well, let's jump into pick number 17. We got the Cincinnati Reds in prospect lives and 6-man rotations. Reese White. Reese, what's up, man? Good to talk to you, brother.
How's it going, fellas?
Good to have you. With the button down.
Yes, sir.
The Sheep Boys reunited in one show.
Them Sheep Boys is it's up and at it, and then we got Joe joining us as well, so it can't be a bad time at all.
And Joe. What's up? Where are we going? Where are we going with Cincy, my man?
All right, so we're going to go with Benny Montgomery, outfielder out of Redland High School in Pennsylvania. I love the tools. I'm kind of worried about the hit tool a little bit, but I think, he's going to play. If he ends up in Cincinnati, he's going to hit a whole bunch of home runs, going to steal a whole bunch of bases. It's not the greatest person to compare it to, but kind of like when Josh Hamilton was good. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. That's what I want out of Benny Montgomery, minus the off the field issues. So yeah, Benny Montgomery is who we're going with.
I have not heard the Josh Hamilton athlete player comp before, and I don't hate it. I mean, Hamilton brought everything to the field, and if Benny fills out a little bit, you might be able to see that sort of performance production. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
I got a decent comp.
Also,
for you.
the
If
idea
if the power fits, it's like a Jason Worth kind of skill set.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The idea of Austin Hendrick and Benny Montgomery in the same outfield in 2025 is pretty sweet.
A team at some point, at some level, before they all get to the majors, hopefully. But him, Callahan, Austin Hendrick, and then Reese Hines, all in the same lineup would just be tremendous to watch.
Yeah,
a lot of insurance policies would be getting glass deductibles off of that team. That's all
they do have that big truck in right center field, so hopefully they get rid of that truck because it might get broken.
Maybe Benny will get rid of it. Reese, I got to ask, was Benny number 1 on the board? It sure seems like you picked him with some conviction.
Yeah, I was trying to play around with some people that are drafting around me. Floated around Gunnar Hoagland. He got picked. I wasn't going to pick him. I was hoping that it was between him and Harry Ford, and Smitty made it easy for me.
All right, man. Well, I love the pick. I think looking back, 7 or 8 years from now, another guy, Benny Montgomery, we're going to be wondering, why did nobody bet earlier on the tools? Because he's going to be a superstar. Love it, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Later, guys. See you guys.
All right. All right.
Good
All
pick,
right.
man.
This is a big one for you, Matt, and you already put the gauntlet down on Joe Drake.
He's got big shoes to fill. Rumor has it.
That's right. He's got this. This is one that could ignite the internet. So let's bring Drake in here. Joe, good to have you on the show, man. I hope you're not worried about your job, but you should be.
I definitely am now. I have small feet, so I can't really fill those shoes.
Oh man!
So that's. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys right up front, but
we're going to be honest. Say about small feet. You got small socks too, right?
That's so true. I can definitely attest to that.
All right, boys, let's keep it on the rails. Where are we going with the Cardinals?
It's Kyle Reese the spot. He's got to be wild, you know.
It is Kyle Reese
spot. Got to bring it, man.
We don't need a chest hair check.
No, definitely not. Not here. All right,
Drake. Where are we going, man?
With the Cardinals' first pick in 2021, we are going to select left-handed pitcher Jordan Wicks out of Kansas State.
Love it. What's I know you've been a big fan of Wicks for quite some time, so him falling into your lap here.
Hey, left-handed pitcher with what might be the best changeup in the draft. It's really hard to pass on that. Cardinals have a pretty solid record of drafting college arms when they do go with arms. They need. I mean, you don't want to draft for need, but Cardinals could use some pitching.
Some upper level pitching is really
good. I mean, of course, their 2 upper level pitchers, Liberatore and Thompson, are both lefties, but I mean, I wanted to go with the best arm available here, and Wicks definitely fit that bill.
Yeah, Wicks is fantastic.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I think he fits the need perfectly. He's a guy that potentially, I don't want to put too much pressure on him, but he could start in AA. Thompson started in AAA for them this year. He pitched a little bit in 2019 in high A. He's in AAA already. And Liberatore's in AAA already. They've proven that they're aggressive with these arms, and Wicks probably won't pitch, after this year, after the layoff and the draft, but 2022 comes around, he could. I wouldn't be surprised to see him start in Springfield, which is AA, honestly. And the 3 lefty thing doesn't concern me because his best pitch is a changeup, and it kind of neutralizes the righties a little bit. But I mean, Wicks, he's a Cardinals pick, and then Joe is. It's and it's a good contrast because I mean, last year they shot for the moon, right, with Walker and Wynn, which has worked out so far. Nice to kind of reel it in a little bit, get some safety with Wicks, and get some contributor at the big league level, hopefully soon.
Yeah. Pretty. It's not a sexy pick in terms of what the public perception would say, but this is a big leaguer. This is a big leaguer that's going to move quick, and these guys like Bryce Jarvis last year went a lot higher than some people were expecting. Changeup plays, and a changeup plays up into the upper minors quickly, and then you just kind of do a little bit of tinkering, and you got a big leaguer. So he could move pretty quick.
Yeah, and with Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt, we're working into the back end of their careers. Cardinals are going to want some dudes who can contribute sooner rather than later and try to, extend that window a little bit.
I agree. Totally agree, man. Well, awesome pick. I think you knocked it out of the park for the Cardinals. I think this is, checks a ton of boxes for him. So thank you, my man. We'll talk to you again here soon.
Adios, gents.
All right.
Well done.
Well, let's get the model man in here himself. Let's get Mr. Mason McRae onto the stream. Mason, what's going on, my man?
How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on again here.
Absolutely.
So, the Blue Jays
what are we doing with Toronto here?
So the Blue Jays, we don't have a second-round pick, so we're shooting for the moon. We're going to take Gage Jump, as you said, model guy. So we're going to take the guy with 3 potential plus pitches. We talk about Jack Layer and his fastball a lot, and I think if Gage Jump ended up at UCLA, we talk about him a lot as well with the ability to swing and miss with the fastball. And you factor in the top spinning curveball and the changeup that he kills lift on really well with, and so that's going to be our guy.
I had no doubt that the Toronto Blue Jays were going to go the model route, and I don't think you could build a player in a lab, maybe with a little bit lower release, but Gauge Jump checks every single box for the data-driven kind of unicorn-type teams. Jeff, what do you think of Gauge Jump? I know he's been pretty high on your board as well.
Yeah, I think for a lot of the same reasons that Mason mentioned. Just the arm stroke, the fact that he's a lefty. I think the velocity coming from that frame is a lot better than people even realize. The flat vertical approach angle. It's an uncomfortable at bat. I go back to some of his performances this summer. Coming out of the bullpen for Canes and throwing 4, 5, 6 innings, just shutting down really good lineups that he was facing. And from some of the performances over the course of this spring, I think we've seen that it's only ticked up. He's got a bevy of pitches that he can go to, and he could be a guy that when it's all said and done, 3, 4, 5 years from now, might be a guy with 3 above average or better offerings, and that's rare.
Yeah, totally agree. Mason, I wanted to ask: is there a direction that you wanted to go in this draft with Toronto, or was it best player available? Stick to the model. Kind of what's your thought process here tonight?
Yeah, so some guys that were kind of in the consideration, just because obviously it wasn't just Gauge Jump or bust. Actually, Trey Sweeney's higher on my board than Gauge Jump, but maybe we can get Cody Schreier and buy him down in the 3rd round, so that's a possibility. They're from the same high school, but the fact that Gauge is a UCLA commit's kind of tough. But Sweeney 8th on my board, Gauge Jump is 11th, and then 12th on my board was Will Taylor, who's also probably a tough sign like Gauge Jump. So I guess, the option between a bunch of tough signs, then Sweeney, it was a little bit close, and it kind of came down to like a flip of a coin.
Giving away his whole draft board out here, Blue.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, you just lost a lot of leverage. Well, hey, man, we're going to see you here again soon. We're going to see you in the 2nd round. We'll see what Toronto does with some of its future picks. But, I mean, anybody that's into the data like you are, Gauge Jump is a home run.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining us, Mason.
All right, let's go over to the Evil Empire. We're going to go over to the New York Yankees. Vincent, come on in, man. Oh, we don't have video on Vinny, but that's just gonna have to do. That's the Yankee way, am I right?
Apologies, guys. I was talking to Jeff a little bit earlier. We had some tournament mishaps today, so I am without video.
That's totally okay, man.
For the Yankees scouting department,
That's right. Well, man, hey, it's good to talk to you. Hope you're well. I can't wait to see where the Yankees go. They've got some pretty high upside guys still on the board.
Yeah, we had a couple of different guys here we were trying to target at the pick here, but we're going to go ahead and go with Andrew Painter, right-handed pitcher out of Calvary Christian Academy in Florida.
Love the pick. I got to know, you've seen Andrew Painter more than most people. What is it about Andy Painter that fits the pinstripes?
Yeah, so, I was talking about it with a couple of guys that I trust, obviously, over the last week or so, and even his former travel ball coach. Sometimes you can't really overthink things, and Andy Painter's a 6'7" right-handed pitcher with 4 potential plus pitches that he shows at various amount of times. He's a competitor. He's gone out there this spring and last summer and pitched kind of against the best competition. I saw him against IMG Academy earlier this year, and he'll be up to 97, 98 plus curveball, plus slider, plus changeup at times. But it's a really polished repertoire mix, and one that I think the Yankees would think about targeting too, considering you look at some of the past picks that they've made, and they tend to target a high upside prep or a prep with a certain amount of tools, and I think Painter fits that to a T.
Vinny, I got to ask, Painter's one of those guys that had top 10 buzz in August, September, October of last year, and he didn't necessarily do anything to change that, with the exception of his fastball just got hit a little bit more than people were expecting, but it was still 96 to 97. Is this kind of just like you said, a situation where people are overthinking a couple of bad games?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it earlier when we talked about Jack Lyder a little bit. Andrew Painter's kind of been the guy in this class as far as prep pitchers go since PG National last year. Obviously, I think Jackson Jobe has near universally lapped him in that regard, but Painter's still a guy I think that has tremendous upside. I think he's a for sure starting pitcher And one of those guys that, the Yankees haven't really done a terrific job at developing upside prep starting pitchers. I think they've done a really terrific job in terms of taking college arms or making dynamite bullpen relievers. But this is a guy that I think will be a frontline guy, could be a number 2 in a rotation one day.
I think it's kind of strange to say, but there's some real prospect fatigue with a prep arm like this. It's kind of wild, isn't it? Totally. I think I saw Painter at the Under Armour event pre-COVID in 2019. He was the youngest arm. Him and Christian Little from Vanderbilt now were the 2 young arms there. And I mean, he didn't look as polished as the other arms, but I mean, he was 1 or 2 years younger. He kind of had trouble throwing strikes, but it's really easy velocity, and the curveball is a hellacious downer, 12-6 vertical drop. I think he's just like, not to criticize the pick or anything, Vinny, because I love it, but he's kind of like the boring prep arm, if there is one, right?
Yeah, he's kind of done a good job at lulling the industry to sleep, it seems.
Yeah,
he's been around forever. Like you said, he was in the Under Armour game as an underclassman, and he's always been the big 6'7" guy who's committed to Florida. Yeah, he's really, really good. And it's just been that for 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, another case, just like Brady House we were talking about. It's easy to nitpick these guys when they've been at the top of the mountain for as long as they have. So, Vinny, looking forward to hearing from you in the second round. Maybe we'll see your shining face. Maybe we won't. That's okay.
That's what I'm hoping for. Thanks, guys.
We'll see what happens, my man. All right, the New York Yankees with the 20th pick. We'll do a quick roundup here before we jump into pick number 21 and the Chicago Cubs. Number 11, Ty Madden to the Washington Nationals. Number 12, Seattle kind of surprises with Sal Frelick. Number 13, Matt McLean falls into the Phillies' lap. 14, San Francisco lands Gunnar Hoagland. 15, Gavin Williams. 16, the steal of the draft, Harry Ford falling all the way to the 16th pick. Benny Montgomery and all his tools end up in Cincinnati, Ohio. St. Louis lands Jordan Wicks. The data darling of the draft, Gage Jump, ends up in Toronto. And then the New York Yankees landing Andrew Painter. All right, guys, so we are 20 picks into this draft. Before we jump into the 21st pick, I just want to hit Jeff with a quick question. Colton Cowser, Gage Jump, who for you has been the guy that you were most surprised that got popped off the board where he did?
Yeah, it's definitely Cowser. Jump, I think we probably, if you gave me like 3 picks that I could predict in this draft, that probably would have been the first one that I predicted, because the combination of maybe other people not valuing Jump as highly as Mason does. And plus his approach, I just kind of figured that was going to be the case. And I think I personally rate Gage Jump incredibly highly. So I just like the pick on its face. I think it's a great pick potentially. For what they can develop. It's kind of the opposite style of what the Blue Jays typically go after. They like their big right-handers, so they got a short lefty, but. Yeah, I mean, I think, it's well documented if you've heard any of our podcasts that, what my affinity for Jump as well. So I like that pick a lot. Cowser, I did not expect to go there. I thought maybe 10 was his ceiling, and to see him there at 5 was a bit of a surprise. But, I like that, right? That's what makes this interesting. And I don't think it's all that off brand from what Elias has done previously.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's the big thing is you probably expect Elias to get a haircut in the first round. And Colton Cowser certainly accomplishes that. So, all right, well, let's move over to pick number 21, the back third of this draft. We've got Brian Smith out here from Bleacher Nation. Brian, welcome to the show, man.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me, and thanks to Matt for not booing the Cubs general manager as I come in here.
If I booed from 4th place, you wouldn't be able to hear me anyways.
All his hate is reserved for the range. Is reserved for the Rangers tonight, bro.
Yeah, I guess.
Seriously. He's Matt talking the Rangers. Matt's trying to talk himself out of the Rangers.
He doesn't want to punch up to 1st place.
Yeah, no.
I can't reach that high.
All right, Brian. Where are we going with Chicago Cubs? Because they're in a bit of a kind of a weird waiting transition period of sorts. What do you think?
Yeah, with the 21st pick in the draft, we are going with Will Bednar, the right-handed pitcher from Mississippi State. We sent our director of pitching, Craig Breslow, to the College World Series to watch Will, and he came away and, he put in a report that it's a must-draft pick. Will's got a fastball that I think plays up better than the velocity. I mean, you'll see 92 to 95 a lot of the time, but it's going to play up a little better because of that extension. And we really like the secondaries. I think it's a plus to better slider and a changeup that probably is a better pitch than it gets written about in most scouting reports. We're really high on him, and we had him, I think, 11th or 13th or so on our board. So we're happy to have him here at 21.
Definitely a steal for your Cubs. Matt, I want to throw this to you. Any comps come to mind when you see Will Bednar pitch here? Fastball slider guy.
I mean, the frame he's a big boy. He looks healthy. Looks like he needs some innings. I mean, he kind of looks like Lance Lynn coming out of Mississippi State, I believe. So, I mean, yeah, let's get it done with fastball heavy approach. I mean, the floor for Bednar is what sticks out because, if anything, he's a dominant reliever, which you don't draft for that in the first round. But, I mean, Bednar's come on strong. I mean, his brother's a pretty good reliever with the Pirates, actually, too. So, should be used. Cubs fans have seen his brother pitch, I'm sure. But I love the breaking ball, the way it plays off the fastball. At the very minimum, you got a back end reliever with those big 2 pitches. So, yeah, I like Bednar a lot. He's a big country boy, and I'll fill up my staff with all those guys, man. Eat up innings, and that's so valuable now. I mean, you're looking at all these teams, and some other teams in the majors are having a hard time cobbling together 9 innings in a ball game, and those innings eaters are extremely valuable.
I don't hate the Lance Lynn thing there. I don't hate that.
No, fastball heavy. I was watching him the other day. This is College World Series start. He was real fastball heavy and fastball cutter slider. He's got a breaking ball when he, curveball. I think he mixes in occasionally, but the slider is the primary, breaking pitch. But it plays well off the fastball, working it, sets the fastball up on the outside corner, gets the slider off the plate, chasing. I mean, that's the game plan. It's simple. It's repeatable. What is it? What's the new trendy word? Buttery? Is it buttery?
It's buttery.
In 2019, the Cubs picked Ryan Jensen in the first round, who was way down a lot of people's boards, in large part because he came on late in the year. And I think that's a big thing here with Bednar, is that I think if you evaluate him here in June versus 6 months ago, I think he's now looking like one of the better pitchers available.
Yeah,
came on at the right time.
He is absolutely polishing up, and you performed well in the College World Series. It's never going to hurt your stock. Thanks, Brian.
Yep.
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
We'll have you back soon, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, man. Well, let's get Sox Nation in here. Or Sox Machine, I should say. Sox Machine.
I wanted to hate on the
let's get
Cubs
Josh
pick,
in
but
here.
I couldn't because it was a good pick. Damn.
It was a good pick. Josh, what's up?
It's going well, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. And I agree, the Will Bednar pick is a good choice for the Chicago Cubs, as they could use higher level starting pitching within their farm system, especially as you guys mentioned. That's the talk in Chicago right now, is what are the Cubs going to do in the next month here? Because if they're going to still contend, they obviously can't sell. So I think that's a good direction for the Cubs to add more college starting pitching, just as a good insurance policy.
That is, those are wise words from a man on the top of the AL. I won't worry myself about the Cubs. What are you guys going to do?
All right. With the 22nd pick of the Prospects Live Major League Baseball mock draft, the Chicago White Sox select Colson Montgomery from Southridge, Indiana, shortstop. And this pick is a change in direction for the Chicago White Sox with their recent draft picks. Since the rebuild, we can go all the way back to Carlos Rodon taken in 2013. The White Sox have been extremely college heavy in the first round. I am making this pick with an eye at 2024 and beyond, because the White Sox are going to have one of the worst farm systems in Major League Baseball now, because all their top prospects are in Chicago. It is what they aimed to do to build this contention window. And because of that, they now need to build the next wave of prospects. And what Rick Hahn presently is facing an issue with is not having another top tier level of prospects in the farm system that he can trade for impact players. The prospect depth for the White Sox is quite shallow. So in this first round pick, I'm adding Colson Montgomery. I like his defense. I watched him in the state final, in which Southridge won their first state championship for Indiana in the 3A division. I see some Corey Seager in Colson Montgomery's game. That is the dream, that he could develop into a Seager-like type of shortstop. I think Montgomery can stick at short, and we are excited to add someone like Colson Montgomery to the White Sox farm system.
I'm with you on the comp for the bigger shortstop, and I think they always get Corey Seager just because they're taller guys. And I hate the notion that just because they're taller means they're not going to stick at shortstop. When I think Montgomery can,
Right.
and I like that pick a lot. And he was, I know it's a very controlled environment, but he was on the major MLB draft combine today, putting on a decent BP show. Close to Montgomery, if you didn't see it. So seems like a pick that's been linked to the White Sox now for a long time, and it seems to be a pretty solid link. So I'm glad to see you follow through on it.
Yeah, there's a lot of fire that's generating a lot of smoke right now for the Chicago White Sox and Colson Montgomery, and getting a chance to watch him during the postseason and getting a chance to watch him in the state championship game. I feel pretty comfortable in the White Sox taking Montgomery at 22. I think it will shock a lot of people right now that may think that, well, I thought Colson Montgomery is more of a second round pick. I don't think Montgomery gets back to me at pick 57. I am confident that you can sign him for $3 million, which is the White Sox bonus slot value at pick 22. So that's why I'm making the move now to get Montgomery in the first round.
Love it, man. There are different types of tall shortstops that have different frames. Pretty easy to dream on a wide-shouldered, long-legged guy like Colson Montgomery. I think there's going to be a lot more muscle that is added to that frame, and there's obviously already present bat speed. So, Josh, that's a money pick, man. I think you guys are really going to turn out well with that one.
Well, thank you. I'll see you guys at pick 57.
Sounds good, my man. We will see you at pick 57. But right now, we are bringing in the Indians Baseball Insider. Willie's been around for a while. Willie Hood, welcome back to the show. How you doing, my man?
Hey, it's good to actually be on with you this time.
I was going to say, last year we had you on, but you had some technical difficulties.
Yeah, that's right. But he's been a staple. Everyone knows Willie.
Oh, yeah.
Willie, what are we doing? I think Cleveland's kind of a fun one. They
little
definitely
data
got
heavy
a model.
Definitely got a model. Definitely like the younger draft guys have a data system. I'm curious to see where he's going here.
Yeah, with the 23rd pick, the Cleveland Indians select Chase Petty, right-hand starting pitcher from New Jersey.
I love that pick, man. I got to ask you, why Chase Petty to the Cleveland Indians? What was it about Chase Petty that sold you?
You know, I was really impressed. I'll say we were really impressed with his work ethic in the offseason, training with Jack Lyder. That really stood out to us. And then the improvements with the slider and the changeup this spring. There's work to be done there still, but with the athleticism and the explosiveness that he has on the mound, we think there's potential for front of the rotation type of starter eventually. And we all know that he has a really good floor with that fastball if things don't work out with that. But we believe that he will develop as a potential front of the rotation type of arm for us. We definitely trust our pitching development. Someone that we kind of saw similar to Daniel Espino a few years ago, high velocity, smaller right-hander that maybe some other teams didn't value the same way that we did, but we think with the athleticism, the explosiveness that he has, that he will be able to remain a starter throughout his career.
Yeah, I think some similarities to a guy like Dustin May. Smaller stature, but similar pitch characteristics. Jeff, what do you think about Chase Petty here for Cleveland? I mean, in my mind, I'm picturing Emmanuel Clase, James Karinchak, and Chase Petty in possibly the most terrifying bullpen that has ever come to fruition.
Yeah, I think that's certainly a distinct possibility. But, you know, you take a step back and you sort of look at, what Willie alluded to. And, that was a pick a couple of years ago in Espino where, the stuff was there. It was super loud, but there's always sort of this question around, high school right-handers that throw this hard. And, is it sustainable long-term? And frankly, I think that Petty has, shown tremendous athleticism. He's got a really unique sort of orientation and slot, and just in terms of how the ball comes out of his hand. The slider continues to improve, change up there as well. And he's a great athlete. And, I think he's another one of these Northeast prep kids where they don't grow up like a lot of these guys do in the South and other areas where they're playing one sport, they're playing baseball, they're pitching a ton year round. They're playing multiple sports. Petty was a multiple sport athlete. So I think he sort of fits that range as well. And then pile on top Cleveland's pitching development. They've done a great job of getting the most out of, a ton of arms within their system. It's not just Espino. You can go back and even look at someone like Eli Morgan and how much that guy has developed based on what his profile was. And I'm sure how that guy would be viewed if he was in, half the other systems in the league. This is an organization that's done a really good job of taking the talent, identifying it, and then, knowing the type of players that they can optimize. And they've done it time and time again over the last few years. And they've, reaped the rewards at the major league level.
I mean, I can't agree more. Like you said, the demographic of a hard-throwing right-handed prep always gets thrown around as a cliche, but not enough people talk about Chase Petty's athleticism, his mechanics. He is pretty clean for a guy with that sort of arm speed and that sort of, explosiveness on the mound. So great pick, Willie. I think this is going to be a dynamite arm. Whether it's as a starting pitcher or as a 2-inning reliever, it doesn't really matter. Chase Petty is going to get outs, and he's going to break a lot of bats.
Absolutely.
All right, man. Well, appreciate having you on the show. We're going to jump over to the 24th pick, and Mr. Keenan Lamb. Welcome to the show, man.
Hi, guys.
Keenan, I know you're familiar with the Northwest, and I got to tell you, I'm wearing this blazer tonight, and it is going to be 112 degrees in Seattle. Yeah, well, now you're in Florida and you're not melting like I am.
You need a tuxedo T-shirt, Joe. Come on.
You guys, I came on.
I should have zagged.
Right at the beginning of the show, I saw you guys all dressed up in your sport coats, and I figured, man, I wish I had mine. It's at the dry cleaners right now. Let me just throw on this bad boy to make sure that I kind of fit the the style.
Who needs Kyle Reese? We got Keenan Lamb.
Exactly. So I just wanted
I expect a glass, like a flute of champagne at your second draft or your second pick.
I will make that happen. I will find a way.
Got the cheese in the background to go with the wine.
He's got the wine.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Well,
where are we going with Atlanta, man?
So yeah,
baseball prospectus
on
topic
doing here. Thanks, guys. I have had the pleasure of seeing a lot of these guys taken ahead of the Braves pick here at number 24. And I have to say, the way things have shaped up so far, I was a little surprised at how many pitchers went ahead of this pick. And I felt like the Braves, they're going to go college pitcher. They might go with a high school pitcher, but they tend to go with a pitcher because you can never have too much pitching. And it's just kind of been their MO the last couple of years. So I'm taking the best player available, but I'm also taking the local kid from North Oconee High School outside of Atlanta, Bubba Chandler, two-way player. He's got some big tools. He's a little raw on the pitching side, but man, some of the stuff that he's been able to show this spring with a big fastball, spinnable breaking ball, a feel for a change, a great body for a starter's workload. And he's also a very good athlete. He can play shortstop. There's some question whether he's a better position player or a pitcher. And he's also, by the way, committed to go to Clemson as a quarterback, which that's not like going to like some, small school like Oregon State or Washington State, one of those, small.
Oh, come on,
one of those small like fledgling football schools. So, Clemson's legit, kind of like Oregon. The Oregon Ducks are kind of legit too in the same idea. But Bubba Chandler's going to be a great fit for this organization. I feel like he's a little bit further away than I think they might want to get with some of the college pitchers they were hoping to have on the board at this point. But I think the Braves will be very happy with a project like Chandler with some of the baseline tools that he can present and they can get into. Yeah, I really like this pick for them.
Speaking of the athleticism, how much did you take into account that he plays multiple sports, that he can play shortstop, that he's just a do-it-all type guy?
I mean, that's a big thing when you talk about athletes coming from the high school class. Oftentimes, scouts are kind of starting to get weary of the guy who becomes just like the one-note player. They get into high school and it's all they focus on is baseball, when there's so much more kinetic ability that can be done by playing basketball or running track or getting into football. And seeing some of these players who have some room for growth, in the case like Chandler, who's very good at very, very good at another sport, there's a little bit of a mystery where if he just gives a little bit more time towards the sport of baseball and seeing the present tools that are already there, how much better can he get? It could be a lot better. The potential is sky high for a guy like Chandler.
Always bet on the athlete, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Except you can get you tired though. But
Chandler's another one like Painter that has truly shown 4 pitches: fastball, curveball, slider, and a very legitimate changeup. So, Keenan, I love the pick. I don't love the narrative. I don't love the way that you described it, but I do love the pick.
I'll take that.
Good man. Well,
I loved it.
we're gonna see you in the second round.
Keep throwing
Hey,
zingers.
Hey man. All right, we'll see you in the second round. Good pick. Let's move on to pick number 25. We got another OG here. We got Melissa Lockhart. She's going to be doing the Oakland Athletics. Melissa, you did the Oakland Athletics last year and you kicked ass. I'm excited to see where you're going here with Oakland at 25.
Well, I'm kind of I'm in the car, so I apologize. I'm also on car pickup duty, so GMs have to play a lot of roles. But I'm going with more who I think they'll pick than who I think they need. So I'm going with Wes Kath here, the shortstop, third baseman at Desert Mountain. I think they've been all in on these sort of high school, high ceiling hitters with power potential. That seems to be really the new direction that they're taking at this point in the first round when they've had these types of picks. They're going for high ceiling offensive potential rather than trying to get something that's going to be a little safer. I think they feel like they can, especially pitching, they could probably coach up guys that they take in the second and third round. Don't know necessarily that that's where I would go. I think pitching is a big need that they have right now. And Michael McGreevy over at UC Santa Barbara would be a guy I like a lot there. But I see the way they've been trending for these later half of the first round picks has really been to try to get the highest ceiling that they can from an offensive player there. And I see Kath as a guy that even if he doesn't stick at shortstop, that power is going to play. The athleticism will allow him to move around a little bit, I think, defensively. And I know they've seen a lot of them.
I'm just envisioning the next tier of Oakland Athletics. Instead of Matt Olson and Matt Chapman, it's now Tyler Soderstrom and Wes Kath. I mean, they know how to clean up when it comes to bats, especially at this stage, the prep bats. So I love the pick, Melissa. Is there something that you're looking to accomplish specifically as a GM, or is it just kind of take the best player available, take who you think Oakland is leaning toward? What's your thought process tonight?
Yeah, I think you got to take the best player available. At this point, especially given their ability to make trades, their ability to kind of constantly have a moving roster. There's no real need to sort of build up in a particular area. It's more just getting the most value out of the pick. And, they often don't hold on to their picks. They're big on trading for big league value when they have a window to compete at the major league level. So, that also gives them a big chip to play with if they need to, maybe next year, if they've got that window again to compete.
Love it. I had one more question for you, Melissa, just because I think Oakland is a unique team. All this chatter about potentially being able to trade MLB draft picks in the future. Do you see Oakland as the type of team that would stockpile draft picks, or do you see them as the type that would make shorter windows and trade their draft picks? Because I really could see it going either way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the year. But in any year where they are competitive, they're going to put all their resources towards trying to win at the big league level. And I think that's something that maybe hasn't always been noticed about them, because there is obviously a book about their drafting strategy and everything else. But really, when all the chips are there for them to try to win a World Series, they push them to the center of the table. And so if they're in a window like they are right now, I could see them trading picks if they had a chance to get somebody to help their big league team.
Don't trade Soderstrom. He looks to be the
right. Yeah, he's the one. He's the one guy.
Soderstrom.
Although, every time I say there's an untouchable prospect, they end up dealing him. So I'm not going to say that about him because I don't want to watch. I like watching him too much.
Right.
That's a big league hitter for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Melissa, thank you for joining us. Looking forward to hearing your second pick.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right. I love that pick. I am
fantastic.
enamored with Wes Kath, and I can't not see Matt Carpenter. Every time I watch his highlights, it's Matt Carpenter.
Is it what's the more prototypical pick? I know. I mean, obviously we have Watson at higher, but is that a more prototypical A's pick, or is Watson a more prototypical Angels pick? What's more?
I don't know if the
typecast?
Angels. I don't know if the Angels could have written a better story than taking Khalil Watson, but Wes Kath would be close.
Right. You know what I'm trying to say.
Jeff, where are you
like,
at, man? How you feeling about this pick? You think this is too early for Kath, or do you like it?
No.
Yeah, no, I love it. I don't think it's too early. I think it's a potential pick that could happen within this range. He's been rumored with some teams that even went a few picks higher. That are on him. So I think this is what we talked about. This is that depth portion of the draft where there's 30, 40 players kind of tossed into this bucket. And depending upon what your organization values, what they develop well, and, I guess what you perceive as the ceiling on each guy, which could vary from player to player. Scouting, of course, is subjective. So I think that Kath fits right within this window. And I think it's a good fit for Oakland, and as Melissa had explained as well, you look at Soderstrom, look at some of these other picks they've made recently, kind of fits in that mold.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of wanted to, before we jump into the 26th pick, just because this seems like a good spot to talk about it. Who are some of the guys that we're a little bit surprised are still on the board? Because I look at guys like you had mentioned, Lonnie White. I'm a little surprised Lonnie White is still on the board. Look at a guy like Trey Sweeney. Maybe you look at Will Taylor like we talked about. Any guys sticking out for either one of you that you're surprised, like, why has nobody jumped on this opportunity yet?
Ryan Cusick.
Oh, that's a good name. Yeah, that's a big
surprised he's still out there. We've seen all these other fastballs like his kind of go off the board. He's my top-ranked college arm still left, and those tend to – this is the area for those, right? These are the teams that are closer to being competitive and might go that route. But Cusick has some upside too, so he fits anywhere.
How about you, Jeff?
In terms of who's the biggest hanger at this point, and somebody that I thought might have already gone, and I think it's a couple of guys that I had mentioned before the show, and Lonnie White and Will Taylor. I thought there was a good chance that they were guys that could go within the top 20 or so. So, I think those are the two names right now that are still hanging out there for me, but I don't want to name too many players and influence upcoming picks. So
Trevor Huth with his ECU nugget.
All right, let's jump in. Boy, they already got one. How many Pirates do you need in the first round?
How many do you need? All right, well, let's move over to the Minnesota Twins and Twins Daily's own Seth Stowe. Seth, get in here, man. Let's hear where Minnesota is going, because they seem to have a bit of a model too. It's all about that college bat that bangs.
Yeah, that's certainly been the path they've gone in recent years, especially late in the first round with guys like Rooker, Jeffers, Sabato, others like that. I'm actually going to go a little different direction. I've had two names kind of on my board here for a while, and I'm not going to name the other, as Jeff mentioned, because I don't want – maybe that guy's available in 10 picks.
Might get another shot.
Yeah, that's right. So with the 26th pick, the Twins, in my case, are going to take a right-handed pitcher, Michael McGreevy, from UC Santa Barbara.
Love the pick. McGreevy is a bit of a divisive profile. I think there's a ton of upwards projection. The stuff isn't incredibly loud on a night-to-night basis, but a lot of people think this is a guy that's going to be 95 to 97 with a couple of plus breaking balls. Jeff, what do you think about McGreevy? I know you've got some opinions on McGreevy as well.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of McGreevy. I definitely think there's some areas to optimize. He throws a ton of strikes. He's one of those West Coast guys that does so. He gets outs. I wonder, how much you can optimize him. But he's a performer. He's a guy that goes out there, throws strikes, he competes. That certainly matters. And I would be interested in what the Twins development machine can sort of do with this arm in terms of improving him. They've got a track record of drafting good arms. They've had some guys that have popped recently, like a Josh Widner, who's way up over what he had been previously. And they go after sort of these sturdy builds. So I think it's right on brand for the type of player that the Twins develop really well. I guess just for my own particular rankings, I'm not the biggest McGreevy guy, but I think this is exactly where we anticipate he's going to end up going. And there's been some teams, I said this a pick ago, but there's been some teams that were, already picked that were on this guy. So this is the range he's probably going to go in the real draft as well.
McGreevy reminds me a lot of George Kirby. It was not a guy that, some guys had first round talent, stapled on him. Some said top of the third round, but he absolutely pounded the strike zone. It was a bigger body, kind of a peculiar arm action, but he just throws so many strikes that you just think if we can just optimize this guy's fastball a little bit, we could have a big league starter here. So, Seth, I would be curious to know, was McGreevy kind of always your guy that you had circled, or did you have a path in this draft that you were looking to kind of stay on?
Well, it's a challenge when we're trying to, be realistic to what the team might pick. And they're, like you said, their history of power bats and college bats at this point, but, or higher in the draft, you got guys like Royce Lewis, Keone Kavako, who are the athletic types, but they do draft a lot of college guys. You mentioned, Josh Winder, Bailey Ober just got a chance. Griffin Jacks is pitching tonight. I mean, they definitely go after these types of college pitchers that look like they can be starters, that have 4 pitches, that, as you said, have a build. Again, he's 93, but, touching 96. Maybe the Twins can get a mile or two more. He also throws 2 breaking balls, and I know the Twins are big on making sure a guy can throw a slider or a curveball or both. And, if he can get that 4th pitch, he's a guy that I think has a chance to develop.
Yeah. I think the Minnesota Twins have good clay here. That's for sure. And he wasn't going to fall much further than this. So I like the pick. We'll see what happens with Michael McGreevy moving forward. But Seth, we're going to talk to you soon. Okay, my man?
Sounds great. Thanks again.
All right. Let's jump into pick 27. Getting close to the end of the first round here. Tom, come on in here, man. How you doing? It's good. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, first off, I'd like to apologize for not having a camera. I ordered one, didn't arrive in time, so I'm joining the exclusive list of cameraless GMs.
Not a bad list, though. Not a bad list.
I thought you were. I always thought you looked like Jordan Wogu.
Yeah, you guys can't see it. I'm grinning ear to ear right now just from this pick because I finally got my guy. I was hoping that he would fall. I didn't think he would fall, to be honest. I was expecting him and someone else that is yet to be picked. I'm sure both Joe and Jeff know who that guy is because I reached out to both of you guys about that. But
okay. Yeah. Oh, but by the way, really quick before you expose it, I think I forgot to mention Tom is representing the San Diego Padres. That seems critical.
Yeah.
That does. Yeah. That's important information.
Yeah. I kind of had to step in a little bit for Diego. I'd also like to big shout out to Diego. Some people may know him as Deegs for the help here. But yeah, I'd like to go ahead and go with the pick while we're talking about it. With the 27th pick, the San Diego Padres select Trey Sweeney out of Eastern Illinois. I got my guy. I saw a lot of him last year when he kind of broke out, so to say. I was mostly following Will Klein at that time, early on in last year. And then he went into this year and only elevated what I thought of him. To me, he's the second best college bat out there. Elite bat speed, very solid advanced approach. I love what he does at the plate. He doesn't chase much, walks a ton. It was also really great to see his power actually show up in game this year. He was my guy ahead of time, and I only really fell further in love with him. Some people say his swing maybe needs a little bit more mechanical work, but I don't think it's that much. I don't think much needs to be changed about that. He's a very solid fielder. I doubt he sticks at shortstop. I think he's probably end up going to move over to second base, maybe even third, but I'd probably lean second on that. But yeah, definitely buying the bat here.
Data monster too, man. Everything is.
I was gonna say if Trey Sweeney, if you're into the data, the batted ball data for Trey Sweeney is out of this world. Now you have to weigh it with the smaller conference. You have to kind of weigh it with the mechanics at the plate and how handsy he can get. But if you believe that his batted ball data and his ball and play data is real, it's not hard to make the argument that Trey Sweeney is the second best college bat in the country. Jeff, I know you like Trey Sweeney as well. Matt, he's in your area. Either one of you guys want to step in?
Yeah, no, I could jump in here. I think, incredible athlete, like on top of it. One of these guys that can probably fit at a multitude of positions, even if he doesn't stick at shortstop. So, you have those supporting skills that, when we write about players every day, whether it's in the daily sheet or scouting reports or, work across the internet, we always try to look at those supporting skills around the bat. And, I think the fact that the bat is as good as it is, the data is good, it kind of checks all the boxes for all the sort of different heads that you could have in terms of scouting approach with amateur players. And, I think on one hand, you can say, yeah, he's a big performer. in a smaller conference from a smaller school. You can also say that, and we've seen this play out with, we see some of these mid-majors in the College World Series and the regionals and the super regionals against big schools, and they perform and their best guys stand out. You could also say on the other side, if this is an SEC guy, he's LSU starting shortstop, maybe he's going in the top 10, right?
Without a doubt, yeah.
I think that can kind of play both ways. So I'm glad Tom grabbed him because, and I can attest to way back early in the winter, or really early in our process, we were getting prepared for college ball. Tom was beating the drum on Trey Sweeney before anybody. So I'm glad that Tom was able to land his guy, considering he can't take anybody from the pond.
This is true. Hey man, Tom, that's a killer pick. I think everyone in this room and everyone in the chat is a big Trey Sweeney fan. So
looks like you sniped a lot of guys. We're just reading.
It does. It's looking like you sniped a lot of guys because he wasn't going to make it out of comp round A. I can almost guarantee that. Tom, speaking of that, we're going to have you back here very, very soon, man.
All right, thank you.
Great pick, Tom.
All right, guys. All right, let's move on to pick number 28 and the Tampa Bay Rays. We've got Jake Wiener out of here from Prospects 1500. Jake, what's up, man? Gator Sosa.
Yes, sir. How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
I'm excited to see where Tampa Bay goes because they definitely have a model, and I want to see if you stick with it.
Sure. So I do have some plans following that model a little bit, but I do have to say that there was a bat specifically that's still there. The talent was too much to pass up. So with that being said, with the 28th pick of this draft, the Tampa Bay Rays select Judd Fabian, outfielder from the University of Florida.
Nice. I was wondering if Judd was going to make it out of the first round. I mean, he another guy that had 1-1 talk for a little while. Jeff, you followed Judd Fabian as well as anyone throughout this season. Kind of talk us through the Judd Fabian profile and why he makes sense for Tampa Bay.
And I was actually talking to an area scout down the Cape this week, from an AL team that has already picked. And, he's seen a lot of Fabian over the years. And it's kind of funny because, he's not like an elite center fielder. There's still some things about his approach, particularly where he sort of grabs balls. That's a phrasing.
Interesting.
in terms of his defense, that I think he's a solid outfielder. I don't know if he's ever going to be as elite as we thought he could potentially be when he was an early enrollee and did all the things that he did in the 2019 Cape Cod League with Bourne. But go back to this year. Early on, the guy is striking out tremendously. He's having an issue with high fastballs, and he made some adjustments. Then it seemed like he was having an issue with belt high fastballs. And then it was low balls that he started to have an issue with later in the season. Once again, phrasing. So, with Fabian, I think that there's some concern that, can he find this happy medium where he can get more plate coverage and he can really tap into that big raw power and that elite bat speed and quickness in those hands that he has. So the tools are all there. There's some stuff about the profile that's a little goofy, just from the fact that he's left-handed throwing, right-handed hitting, and most teams would want to see that reversed. But I think he's got the ability to play all three outfield spots, even if it's only at an average level. Can run. There's on-base ability and there's power. So it's just a matter of is it a 30-hit tool or is it a 40-hit tool? If we're talking about a below average, a 40 grade hit tool, I think he has enough power and supporting skills that this guy could be an average everyday regular ceiling type.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will say. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add on that because, very similar to my approach in making this pick. Fabian has very long levers that can result in that swing and miss, but I think it seemed like the Rays, with a really strong developmental system, will be able to make the most of that without sacrificing, a lot of his abilities at the plate, given his bat speed and his natural strength. And in terms of his abilities as an outfielder, I do think he has the range and instincts to be a plus defender at center field. I mean, he's not going to be Jackie Bradley or anything like that, but I do think that speed that he carries will help him in center field as well as garnering extra base hits, while he's at the plate.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to actually mention something along those lines. He came into the year and it was, he's going to bang and the bat's very real and he might have to move over to right field. But correct me if I'm wrong. It sure feels to me, guys, like he shored up the fact that most people think this guy's going to be a solid average to maybe at least above average in center field. He's going to stick.
The most underrated part of his game, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's one of the more underrated parts of his game. Jake, I think that's an excellent pick. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you very much.
Very raised.
All right. Very raised. All right, last pick of the first round, and then we'll get into comp round A. I gotta welcome in Justin Lorber out of Future Dodgers. Justin, you were with us last year. Very excited to see who the Dodgers are going to turn into a Hall of Famer. Go ahead.
All right. Well, with the 29th overall pick of the Prospects Live mock draft, the defending world champion Los Angeles Dodgers take Jaden Hill, right-handed pitcher from LSU. Obviously, most people know recent Tommy John surgery, probably won't pitch until maybe the middle of 2022. But at this point in the draft and without a second-round pick because of the Trevor Bauer signing, I think you just have to go best player available, get the most impact you can, and the talent's just too much to pass up here.
Yeah, the arm talent is significant. The changeup it projects plus. It's a great slider. He needs to. I'll be interested to see what they do with the fastball and the slider and those spin rates and the hitability. But the arm talent alone is first round talent. Jeff, where are you with Jaden Hill? Did you have him as a first round pick after the injury? Kind of reflect on his season.
No, I didn't necessarily have him as a first round pick, but I do like the fit here with the Dodgers. I think they're onto something with, some of these sinker guys, and throwing sliders. So I do think that, as we sort of move forward here into a different game, I think he sort of fits a lot of what the future is going to look like is, bat paths, I think, get a little bit less steep. And hitters start to adjust for the high fastball. Things are going to sort of revert to what they were 4, 5, 6 years ago. And I think the Dodgers have already shown an affinity for going after some of these turbo sinker guys. So I do think Hill fits right into that mold. Maybe they grab a little bit of extra dough here to bump somebody into the third round. I mean, if you have extra money, right, and you're the Dodgers, I think you probably have a better shot of talking somebody into, maybe going a little bit later and kind of pulling almost like the Matt Allen situation from a few years ago where, they're paying a guy in the third round, maybe more than they are, somebody in the first. So not a shock. And I think another chess over checkers move by the Dodgers.
Justin Lorber playing the long game. Justin, I want to ask really quick. It seems like another assertive pick. It seems like you had just Jaden Hill circled on your board again. Is this the guy that you've had your eyes on, or did some guys get popped ahead of this, or where were you?
So I actually got sniped last pick. Judd Fabian was the top guy on my board, but Jaden Hill is number 3. I had Trey Sweeney at number 4. So I knew that once we started to get down, pick 25, 26, that I was going to get a guy that I liked a lot, even if I had to make a tough choice. And, with Jaden Hill, I know, Jeff, you brought up his fastball and how it's a little more hittable. I think that is something that is fixable. Maybe, it's not Nick Anderson's fastball, but with his velocity, I think he can certainly play better than it did when we saw this year at LSU.
Good reasoning, good rationale. Well, all right, that's going to do it for the end of the first round. Justin, I appreciate you coming on. We're going to have you, I believe we got a second round pick for the Dodgers. I could be mistaken. This is going to be it. All right, well, hey, man, always a pleasure chatting. Thank you so much for joining us today. And, Jaden Hill to the Los Angeles Dodgers. We'll talk to you soon, man. All right, on to comp round A, and then we're going to do actually, I shouldn't call it comp round A. It's more of just a competitive balance pick for the Cincinnati Reds. We're going to bring Reese back in. Reese, Prospects Live, 6-man rotation. Cincinnati Reds. You already grabbed Benny Montgomery. I think you can probably call it a pretty successful draft at this point. Where are you going at 30?
That's what we're thinking. But we're going to continue and keep rolling. We're going to go with Ryan Cusick out of Wake Forest. Dude, that curveball bangs. That fastball just is crazy. The command and control are kind of problems. But I think, with our drive line affiliation and having the best pitching coach in the majors when he gets up to that point, he'll fix it. So, I'm really confident in this Ryan Cusick pick, and I'm surprised he fell to us at this point, actually.
That's an absolute home run pick. It's unbelievable.
That is if there's a guy that could be optimized into an ace, it could be Ryan Cusick, and Cincinnati's a good fit. Jeff, what do you got, man? I know you got something on Cusick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, huge frame. The strike throwing has been an issue his entire amateur career, but I think when you see a guy like that, that's able to spin it the way he does, but also, has that velocity in the tank. And I think there's areas that you can further optimize, calm down some of his mechanics. Maybe he's a guy that they sort of move to stretch only. We've seen that with some bigger right-handers, guys like Nate Pearson, guys like Alek Manoah that have only worked, almost exclusively from the stretch. Maybe that's sort of where you get that less moving parts, the ability to stay on line and stay on time a little bit more, throw more strikes. Big breaking ball, big fastball. And I think we've already seen them take sort of the Kmart version of Ryan Cusick and Joe Boyle, right? Another guy, triple-digit fastball, breaking ball. But I don't think we think the ceiling is as high as it is with Cusick. And he's just another really explosive arm that they're going to add into this organization and allow, Body, Johnson, and some of these other names to develop. Really, really exciting to have him within that organization. This is a great development fit.
Brian Recca or I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, just touched on it in the chat. He goes from Wake Forest's pitching lab to Kyle Body's pitching lab.
Yeah. And
Kyle Body's
somebody
embrace. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And I mean, I'm friends with, his initial high school coach. He's from Sudbury, Massachusetts. So, I've been familiar with Cusick for a long time. And, I think that he's a guy that's needed strong development, which is why Wake was a great fit for him as a school. He did his last year in high school at Avon Old Farms, which is a historic, just athletics program in the state of Connecticut. And, now he moves on to, Body and Cincinnati. And he's just, it's exactly what you would want to see for this player because he's so exciting. You want to see this guy max out.
That's a fantastic draft, man. Benny Montgomery. And
he's 6'6", 240 pounds maybe, but Cusick is a sneaky good athlete. That guy can move. He's got some mobility. You just got to get him right into the right positions. And, if you can get that command to fringe average, those two pitches are really going to play up. So, Reese, love the pick, man. That's a pretty good trade for Trevor Bauer.
Yeah, not bad at all.
All right, into comp round A. Let's jump back to our man Smitty. Going back to the chilled out Smitty tonight and the Miami Marlins. What's up, Smitty? Who are you going to couple with Harry Ford?
Guys, can't just hang out. It's Friday night. This is a tough one. I mean, I was thinking a few guys, but Reese just made it a lot easier with the last pick picking Cusick here. And I'm going to take a guy with a pure hit tool that really fits in the system, and that's ECU's Connor Norby. Shout out Trevor Huth with this one. But
shout out Trevor Huth.
Trevor Huth for sure, absolutely. But to speak on Norby, he led all the Division I with 102 hits this year. He was one of just a few players who had at least 15 home runs and 15 stolen bases. He showed some sneaky run time towards the end of the year, flashing above average almost. He was just a really athletic, explosive player this year. He played in a smaller conference with ECU, but this kid just has the tools. The bat speed's there. He can play second base long term. And he just brings the it factor to a system that needs a pure bat, a pure player like Norby that they haven't added recently. It's kind of like Blade in the infield, but not the same prestigious type of player. But I really feel like he could bring a lot of excuse me here, should bring a lot to this system with the plus hit tool that is very lacking throughout the system.
ECU really struggled against Vanderbilt to put bat on ball. But not Connor Norby. I mean, he was putting bat on ball. He was making plays, stealing bases. So, yeah, I love the pick. I was talking earlier about these college bats before the draft started, and I was wondering how far Sweeney would fall. I was wondering how far Norby would fall. I just didn't see any either one of them falling into the second round. I got whatever Smitty's got. So, yeah, I love the pick. Jeff, I want to throw it to you, man. Connor Norby, you got a good look at him in the College World Series. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that, for me, has moved up, a ton over the last 2 months, month and a half, 3 weeks in particular. And shout out to Keenan Lamb, by the way. We've been using a ton of his video, ton of 2080, Burke Ranger video. There's been some perfect game stuff in here. Of course, our own video, Kyler Peterson, all these other guys that have contributed to our stuff, and then at other sites. So wanted to just take a second and, give them a shout out. I know we forget from time to time, but, all respect
Group
to
effort.
them. Yeah, absolutely. But I think Norby's one of these guys. He can bang. He's good enough defensively just to stick in the infield. And ultimately, I think that the combination of game power, field to hit, approach and strike zone awareness kind of makes him, a great pick here, and a guy that we could look back a year from now and say, wow, maybe he should have gone 10 slots earlier, just based on how quickly he could move and how polished the bat really is.
Yeah, no, I mean, Smitty, you hit on it. I think he surprised everyone when Tyler got some film on him, and he was posting fringe double plus run times up the first baseline. So the kid can really move, and he's going to be a stolen base threat at the next level. Pretty surprising. So absolutely good pick, man. Harry Ford and Connor Norby. That's a good duo there. All right, so we are going to jump over to where are we at here? We're in the 33rd pick. Oh, we got to talk to James Anderson again. James, man, what's going on? Pop back on in. Oh wait, no, we actually are not on James. I'm sorry. We're back to Detroit. I almost skipped the PGOG.
I
almost skipped the PGOG.
It's not going to get the pick anymore. Okay, that's nice.
We figured it was such a layup with Jack Lyder.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, geez. Okay, so first things first, happy birthday shout out to my girlfriend Marissa back home. Happy 31st, babe. Love you. Second of all, I am operating under the assumption that Lyder probably going to get slot from me at number 3. So I don't have a ton of money to play around with. So I'm going to go with a college infielder who I know just bangs, and I'm taking Tyler Black from Wright State. For the Tigers at pick 32, etc. I apologize for not doing that properly. But yeah, take the dude who hits is kind of where I'm at. At left-handed bat, he's limited to second base, but I don't much care. Tigers fans will say things along the lines of, but what about Willie Castro and Isaac Paredes? And to that I say, Tyler Black is better. So
gonna like good players, Brian.
Yeah, we like good players. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're just trying to get good players. I think this is another guy who potentially fits into that window of the next wave of prospects. I don't know if he'd be like go to AA guy right away from a mid-major conference. Probably need to start him a little bit lower than that. But either way, I think there's some polish here. I think there's power here. I don't care that he's got to play second. Like I said, I'll take the combo of hitting power with walks.
And does the small conference thing scare you at all? Did it push you away at all?
Yeah, I mean, it is something that you can reasonably be concerned about, and we talked about it with Trey Sweeney. You talk about it with Cowser. They're things to reasonably be concerned about, but I think with the batted ball data, with the scouting, with the whole package, with the consistency of performance, I'm buying the bat here. I think it's like the potential for like an 11 bat who plays an adequate second base, 55 hit, 55 power, something like that. Yeah, that's a solid 5 for me, and I love to get it here in the comp.
All right, notably Jack Lyder, Tyler Black, good players, circled, underlined. Yep. You only take good players, Brian.
Almost.
I almost skipped you because I figured, well, we know it's going to be Tyler Black. He's a noted good player.
Yeah, it's going to be a good player.
That's right.
It's I think we're so on brand for the Tigers too to take the performing college player in the second round. Like, at least it's better than Nick Quintana. So shout out to the Tigers for doing better this time around.
And I
love get a job. You might replace Avila.
Yeah, Jeff, you know this. We talked about it quite a bit. I loved Daniel Cabrera last year. I loved where they got him. I would have taken him 30 spots higher than that. Maybe I was high, but either way, I like the college bat performer guys who have a pretty good feeling are going to be like solid 5s in the big leagues.
Yeah, and Tyler Black. I mean, first 3 games of the year, 2 games of the year, everyone didn't even play very much in 2020 because of COVID. And this guy comes out and he's the only one getting base hits against Kumar Rocker and Jack Lyder. So love that pick. And Dylan Smith. He actually lit up Dylan Smith too. So maybe we will hear that name a little bit later. Brian, I mean, you can just stay in the guest room. I'll talk to you in about 4 minutes, or maybe we'll skip your pick. Talk to you soon, man. All right, on to now we can talk to James Anderson and RotoWire. James is back with some more Milwaukee Brewers picks. What's going on, man?
Hey, fellas. I mean, we're basically popping champagne over here. This couldn't have gone any better. with the number 33 pick, we will take Peyton Stovall, infielder / outfielder from Houghton High School in Louisiana. Honestly, like one of the best hit tools in the entire draft, like top 3, top 4. And, you know, we've really struggled in recent years to develop impact hitting. And, you know, that in our market, we need to develop impact hitting. And I think Stovall gives us a chance to do that.
I can't argue with that. I mean, Peyton Stovall is probably, if not the highest riser in this class, he's certainly in the conversation. Probably a second baseman, but as Brian Sikowski says, it doesn't matter. Let the bat bang. Jeff, you've gotten a pretty good look at Peyton as well. What do you think about this pick? A lot of people didn't think that he'd make it this far.
Yeah, I think that there's a conversation to be had when just looking at, let's call them prep infielders. You know, Stovall is sort of in that same group as like Colson Montgomery, where like they could have gone like 10 picks earlier and it wouldn't have totally shocked me. And I got to be honest, I'll bet money that if he was there at the Tigers' next pick, Sikowski would have been all over him. He's been in my ear about Stovall this entire offseason, this spring, and he's popped. And I'll also add this. He probably, I wasn't on this interview, Joe, but he might have had the line of our interview season. We did 80 plus interviews with different draft prospects. And I think he said, I just want my mama to see me on TV. That's the guy you're getting, James. Come on now. He loves his mama. He just wants to make her proud.
The lunch pail guy will fit in right in Milwaukee.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we love so much about him. Like it's not like, I wouldn't even define it as like bat speed, but just it's the actions in the box are so quick twitch. Like it's just like, it's almost kind of Bo Bichette-ian in the way that he's just like really like, you know, he's got the whole barrel under his control the entire at bat, and we really think it's going to play.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. All right, well, Milwaukee's stacking it up. Gavin Williams, Peyton Stovall. That's a very, very good start. We're going to see where you go with your third pick.
Stovall.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, man. Well, we'll talk to you. You're going to come up here pretty soon, so talk to you maybe a half hour, 45 minutes.
Getting a little nervous, man. These Brewers and Reds draft picks are getting me a little concerned.
You're in trouble. You're in trouble, man.
Yeah. Well,
it's on you, Joe Drake.
Well, let's see where the next model team goes here. Let's bring Jake Wiener back from Prospects 1500. You already took Judd Fabian 5 picks ago, and you got another opportunity for another good pick here. Where are we going?
Yeah, so I'm back for this one and following a bit more of the Rays models. So with the 34th overall pick in this draft, we're selecting Frank Mazzucato, a prep lefty from East Catholic High School in Connecticut. And what I really like about him, I'm sorry, I really like his curveball. It's a 60-grade curve. I know the Rays are really into pitchers with high-end analytics. You know, he's increased the velocity on his fastball. He visited Cresty Sports Performance, which, you know, it's kind of a pitcher powerhouse there if you're going to be improving the arm. It's got a clean, repeatable delivery and 4 consecutive no-hitters to his bill this year. So he's a late riser. I think it's the exact kind of pitcher that the Rays can kind of take and make the most of.
Yeah, I mean, another guy that we don't know if he's going to be here at this point. He's certainly got some first-round buzz, and those cold weather arms have gotten popular here as we move into their seasons. Matt, have you had a chance to watch any of Frank Mazzucato, and kind of what do you think about that prep lefty demographic with the big curveball?
Hey, prep lefty that can throw a curveball or throws a nice curveball and can actually throw strikes. I mean, that's the package for me. And Mazzucato, you can't argue with the high school track record. I know the competition varies wildly from high school player to high school player, but I mean, Frankie No-Nos is what they're calling him, right? Didn't he have 4 no-hitters?
Yep, 4 consecutive.
4 consecutive no-hitters. Yeah, that's absurd.
Must have been pretty brutal giving up a hit.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Must have the mound visit immediately after he gives up.
The world
a hit,
is
I'm
ending.
guessing. But no, hey, Tampa's got a system. The prep lefty game. JJ Goss was a prep righty pick. 2019, pretty high. I'm blanking on their 2020 pick.
Bitsko?
Anyways, I'm gonna like this lefty. I don't like this uniform combination they got going on. But unless it's a scrimmage, Never mind. But it's easy. It's easy motion, easy gas. He's gonna pick up some velo. Already throws strikes. Already got a curveball. I mean, not a lot not to like there. A little crossfire action too. So maybe they'll get that straightened out.
Jeff, what do you think? I mean, I know that there are some teams at the end of the first round that Mazzucato was pretty high on the board.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen GMs take in multiple starts, at his high school in Connecticut this spring. So he is a guy that certainly, has day one buzz, back end of the first round buzz. And I think the thing that you like here is, the projectable lefty with a plus pitch, with an out pitch. And it's just a matter of him developing that velocity. And I think that's probably a lot less concerning. And especially where you're getting him then, a first round righty that's throwing 98 plus. Like, we love to see the big velocity, but, it's about the journey, man. It's about where that guy is 3-4 years from now and what he's throwing and, what the arm health looks like. And I think there's a lot that you can believe in with Mazzucato, another multi-sport guy from the Northeast. The fact that he worked out with Cressy down the road for me certainly helps. You've already had a few Cressy guys taken. Could have Sean Burke coming not too long from now. Another Northeast Cressy guy. I'm loving the New England love. And I think the big thing with Mazzucato, though, is, projectable lefties move up boards. And, this is stolen from Brian Zakowski in a conversation I'd had with him offline, but sort of the Blake Walston, starter kit. So saw how Walston moved up, and we've seen how he's performed and progressed over the last couple of years. There's a lot to dream on, and especially when you see him in an organization like the Rays, great development fit once again.
Nick Bitsko was our pick in 2020. I was blanking on.
Yeah.
My fault.
Very different profile, but
yes,
same idea. Yeah. All right, Jake. Well, thanks for joining us, man. I think that was a pretty killer guy to have land in your lap.
Thank you. I'll see you guys last pick of the draft.
Sounds good, man. All right, last pick, actually second to last pick of the comp A round. We got to bring Reese back on for another Cincinnati Reds pick as Matt Thompson shakes in his chair.
Just waiting for this one.
Reese, where are we going?
Bring the pain, Reese.
We're going to stay up in Jeff's neck of the woods. We're going to go with Joshua Baez, outfielder out of Dexter Southfield High School. I want that 60 power. I want that 60 power in Great American Ballpark. I want him hitting around Austin Hendrick. I want him hitting around Tyler Callahan. When you go to those backfield games here in Arizona where I'm at right now, those cars, you're going to have to park them a long ways away because we're just going to be smashing balls out in what do you call it? The Arizona League, not the new Complex League, the one that went to. I don't even know. But yeah, dude, this guy just smashes balls, 60 arm, right field profile. Dude, I'm so excited to get him into the system. He just fits exactly what I want.
How much money you got in this draft, man?
I got like the fourth most bonus pool.
That's true. Yeah,
it's gone.
All these early picks, man. He's just bunching them together.
I'm doing that.
I think you can make a pretty good
ago, where they only went.
You can make a pretty good argument at this. You make a pretty good argument at this point that the Reds have the top 3 prep outfielders from the last 2 drafts. And I mean, Veen is up there, of course, too. But
Robert Hassel, though,
the conversation is there. Yeah, Robert Hassel, of course, and we got Lonnie White and Will Taylor still, but 2 of the top 5.
I hate this joke because my dad makes it. Sorry, Jeff. My dad makes it all the time, but Great American Small Park with all these bats you get just drafted. So all these outfielders.
That's got to play to your dimensions, man.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to play real small with Hendrick, Baez, and Benny Montgomery.
Reese, we have you as having one more pick, and I fully expect you to pick someone worth about $1 because you are out of money, my man.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mercy.
Well, let's jump to the last pick. Let's jump to the last pick here of the of Comp Round A. We've got the Minnesota Twins back. We got Seth Stowe from Twins Daily coming back here, man. Seth, what's going on? I know we burnt you to the ground with the McGreevy pick. Maybe you can make up for it here. Where are you going to go with 36?
This is tough, but I mentioned that during that pick that I had 2 guys in mind at 26, and actually the other guy is here still, which tells me maybe it's not a great pick, but I'm still going to go with it because hopefully if it's a bad pick, no one will remember it. With the 36th overall pick, I am going to take catcher Joe Mack, a high schooler from New York, for multiple reasons. Not necessarily a Twins pick, but they've taken Ryan Jeffers and Ben Rortvedt in the second round. Those are their 2 big league catchers right now. Mitch Garver's 30. So I think they really value catchers. I think they value athletic catchers. Joe Mack can hit. He's a Clemson commit, so it may not be an easy sign, but if they pick him, he would be joining his brother, Charlie Mack, who is currently playing with the Fort Myers Mighty Muscles and just moved from the infield to behind the plate this year. Actually, he did it last year, but this is the first year he's actually played there. So little keep it within the family kind of thing, but that'd be kind of fun and obviously good for his parents' expense budget potentially.
I like that pick a lot. That's a good pick. And another guy, Joe Mack, with some first-round buzz. Jeff, Northeast Bat, what do you got on Joe Mack?
Yeah, I mean, big power, good field to hit. It wasn't the strongest spring for Mack, so I think, some of what we had projected late winter, early spring in terms of him really rising up boards didn't necessarily happen. But I do feel, just based on the Twins track record, Seth hit the nail on the head. They like catchers. Usually guys that can play up the middle, shortstop, center fielders, catchers, they have the ability to move around in different positions. So, even if the body goes a different direction, what have you, where they don't stick at that really premium position, they can fit at other spots around the diamond. So, even if Joe Mack maybe ends up as a corner, infielder or corner outfielder, I think the bat's going to play. The power's there. Once again, like we've mentioned, Northeast kid. A lot of these guys are, multi-sport athletes. So, just to twitch some of those things kind of, develop in a different way. And they're not entirely optimized. And I think that's really attractive to a team. And they like power bats. Joe Mack has that. So I think great pick by Seth and really fits sort of the Twins mantras.
Probably best defensive prep catching prospect, no? I mean, Harry Ford probably.
If he's not the best, I mean, he's got a pretty good shot at sticking a catcher. He's got a huge arm. He moves well. But it's just that demographic as a whole is always a little bit volatile. You just move the bat. You move the bat, you get the bat moving, and you let him fail at catcher before you move him. So Seth, that's an awesome pick, man.
Well, I hope so, and thank you for the positive spin on this one. Even though high school catchers taken in the late first round, early second round haven't exactly had a lot of success, so we're hoping that isn't the case here.
All right, man, you're going to buck that trend. All right. Well, let's move into the second round, shall we, boys? What do you guys think about that first round?
It's fun. It's great. I really can't think of any picks that I looked at and said, it doesn't really make any sense. I mean, everybody seemed to be kind of realistic, and everyone sounds like they had a plan, and it was entertaining. And I'll speak for Jeff and Joe. You guys put on some great analysis there. It's just something for people to look at. But
you are the eye candy man.
That's why I'm here.
Eye candy, and you're the Harold Reynolds comp guy.
That's why I'm here. No. I think this has been great, and the comments, people are loving it. Twitter's going wild right now. I can't even keep up with the notifications I'm getting on the account. So it's been really fun, and I want to thank everybody for participating. We got another round to go, so let's have more fun.
Let's knock out the second round. Well, really quickly before we go into it, I know we did this at 15 picks ago. Is Will Taylor just not signable? Are these two sport guys not signable? Where is Will Taylor? I expected Taylor to be off the board in the top 20 picks. I expected Lonnie White to be off the board in the first 25 picks.
How many picks does Reese have left? Because it's obviously he's got some sort of a bonus chain thing going on.
He's got one, right?
There's a big old collusion bonus sitting in
is.
Reese's pocket. Also, another guy that has been getting some first-round buzz, no Anthony Solometto. I kind of expected to see him in comp round day.
Yeah, I think he can go pretty soon. I know that there's a few GMs that have mentioned him. I wouldn't be shocked if Solometto goes in the next 10 picks.
I wouldn't either. All right, well, let's jump into it. Let's get into the second round. Going back to 2080 own Nick Falaris. Get back in here, Nick. All right, so you start with Marcelo Mayer, man. Where are we going here with the second pick? Oh, you're on mute.
Oh. Damn.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that.
There we
go. The OG.
All right.
The OG, the GOAT.
So typically, the way that this would play out would be we'd go with our overslot pick, probably with our next pick, with our comp pick that's coming up at the end of this round. We'd have a good idea of sort of who's going to be floating down there and how much it's going to cost. But I think it'd be pretty boring for us to do our money-saving pick here. So we're going to go with Lonnie White. That's where we're going to select with our first pick in the second round. Tool shed, good speed, good defense, chance to really see some power emerge. Probably a tough sign. Is going to take a good amount of money, but we've got more money than anyone else in the draft. So that's what we're ponying up for here. We've got a little to spread over from our first round pick, probably about 600,000 or so there, and we'd probably try and save about 300,000 on the next pick to drop on Lonnie.
That's a good pick, and
Great pick,
the Pirates are going to be in a great spot with Lonnie White. It's hard to say that he's underrated, but I think Lonnie White is kind of underrated in this class. His bat to ball skills are a lot better than I think people are giving him credit for.
I would have taken him like the last 15, 16 picks. I think every single one of them could have been White. So love this pick, absolutely. I think this is and I think this is a guy we're going to see end up getting drafted. Someone's going to pay this guy the money that he's looking for, particularly in this draft. So this is one of my favorite picks so far.
Yeah.
I think pairing this guy with Marcelo Mayer, even with Reese pulling blue chips, Nick Nolte, and like paying guys like under the table, like slipping envelopes under their doors.
Reese
to make
is going to get banned from baseball.
Yeah. I still, he's totally. This is a copy situation with Reese, but I think this combination could probably be the highest upside combination that we've seen.
Do you think it's a better? This probably shouldn't matter, but do you think it does if it's a home state signing bonus? Maybe wise. Think he's more likely to sign with Pittsburgh than he would be a team farther away.
He's a east side of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
I really hate the Steelers, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a connection with.
Okay, fair enough. With
Pirates, but I think Joe's exactly right. I think his bat to ball skills are undersold, especially for the amount of reps that he's gotten. And probably more important than that, he just picks up the ball really well out of the hand. You watch him track, you watch him early on in games taking at bats. He really does a good job of kind of breaking down pitchers, figuring out what he's being attacked with and adjusting. So, and this is someone who hasn't really devoted a ton of time to baseball yet. I don't want to, pull out all the cliches regarding multi-sport players with big tools and all that, but this is I think this is a baseball player. This isn't a football player that also happens to show well on a baseball field. This kid can play, and if they can get him, if we can get him signed away, it's going to be a big boon to the system.
It's a good swing too. Can't overstate the swing. That's a good swing plane, and he stays well connected. So that's a good one. Yeah, he's a big, strong kid for sure. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I mean, Nick, I think this is your last pick. I want to say this is your last pick.
That's
Marcelo Mayer and Lonnie White. How do you think you did here with the most money at the top?
Oh, I mean, I think some combination of taking Mayer, who I think is the best player in this draft class, and then having money left over. Someone's going to fall. It may not be White. I think Jeff's right. He could end up being popped earlier to someone who's willing to stack some cash. But some of these names that we've seen come off the board, someone's going to be available there. Pittsburgh really has a chance to put together a bunch of talent early on in this draft. It's going to be an important draft for them.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Love it, man. Well, hey, congrats on a great draft. We will obviously talk to you soon, and don't be a stranger, man. Nice work today.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me, guys. This is fun. You guys did a great job here.
Thanks for coming on, Nick.
All right.
Appreciate
All right,
it.
Thanks, Nick.
All right. Let's jump over to the second pick here in the second round. We're going to go back over to Baseball Prospectus' own Sam Hale. He's going to jump all over the Texas Rangers. And while you do that, Sam, I am actually going to have to go change out my earbuds. So go ahead and give us that second pick, okay?
Sure. Went a little more casual for the second round here. We went blazer, now we went a little jacket. But with pick 38 here in round number 2, the Texas Rangers gladly and quickly and enthusiastically select Will Taylor, outfielder from South Carolina, who's currently committed to Clemson. And we were between two players here. We had a guy, just in case somebody decided to wise up and take Taylor, but he'll keep falling because this is a first-round talent. And I know there's a lot of signability concerns, but if you'll recall back, we took Jackson Jobe, and we're probably going to save a little bit of cash on that. I don't know exactly how much, but probably enough to get over the $1.92 million slot that Taylor comes in at 38. So if you're telling me I can offer Will Taylor over $2 million to leave Clemson, it's not the first time that anything like this has happened. Bubba Thompson was a commit to Alabama. He was taken in the first round, so he was taken higher. But they've lured away SEC quarterbacks and high-end quarterbacks before.
Sure.
So they can go get an ACC quarterback in Will Taylor. And the tools here are just phenomenal. Obviously, some people quiver on the power. I'm not super worried about that because I love the run tool. I love the athleticism that'll make him probably a really talented outfielder. And I think when you just look at the actual just ability here, I get why teams are scared away. I'm willing to take that risk. Even if he doesn't sign, that puts you in a decent position to take that money and put it even somewhere else. But even I'm just not concerned about it. I'm confident that with the money saved in the first round, I can come in, and this guy was just falling too far. Sometimes the slide has to stop. The slide has to stop. And if you're going to hand me a first-round quality talent in the early second round, I can't not take it. I just can't pass that up.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's another tremendous pick. You know, these are the guys that I mentioned. I was a little shocked he didn't go in the first round. And I love the fact that the first two picks here, the second round, you know, you guys are just going chalk. You're taking what's falling into your lap. You're taking that gift that you've been given. I think that Taylor is an easy top 25 player in this class.
Oh yeah.
You know, I think he's signable. And, you know, regardless of the Clemson commitment, I think this guy's a baseball player. And the other part of it, too, is this is another guy, and Nick kind of said both of these things, but another guy that hasn't committed full-time to baseball. I mean, to be a Clemson quarterback commit says a whole lot when we've seen what they've put together over the last couple of years. You get him into the right system, you know, this is a guy that could – the sky's the limit. I mean, in terms of what you could develop here. Could be another superstar-type player that you grab here in the second round. And this is some of that depth within that draft. Some of these high school prep shortstops that have fallen, some of these prep outfielders that are falling, but overall, just really talented, toolsy prep players. Those are the guys that become superstars outside of the top.
You guys are more versed on Taylor than I am. Obviously, I know his defensive skills are probably the carrying tool now, but what do you guys see as like his offensive ceiling?
I personally think his offensive ceiling is a lot higher than most people give it credit for. He had a lot of. He's a smaller statured kid that doesn't have a very big frame.
Right, he's wiry strength.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of gets that. He's not going to hit for impact because of the body, but he is explosive. He's really twitchy. He's got present bat speed. He hits more than his water weight, I guess is a good way of saying it. Will Taylor, for me, is a top 20, top 25 guy.
That's two people saying that.
Really surprised that he fell this far. Yeah, I mean, this kid can hit. This kid can impact a baseball. I mean, I wouldn't say that Will Taylor is a leadoff hitter or an 8-9 hitter. This kid could hit, you know, number 2, number 5, number 6. Like he can hit a baseball.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So that's a great pick, Sam. I just could not see that guy falling much further.
I was glad he didn't. I was glad that I was really concerned Pittsburgh was going to grab him because they had a ton of money left, but they didn't. And as soon as they didn't take him, I couldn't. I sprinted, and I don't sprint. I'm a bit of a bigger guy, so I don't sprint. But when Will Taylor's right there, I'm here to sprint, baby, because I want that locked down.
All right, man.
Excellent.
Love it. Let's jump over to the third pick. Sam, you kicked ass today, my man.
Yeah, that was great.
All right, got to bring back the
this guy,
PGOG. Whoop, there we go. We lost him for a second.
The deep fake.
All right, so I'm ready to get learned up on the next good baseball player. Who we got?
Good.
Hashtag good.
You guys could have probably called this one, seeing as this is my last pick of the night. This pick goes out to friend of the program, friend of me, James Chipman. The Detroit Tigers with the 39th pick take the hometown kid, Alex Mooney, shortstop,
baby,
at St. Mary's High School. Yeah, I mean, like, do you even need me on here? Duh. Like, yeah, I just want to take Alex Mooney. Come on.
All right. Well, tell us from the mouth of the coach. Talk about the pupil. What is Alex Mooney on the field?
Ultra competitor, does everything pretty well. There probably is no standout carrying tool. I think the arm is plus. I think the run is plus right now, quantifiably plus anyways. It puts the bat on the ball at a high level, a good barrel percentage, consistency. He came into some more power this spring. We like to see that. He got a little pull happy at times as a result of trying to get to that power, but still showed the ability to go up the opposite field gap with authority, to make consistent contact, to cut down with 2 strikes, to take his walks. He stole a bunch of bases. I think he's pretty good to stick on the dirt. I think he's got a chance to play short, but I also think he's athletic enough to play second, to play third, to play center. I think there's a lot of potential versatility there, but why be versatile if you can play short? So
that's the key right there, right?
Happy with
but
this.
here's the question for you, Brian. What about Isaac Paredes and Willie Castro?
Nobody's better.
Love it, man. Hey, man.
Can he start for the Tigers now is the real question.
You know,
they need a shortstop, man. They're rolling anybody out there with a warm body and a pulse.
I think he'd tell you yes, which is fine. That he's a confident competitor, but I think we're still probably a couple years away from the show for Alex. Yeah.
Well, man, I think you got a lot of fans with that pick. We've been fans of Mooney for a long time. The kid can he can bang. He can bang.
It's like a baseball rat.
Yeah, he really does, man.
Like, that's
he looks like, yeah, for sure. Brian, you kicked ass again, man. PGOG for life. # good.
Thank you for having me, guys.
All right, man. We'll see you
later on, Brian.
All right, we are making our way down this list onto pick number 40. Going back to Boston, going back to Tyler Jennings, our very own scout in the field. Tyler is actually in his car. Tyler, how you doing, man? Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving this time. We're not driving this time.
Were you driving last time?
Is this some sort of NC State superstition that you got to sit in your car?
No.
He's sleeping in his car until they win another game.
There you go.
Absolutely. I got to rep the boys, I got to rep the boys. Even though how tough today was, I got to rep the boys.
Hey, they battled, man. They almost won that thing.
They battled.
I didn't expect to be as close as it was. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. No, it wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, they held up well. Well, who's gonna be banging baseballs off the big monster?
Well, you're gonna enjoy this. Hoof is not trash, so you can put that one away. It's gonna be Ethan Wilson out of South Alabama with the 40th pick.
Ethan Smith.
There we go. Ethan Wilson also. He has 3 different monikers.
That's right.
It's true.
Appreciate that one.
Nobody knows what we're talking about, but that's okay.
No, it's an inside joke. That's
Yeah. But no, I mean, this is a guy that everyone looked at as a first-round guy at the beginning of this draft cycle last summer. Didn't have the greatest of years to start off. He had an injury with an ankle sprain, I do believe, at the beginning of the year. But he's put together a very solid year. At one point, he struck out maybe 6 times over a month's span, 30 walks to 20 strikeouts, and he has some of the better power in this class. When you talk about guys who can bang, this guy hit a 495-foot home run in the Sun Belt tournament against Coastal Carolina. I mean, there's not much more to love here. He's a bat first corner outfielder, and I'm very happy he got down to this point.
There's something inside of me that just doesn't feel right with Ethan Wilson not going to the Twins. There's just something wrong with that. Jeff, you've had a good chance to watch Ethan Wilson. I know you got a pretty good look at him earlier in the year when he was a little banged up, kind of a grinder. Where have you seen his profile go over the last 9 months?
Yeah, I think, the question with Wilson is just, is the total package going to come together at the plate? We've seen the approach. We've seen contact at times. We've seen him show big power. He's got a good frame. I think he's got a good setup. It's kind of generic to say this. There's a huge Bryce Harper quality with the swing. I know Matt and I had said this, I think, when he was playing in his regional round. Yeah. We've seen him make some plays out in the outfield. I think he's a corner outfield only type of guy. But the skills are there enough that he should be an everyday outfielder. I don't think that's going to be a massive question. Good enough athlete. Not the most explosive guy. This isn't someone that's hitting 60 run times or anything like that. But I think all the supporting skills are good enough. And there's still some projection in this bat. Smaller school guy. And like you said, he started the year, not entirely healthy. Had we had a full healthy season with Wilson and we saw that performance over an entire year, power might have been a little bit better too. This might be a guy that already went, might be a guy that goes in the first round. So once again, I think this is the depth of this draft, pick 15, 20, all the way out to 40, 50. There's just this clump of folks that are all sort of in that same bucket. And Wilson's one of them. And someone that I think, had things, shaken out a little bit differently, might have gone much, much earlier.
One of the more toolsy college bats available.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a very underrated arm. I'll say that. He can really get it in. Yeah, he can get it in there from left field. So, I like the pick. I mean, this might end up being another steal. Another guy like Judd Fabian, who was a top 12, top 15 type bat in that Cowser conversation early on in the year. And happened to just fall. And I think a lot of that did have to do with the sprained ankle. So, Tyler, always a pleasure, man. And I'm sure we'll catch up soon, man.
Absolutely.
Get out of your
I gotta
car.
get my sleep.
You're going to wait. Is he going to sleep in his car?
I don't know why. He never told me the story on why he's in his car. I don't.
No, I'm going midnight bowling. So this is the way to celebrate the Ethan Wilson and Jordan Lawler picks.
Ethan Smith, yeah, Roger. Ethan Smith would go bowling too, so it makes sense.
How wholesome? How wholesome? Of
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna make a wee joke, but hey, he's just living life.
I like it. I like it. Well, all right, let's get Eric Garfield back in here.
He's got some big money to spend.
Mr. Birdland does have some money to spend. Orioles hangout. Where are we going to go here with pick 41?
First of all, it's not a lot of fun waiting from 5 to 41.
Watching all these high upside guys go off the board.
Just about right, and we had to kind of shift a little bit because the prep toolsy outfielders are going at a rate that we're not satisfied with.
Who did you have in mind first for this pick? I guess if you don't mind me asking, then we'll get to your pick. Who are you saving this money for?
Probably Lonnie White, and now we're going to spend it on James Wood.
Oh,
all right.
Right.
Oh man, that short porch in right field is going to be fun.
Exactly what we're thinking, and we're not worried about the holes in his swing or the holes in his game. He's young enough that he can be like part of the rebuild reinforcement crew with Gunnar Henderson, who's 19, and Daryl Hernandez, who's 19 also. So that's kind of where we're going to go now. But I don't think that was our target maybe 10, 12 picks ago.
That's a fun pick though, and Sikowski he'll vouch for this. There was a month there where James Wood was going to be the number one pick. I mean, he was hitting everything out of the park. He was gunning down runners from right field. He was showing more athleticism. He struggled this spring. There's some strikeout concerns. There's some concerns about whether or not the body will allow him to stay in the outfield, but maybe when Aaron Judge, I believe Aaron Judge was coming out of Fresno State. I want to say when he was coming out of Fresno State, it was the exact same conversation. Is the swing going to hold up? Is he too big? Is he going to be able to play the outfield? James Wood has a similar. I know he's a big-bodied outfielder, but he's kind of got the similar archetype, similar profile. And if it clicks, you've got a 1-1 hitter here.
I'd be curious. I don't know if any of you guys know this information. Sorry about that. What is like? He's got one of the quickest bats, right? As a prep kid, was like metrically, or am I thinking of somebody else?
Not metrically, but he's got some of the quickest hands. He can get to anything, anywhere in the strike zone. He was hitting balls at his neck. He was hitting balls off his shoelaces. It was lazily kind of thrown around that he had that Vladimir Guerrero essence about him that he could just get to anything.
Put the bat on the ball.
No batting gloves. So yeah, I mean, it didn't click for him this spring, but if that was just a bad little period, a bad struggle, you're buying a kid here that could be a star. Yeah, you could be buying a star here. So love the pick, man. Always fun to have you on the show. Excited that this year technical difficulties were not an issue.
Thanks, Sam, to you. Thanks for doing this, and see you soon.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Man. Great draft. All right, so we're going to go to pick 42, and I think Chris Welsh is not able to make this pick, so we're going to have Jeff make this pick for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Jeff, where are the Diamondbacks going? Because they already got Kamar Rocker. I think you can already call that a pretty good day.
Yeah, it is a pretty good day, but they're going to reinforce some of the power in their lower minors. They're going to reinforce some of their infield depth that I think they do need a little bit of. And they're going back to the prep ranks, or going to the prep ranks here. Another top prep player that kind of dropped down the board a little bit based on, I think, some public lists, maybe not necessarily ours, but Isaac Pacheco, technically a high school shortstop out of the state of Texas. I think we all think he's probably going to slide over a little bit to third base, land there long-term, good arm, a ton of power. I mean, when you watch this guy take BP, it's really loud. There's a ton of power at the point of contact. I think there's a hit tool here as well. They don't have to worry too much about the swing and miss. He's not the athlete that I think some of the other shortstops that we've seen that have already gone within this draft. But I do think in terms of what the power upside is and being, a guy that can develop into a middle of the order sort of thumper, Pacheco's right there, and he's been a performer as well. I've always liked what I've seen. We're seeing some of the clips here, and it's just real easy power, right? And hands are special. It's a relatively compact swing, and he gets to his power in games. So there's not a lot to sort of knock on this pick. I think it was a great pick by GM Chris Welsh, and I'm happy to be here to announce it for him.
Yeah, I don't exactly know why Pacheco fell down a lot of boards. I have talked to a couple area scouts that think that the body going into 2020 was already like the prototypical blue chip high school 5-star quarterback. And then it kind of regressed a little bit this year. It got more muscular, but it got physically tapped. And the difference between James Wood is you still see the ability to add muscle. You still see the ability to kind of shed some of that baby weight, if you will. That's not really a great way to put it, but Isaac Pacheco is just a house now. He's a huge dude. He's 225 pounds. He hits the low ball with ferocity. He has had some trouble with the high ball, the high fastball, but I think all of that can be cleaned up. And at the end of the day, you might be talking about a third baseman here who has 30 home run power if it all clicks. Yeah. So pretty good pick. Yeah. And, keeping him with the whole crop of high school hitters that they've picked up over the last few years, Arizona's definitely building something. It's not clicking this year, but they're building something special. So good pick. I like it, and I think Welsh would like that for sure. Okay, back to let's see. We're going back to Kansas City and Alex Duvall of Royals Farm Report. Alex, I still think for my money, and I know that I'm a homer for the kid. Henry Davis has been the best pick of the draft for me. So now you got another opportunity to kind of stack up on the farm. Where are you going here?
I'm going to go with the next best college player on my board, and Matt Mikulski. He reminds me a little bit of Gage Jump that went 19th overall, just in terms of like you talk about with an uncomfortable at bat. The arm angle, the new arm angle's funky. He was able to run his fastball up to 100 miles an hour at one point this past spring. Over 16 strikeouts per 9. A lot of college production there at the end of his career with a minor tweak, or I should say a major tweak to his delivery. He's a guy I think you could throw in high A or double A and just let him work because the velocity he's going to play. He has a really good array of off-speed pitches that he commands really well. I'm pleasantly surprised to see him still available here because I had him in the top 25 on my board. So really happy to have him fall down. And again, just kind of adding to the depth of college pitchers that the Royals have done a really good job of accumulating the last few years.
I think that's a solid pick. I think, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at Cape footage from 2019 where the arm is still very long.
Yes, very long. He was a completely different guy this year from the guy that I'd seen in the Cape. Unfortunately, I had a COVID cancellation with Fordham series at URI. Otherwise, I would have gotten some more in-person looks this year. But with the shortened arm action, and we talked to this guy, we interviewed him sort of later on in the college season. He's very analytically based. He's focused on and knows what he's doing within his training. He does everything with intent. And, he's really maxed out his profile. He's taken that extra year. The fact that he wasn't a guy that, took a chance on himself, wasn't going to sign as a UDFA after the draft, didn't get picked in the 5-round draft. He came back as, a 4-year junior or senior sign now. And I think he's actually pushed up his stock significantly. He's one of the few guys like him and pre-injury Ryan Webb. Sorry to mention a guy that hasn't been drafted yet, but these are guys that I think put in the work and they took the chance. And unfortunately for Webb, it's injury related, but Mikulski's way up. The stuff is way up, and all the secondaries are playing better. It's not all that different, at least from a stuff perspective, from like what we saw early last spring from an Ian Seymour, where he got down the mound a little bit more, adjusted his release point in his arm action. Fastball started to play up, and it essentially knocked that change up from an above average pitch to a plus pitch just based on how the shape plays. I think it's very similar with Mikulski. You throw the age out the window, you keep in mind the 5-round draft, and you're probably getting a discount in terms of where you're signing this guy too. So, if you had to go a little bit over slot with Davis, now you add in Mikulski. And the way the Royals have developed arms, and it's not just their high-end guys that we've seen in the major leagues. You see guys like Zerpa and others throughout the system that are really up this year. Marsh, you got to be excited for a guy like Mikulski who will put in the work.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Alex. I think If you wanted to throw him in Double-A right away, you probably could. Being he's a Fordham guy, I would probably see how he stands up against, high A first, but it could be a very short, ticket before he's moving up into that Double-A rotation. But I think, Jeff, you hit it out of the park. You might be looking at a bit of a haircut here. Mikulski is a guy that I think makes a ton of sense in the second round, 4-pitch guy. Like you said, we interviewed him. Really gritty kid, knows his worth, knows what he's capable of, and he's into the data. And I think that's a big deal for the Royals. So kudos, man. A great draft. Henry Davis and Matt Mikulski. That's a definite win.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, moving to Colorado. Let's talk back to Matt Collier. Matt, come on back in here. Let's see where you're going. So we loved the Sam Bachman pick. That was one of the better picks of the first round. Definitely fits a model. Where are we going here?
Get a load of this. I just got sniped by Alex, and not only did Alex snipe me, but he didn't enter his pick in the spreadsheet like we're supposed to. So he double sniped me.
Oh no!
Wow, he did you dirty.
And so I'm reeling now. I'm very much reeling. Yes, exactly. And in fact, if I had gotten Mikulski, I would have gotten Fabio's number 2 and number 3 pitchers in the entire Division I ranks this year. So that would have been a nice little coup for Fabio. But I have to go to Plan B here. Plan B is Dylan Smith from the University of Alabama. Is another pitcher who came off a completely different pitcher this year than he had been before this season. Still kind of learning to pitch too. So there's more upside beyond what we saw this year. But I'm trusting that he'll be able to spin the ball well enough to do that in Denver and continue to build on what was just a fantastic breakout season this year.
Selfishly, go ahead, Matt.
No, I was going to say I love the draft. Take the Rockies' need arms and keep pounding the arms because you're not going to get anyone to sign there. So you got to draft them.
Yeah. Selfishly, I was hoping Dylan Smith would fall a little bit further. It's a fastball that's been up to 97. It's incredible athleticism on the mound. He pounded the strike zone this year. Didn't walk very many batters, with the exception of 3 starts that were kind of outliers. It's a 60 curveball. It's a 55 slider. I think this guy is a true starting pitcher at the next level, and he's got the big conference track record. So Matt, kudos, man. I think this is a great pick, and you might have grabbed him just before he was going to go, because I think he was going to go pretty soon.
It's a great pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So like I said, would much prefer Mikulski here, but I'll totally take Dylan Smith as a consolation here. And also, I was going to say we're going to be the 8 of us who have Comp B balance picks, which are basically the next 8 picks that we won't see here tonight. We're going to be doing them over Twitter over 8 days. So I'm certainly thinking here about who else is going to be available at my next pick at 66. And there's still a couple pitchers that I really like that I was tempted to take here, but I must see if they'll fall. And then I'll start looking at some college players that the batting version of Fabio is really fleshed out as being a type of a batter that you can go early on and not be ashamed to do it. So thank you. And I appreciate this. This has been very fun exercise. I've typically done these in the past purely by internet comments, like as far as maybe 4 rounds deep, but this has been a lot of fun, and I'd be love to come back next year if you'll have me.
Of course, man. If y'all haven't checked out Fabio, make sure to head over to Matt Collier's Twitter.
Yes,
it's a very interesting model, and you can go pretty deep on it to kind of find different diamonds in the rough. So, Matt, thank you for joining us, man. We'll talk to you soon. All right, moving over to the 40. I guess we're at the 45th pick in the draft. 45. The Los Angeles Angels, the new home of Khalil Watson. Hell of a start to the draft. I would love to see where Jared is going to go with this because, man, Watson was a bombshell. So where are we going here at 45?
Yeah, we got lucky with Watson in the first round, and I think we kind of got lucky again here with another guy who dropped to us. And we're going to take Anthony Solometo, left-handed pitcher out of Bishop Stace, I believe is how you pronounce it, high school. Super excited to get him.
Boy, Anthony Solometo, we've done 80 interviews, and I think Jeff would agree. Anthony was the most impressive player, if not maybe top 3, but he was the most impressive person we talked to all year. And he was 17 when we talked to him, and this kid just gets it. He just gets it. He understands what it takes to be great. He understands where he's been and where he's going. Just an absolutely unbelievable person. Jared, do you want to talk a little bit about the stuff?
Yeah, like I said, super excited that he was actually here for us. I mean, you can give the Madison Bumgarner, Mackenzie Gore comp all you want. I mean, it's tough to do that, though, with how good those guys really are. But, I mean, with the funkiness that he delivers and everything like that, and then the 3, average to above average, if not plus pitches, and the fastball, slider, and changeup. Like I said, I mean, I'm honestly, like, as I was watching everybody pick, I was just kind of crossing my fingers that somebody might be there like this to take a chance on. And like I said, just super excited that he fell to us here at 45.
Jeff, he's a Northeastern kid, man. Let's have it.
Yeah, and I had the opportunity to see him as well. So, I think Solometo, in terms of, the operation, it's super funky, but, it's by design. This is something that, he talks about in depth in our interview. I encourage you, if you're interested in these mechanics that you're watching right now and learning a little bit more about the kid. This is something that him and his pitching coach, sort of designed. I think he plays up that funky lefty style. Another, Northeast cold weather kid, good athlete. And he just wants to go out there and compete, and very cerebral. I think, like you said, top 2-3 interviews, it's like him and like Jordan Lawler are like 2 of the ones that really come to mind in terms of really understanding their craft when you get into the conversation. And, that's impressive when you're talking about, a 17, 18-year-old kid being able to sort of understand anything at that level, particularly with his body and just sort of where he wants to go. And I think, in terms of goal setting, he talks a little bit about it, and he's somebody that has very clear goals, and is someone that's going to work toward that stuff day in and day out. And I think he's another really interesting grab here. And you've done very well, Jared, in this draft.
Very well. When we talked to Anthony, it was probably October or November, and we talked to him about what he did during COVID to make himself a better pitcher, and he went from 178 pounds to 195 pounds. And that was over the course of 6 or 7 months. It was macro diets. It was strict workouts. It was pitching. Yeah. And then we get reports in March, maybe it was April, that he gained an inch and he's now 225 pounds. And you see the video, and he is just a house now. He's an absolute beast on the mound. So I'm really excited for these 2 picks. Jared, I think you hit a home run, man. Good work.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. And
I don't appreciate the AL West, but it's fine.
It's tough. It's tough out here. So, and then I appreciate you guys having me on. It was a lot of fun again.
One more thing, Jared, will you promise to keep him healthy? Will you promise? Take care of my boy.
if this draft says anything, about the luck, I feel like this draft is like time that the Angels hit a little bit of luck with the past, with franchise past history. I mean, whether you want to look at how they've used Trout or Rendon or players coming to the Angels that they've signed and just not been that guy. I feel like this draft is the way that this went is kind of that turning point for the Angels, and getting 2 guys here that can definitely contribute in the long run and hopefully can stay healthy as well, like you guys mentioned.
Well, I sure hope Anthony Solometo has a ton of success and it's not the turning point for the Angels, but that's neither here nor there. Jared, pleasure having you on, man. Again, you knocked this draft out of the park. So good work.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, man. All right, let's go over to the New York Mets again with Anthony Franco out of Prospects Live, of course. Anthony, you landed Brady House in the first round. Where are you going with this pick in the second?
Yeah, little safer this time. Kind of shot for the moon with the high school position player last time. So going to go with Ryan Bliss, shortstop out of Auburn. A guy who I think gets a little underrated because he's not the biggest guy in the world. doesn't have the strongest arm, not huge like raw power, but man, he just hits, and he always has. He's performed throughout 3 years in the SEC. He started as a true freshman. Didn't have a ton of time in the Cape, but when he was there, he played well there too. Hit with wood bats. This year, he had 365, 428, 654. Hit 15 homers. So I think the concerns about his power are a little kind of overblown because he does have some pull side juice, and I think a lot of guys kind of get to power through physical strength, and that's kind of obvious to see. Whereas Bliss, I think, kind of has that sneaky ability to just get the barrel to pitches on, in different parts of the strike zone. And so he can drive the ball that way. And can he stick at shortstop? I don't know. The arm's, I think, average. So he might be a better fit for second base, but he's going to play somewhere up the middle, and he's going to make an offensive impact. So
he sounds like a more exciting Nick Madrigal.
He's got way more power.
He's got way more power.
That's what I mean.
I'm
More
telling you,
exciting.
man, this is like Dustin Pedroia with Twitch. Like, that's what I see. It's a small, compact frame with a big swing, a big stroke. He gets every bit of torque out of his lower half. Really quick hands. Shows the ability to control the barrel and manipulate it within the zone. This is one of my favorite players in the draft. Yeah. He's probably not a shortstop, but I think the glove is strong enough. The twitch is there. He can move. He can impact the game in every single sort of bucket, whether it's defensively, on the base pass. He's a really heads up base runner, really smart, good reads, good jumps, uses that twitch to his advantage. And I think if this guy is 6 feet tall and performs the way that he does, he's probably a top 25 pick. I love Bliss. I've been beating this drum since the beginning of the season. And I honestly do think that this guy's going to be an everyday player. And on top of it, this guy's all gas, no brakes. I mean, it's like pure hustle all the time. He'll run through a wall for you, and he's come up with big hits for an Auburn team that was kind of rough. But it seemed like when they had big moments and they needed a hit, Bliss was the guy that tended to come up with it.
We also interviewed Bliss, and again, top percentile interview. We actually talked to him after I think it was after like a 16-3 loss. All smiles. Just a definitive culture setting type guy. I think he's a big league regular at the next level, probably at second base, but he's the type of guy that has an impact on your team in a lot more ways than just what he does on the field. So yeah, this is a great pick. I would have hated to see Bliss fall out of the second round because there's just no reason for it, with the exception of where you see his physical projection going. So kudos to you, Anthony. That's a great pick.
Thanks.
All right, man. Well, we are going to move over to, let's see, we're going to Washington now. We got Burke back on the line.
Hey,
Burke,
what's up,
guys? What's going on, man? So Ty Madden in the first round, you're overflowing with pitching. Where are we going here? You might have a little bit of money to spend here.
I do, and I hope to buy someone out of a collegiate scholarship here. So heading into this draft site, well, I'll announce the pick first, and then I'll go into my story. So with the 47th pick, of the Prospects Live draft, the Washington Nationals select Maddox Bruns, a prep lefty out of Florida. So heading into this draft cycle, I knew next to nothing about this kid, and I'm sitting at PG National in Hoover last June, sweating my ass off as scouts around me are telling me it's the most pleasant weather they've ever had in Hoover, and I'm melting. But this guy comes in and he's showing 2 breaking balls that are plus on that day, a high 90s fastball. I think he was up to 97. He comes almost completely over the top, but it allows him to stay on top of that curveball. And when he stays on top of it, it just drops 12-6. And you can know it's coming, and you're going to put weak contact. You're going to roll over on it. You're not going to put a barrel on it. I like the delivery. On that day, he filled the zone with strikes. And then throughout the rest of the summer, he struggled and had trouble working in the strike zone. But then he comes out this spring, and he's looking kind of like that guy that I saw in that initial outing last summer. So we're following up a college pitcher with a high school pitcher, but here in Washington, you can't have too many good arms, so we're happy with the pick.
A strong year for prep lefties, man.
Strong year for prep lefties. Yeah, I mean, there was a time going back to last year, there were publications that had Maddox Bruns as potentially a top 5 player in this entire class. And like you said, the command wavered a little bit as the year went on. But I think he's thrown a couple of no-hitters himself this year. The stuff, he's been up to 99 from the left side. You just can't find that.
Yeah. I think there's some reliever risk in the profile. But at this age, we're willing to gamble on an 18-year-old kid with that kind of potential, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid draft. Ty Madden and Maddox Bruns. Anytime you can get Madden and Maddox in the same year, call that a win.
Right.
All right, Burke.
I mean, you pair that with Cade Cavalli from last year. It's like they're starting to build up that stable of arms again, man. And it's been a few years since they've done that. And
you can just assume, Jeff, that I use the rest of the draft to draft awesome hitters to address that need.
There you go.
System. Yeah.
There you go.
Hashtag awesome.
That's right.
He likes good players too.
Sack likes good players. I like awesome players.
Leave the good ones for Sack. Take the awesome ones. Appreciate that, Burke.
All right, Burke. It's always a pleasure, my man.
All right. See you guys.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy.
Another guy with a lot of video for the show too. So
another guy.
Follow him on Twitter. Follow their YouTube page.
There's not a guy in the industry that gets better video or looks than Burke. He is always in the best seat in the house. Always in that spot right behind the plate. All right. Okay, we are moving over to 48, and the Seattle Mariners are back on the clock. John Troopin joining us again from Lookout Landing. John, how we doing, man? New hat.
New hat. Yeah, it's I was listening to the discussion of, it's not that hot. It's going to be triple digits here in Seattle, and I'm sure that a lot of folks on here, get down to Florida, get down to Arizona, like, yeah, what are you worrying about? No. We do not do that up here. So I'm sort of hiding as much as that I'm sort of melting away like a wicked witch of the West. But for pick number 48, Mariners have a lot of interesting prep infielders on the table there. Looked at a few different folks at this spot, but I'm going with one of the ones I think is the highest upside, and that's Carson Williams, high schooler out of Torrey Pines in San Diego. And I think this is a player who, in the right development circumstance, has the tools to sort of stick at shortstop, to hit for power, to make enough contact to hit for a perfectly acceptable average, and good enough speed to really fill out the entire package. And obviously you can't look backwards exclusively when you're looking or look at what you have in the system exclusively when you're drafting. But the Mariners have taken 3 shortstops or middle infield type prospects in the first 10 rounds in the past 5 years. And you may not have, none of them may come to mind, and they shouldn't, because none of them have panned out. They have been so averse to taking upside type players in the middle infield. And their system reflects that. And I think that especially with this opportunity, Frelick is a good player. I think a player who has a good chance to make the bigs. I don't think you get much of a discount, if any, necessarily, but I don't think you're going to go over slot by any means to try and bring him in. So I do think this is an opportunity to bring someone like Williams, who might need a little bit of extra money to pull him in. And I think that significantly impacts the upside of their system.
So safe to say you're a believer in the hit tool, because I think that everyone agrees on the power and the defense at short. But
yes, I think I've seen a number of folks sort of wonder about the swing, about whether he's got enough contact in there to sort of stick. I think that is something that he has in him to improve upon, especially with the amount of time that I think Seattle can afford to give him to improve. I also think, you know, it was interesting hearing Jared talk about the Angels as a system where, you know, they need to get those pitchers in, show that they can develop that pitching. Seattle has really the opposite circumstance where they've focused so heavily on what, you know, a narrow niche that they can develop, that they feel comfortable developing, but it's left them, you know, really missing out on a lot of the sort of higher upside opportunities. And if they can get a player with this sort of tool set like Williams in and get that hit tool ironed out, at least to a place where it lets the power play, I think that's where you're looking at a lot more success for the organization.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Twitchy, explosive on the dirt, quick hands, soft hands. Probably can stay at shortstop if he doesn't outgrow it. Right. Yeah, you got to get some of your eggs out of the Noelvi Marte basket, especially with some of his defensive woes.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, if we're talking about sticking at shortstop, you know, but
we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah,
John, always a pleasure, man. Carson Williams, prep shortstop for the Seattle Mariners at 48.
Yes, indeed.
We'll talk to you soon, my man.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
Great job.
All right, moving right along. We are going to jump over to Philly and Dan Zielinski once again. Dan, come on back in, man. All right. So you end up with Matt Mclean in the first round here. Some good players still on the board here at 53 or 49, I should say. Where are we going?
Yeah, with the 49th pick, the Phillies select Jay Allen, the prep outfielder from John Carroll Catholic in Florida.
Now, what is it about Allen that popped for you?
Yeah, I mean, I love that he's a three-sport guy. He's still pretty raw in baseball. Talking to him, he's got great makeup, very high compete level, and plus there's just a lot of room for him to still grow. 6'3", 190 pounds, plenty of room to add strength, which I think is going to lead to power in pro ball. And he's just a guy who drives the ball into both gaps from the right side of the plate. I think he has the skills to stick in center field long term. He's got the speed, route running ability, arm strength. I think he's just a guy who could be a five-tool player. You got to develop him a little bit because he was that three-sport guy. Didn't really focus a ton exclusively on baseball throughout high school, but he's got all the tools to be a potential star at the major league level.
He could really be a five-tool dude, right? Everything's like average.
Jay Allen got very, very physical this winter, and he really came out loud in the spring. So another guy all the way out here at pick 50 that had first-round buzz. So you don't get Benny, who a lot of people thought, oh, you know, Benny Montgomery's going to the Phillies if he's on the board. But Jay Allen, a good consolation, especially with Matt Mclean ending up in the organization. So how do you think the draft went for Philly?
I like it a lot. I mean, Benny Montgomery, I think, has a ton of upside. I think he could potentially be one of the best players in this draft. But getting Mclean there in the first round and then Jay Allen, who has that upside, I think it's a good kind of complement to one another. Got a high floor in Mclean and then big upside in Jay Allen. I think these two guys kind of slide into the Phillies farm system as potentially two of the top three prospects in their system.
Love it. Love it. Good draft. Another good draft. I mean, a lot of guys thrown together really good drafts.
I feel like we're saying that a lot tonight.
Good work, Dan. Yeah, I mean, we only crucified Seth Stowe. Everyone else is doing really well. All right, Dan. We'll see you, man.
See ya.
All right, so we're moving on to San Francisco and Brian Recca here for the 50th pick in the draft. Brian, where are we going to go here? I think we went Gunnar Hoagland in the first round.
We did. This time we're going to go a little bit more off the board. We're taking Aaron Zavala from University of Oregon. Oh. He was an outfielder, but we're going to try him at third base. It's where he used to play. So he is very friendly towards models, very young, just turned 21, shows plus raw power. Got to remember, he's out on the West Coast, but it's still a power conference in Oregon. And he walked at like a 19% rate. He showed power, great swing decisions, great barrel feel. We think he's going to be an impact bat, kind of like a Michael Busch type hitter. And we'll worry about his defense at another time.
Keenan Lamb would love that pick, Oregon Ducks. Jeff, how do you feel about Aaron Zavala here? How do you feel about the move from outfield to third base? I know kind of talked about a similar track for Sal Frelick moving back onto the dirt.
Yeah, don't think it's a bad move. And I think, he's a guy that probably went a little bit underrated throughout the process here. And then we sort of saw throughout the season that, this guy was a performer and, somebody that potentially, long-term could fit in a few different roles. So, yeah, I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, good pick. I think this is a kid that you're getting with positive momentum for sure. He's really impressed, especially here in the last 2 months. He's kind of really blown up on radars. So, and there's Keenan's. Go Ducks. All right. Hey, Gunnar Hoagland and Aaron Zavala, another good draft. I like the idea of moving him to third base. Good work, Brian.
Thank you, guys. It was a great
All right,
night.
man.
Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. We'll see you around. All right, jumping back to James Anderson, RotoWire. It seems like we're getting a lot of James Anderson tonight. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I mean, this is the last you're going to get of me.
They're due for a bad pick here, so let's see.
This pick feels like a great match, at least for us. At pick number 51, we're going to take Robert Gasser, the lefty out of Houston. We think he fits right into our program, and we're not necessarily sure exactly what his role will be when he gets to the big leagues, but we really think that the deception he creates from the left side is pretty special.
Jeff, this is your boy, man. I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah, man, I love this pick. I think this is another guy with, an elite slider, in my opinion. You look at the numbers, he absolutely eats up lefties. He has the ability to throw it against righties and be effective as well. He's got velocity from the left side. And, I think the development of that third pitch is really just sort of what the question is in terms of, where he ends up long term.
Right.
And, whether it's a mid-rotation arm, kind of a back of the rotation arm, or sort of rotation depth. But do think he's a starter long term. And the fact that he already has like that, potentially plus breaking ball, that just legitimately the numbers against it are insane. I think he's a guy. I think he's a guy that could go even earlier than this in the real draft. It might surprise a lot of people. So that's a really great pick, and I'm excited to see how the Brewers develop this guy with all they've done with college starters over the last couple of years.
Obviously, you hope he starts, but I mean, just watching him pitch, he's got such a low slot and he's got some deception with the body. Like lefties aren't going to have a chance against this dude if you go that route.
Yeah, Gasser has he actually has a 6-pitch mix: slider, curveball, cutter, changeup, fastball, and I think he throws a forkball, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, he's all over the board, and at least 4 of those pitches project to be at least average. So when you get that coming from a lefty, as long as he's missing bats and throwing strikes, you may have a steal here. So nice work.
Thanks, fellas, and thanks for having me on. This has been a blast. I think Brewers fans should be pretty pumped if we could recreate this on.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be excited about it, but you guys should.
Hey, nice work, James. We'll see you, man. All right, moving on to Miami. We got Smitty chilling back in the house. What's up, Smitty?
I'm here again. It's me.
Got the Lincoln Park in the Grove.
Third pick in the draft. What are we, 4 hours into this? But at pick 52 here in the Prospects Live mock draft, Miami will be selecting Florida prep righty Jackson Baumeister with this pick. This is a guy who really popped this spring. He settled in, sitting mostly 91, 94 for the spring, top 96. Missed a ton of barrels with the fastball, curveball mix. Showed a little bit of a budding changeup, but he's heading into Miami, which has really done wonders with changeup over the last few years. I think he's a guy who just has a bunch of low-hanging fruit in this class. He's got a really big extension, a really good body for his frame, and just a guy I really like a lot. I think he fits well with Miami's trying to do right now.
Yeah, this is a kid that was on most radars a catcher a year ago. He came into PG National last June as a catcher, got on the mound. I remember watching the outing just thinking, this kid's kind of funky, but can he throw enough strikes? Cleaned it up, came back this spring. Now he's up to 97, pounding the strike zone with 4 pitches. I love this pick. I think this is a great pick, Ian.
Yeah, he was actually one of the best pitchers in the state this year. He struck out 145 in 77 innings. I think he had a sub-1 ERA. I mean, it's high school pitching, so you really can't look at stats. This is the best competition in the country if you're looking at overall talent. So I just think Bowmeister really popped this year in every aspect. I think it's a guy that you'd be really ecstatic to get at 52. I think he's got top 25 upside, really, if you're really talking about it long term.
He looks like a starter. I mean, he's got the starter build. He's got the levers. He's got the motion. Yeah, good pick, man.
Yeah, it's a player development match made in heaven almost too.
Oh yeah.
They're a big changeup. They're a big changeup organization. If they can get him to get a consistent changeup, it's going to be problems
for sure. Jeff, you got anything on Bowmeister?
Nope. I think we hit the nail on the head here, man.
Nice work, Smitty. Harry Ford. Let's see. You got Harry Ford, Jackson Bowmeister. Who you think? Which one?
Connor Norby.
Connor Norby. How do you feel like you made off this draft?
I think Miami fans will be pretty ecstatic with this. You had two pretty much, I guess, impact bats if you're talking to me, and then a guy in Jackson Bowmeister who's got a ton of upside, as much upside as you can find in prep pitching at this point in the draft.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's money. Oh yeah, I totally agree. All right, man.
Appreciate y'all. Have fun.
Appreciate you, Ross. All right. Well, let's jump over to Mr. Moneybags, the guy who's paying for everyone's college tuition this year. What's up, Reese?
How's it going, guys?
Good, man. So who's the most expensive guy left on the board?
I decided to go against that. I decided to go with a little bit of steadiness in this list. Well, and I think I reached a little bit on my board, but Matthew Nelson, we don't really have a decent catching prospect now that Tyler Stevenson graduated. So I figured, you know what, go with a catcher who has some power and who I know can stick back there and pair him with all these pitchers that I've got in my organization. It's gonna be a good time down in the Cincinnati farm.
That's a good pick. He is another guy who's really been shown out at the combine. He could find his way into the first round. Even if he doesn't stay behind the plate, the power is going to play. It's plus raw power, at least plus raw power. Jeff, your thoughts on Matt Nelson? I know there was a point in time where we had Adrian Del Castillo as the second best catcher, but this kid quickly changed that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we saw the power. There was one point during the spring where it seemed like every time he got up to the plate, he was hitting the ball over the fence. There's good defensive skills back behind the plate. There's not too much that we have to say here. I think it's a good pick, and I think once again he's kind of in that batch of players that over the last 30 picks or so could have gone there pretty easily.
Yeah, I correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be wrong. I think Matthew Nelson might have led college baseball in homers this year with 23, but
I think that's correct.
He had a ton of them, and when you hear that from a catcher, that's obviously pretty tantalizing. So,
any thoughts on how he spells his first name, or why it's so terrible?
Oh God,
it's probably just French, Matt.
Well, I guess.
And actually, for what it's worth, he goes by Matt, M-A-T, so that's a pretty terrible name.
You got to have two T's to be legit.
All right, Reese. Pleasure chatting with you, man. Good draft. Big draft.
Thank you.
Thanks, Reese.
No problem. See you guys later on the sheet.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We'll see you, man. All right. Moving on to pick number 54. We've got about 10 picks left. We're going to try to get through these. I know we're going at about 4 hours, so we'll move pretty quickly. Let's bring Joe Drake back on, Prospects Live. Who are the St. Louis Cardinals taking here, Joe?
Gentlemen, with the 54th overall pick in the Prospects Live mock draft, the St. Louis Cardinals are going with Adrian Del Castillo.
Nice.
This is a bat that's just too good to be on the board here, I think. A guy I saw firsthand this spring. The approach is just really advanced. He's got great feel for the zone. He's got great feel for the barrel. When he gets pitches to hit, he gets the barrel on it. There's really not a lot of question about that. Obviously, there's questions about the game power that popped up this spring. He didn't quite hit for the pop that we were expecting. But at this point in the draft, this is a guy that you can take a chance on and see if you can unlock that power again. And if there's an org that can teach this guy how to play catcher, I think the Cardinals are one of them. So if he's able to stick behind the plate, it just makes it that much better. If not, I think you have a definite, major league bat here in the org.
Yeah, the approach and the hit tool are pretty much can't miss. I mean, he almost had more walks than strikeouts again this year, but I think for his college career, he ended up with more walks than strikeouts. The kid's going to hit. It's just a matter of where he's going to play defensively. It's obviously you hope to see the power come back, but this might be a 60 hitter. So love it, Drake. Matt, I'll throw it to you really quick for just a brief thought on the Cardinals. How did Joe Drake do tonight?
Joe did good, man. He put some talent in the upper levels of the system. Man. That's what they need right now. So they need some catching depth. They got a Herrera coming up. Castillo, you draft him for the bat, but if you can stick behind the plate, great. But I mean, yeah, Joe, what's the lazy comp out there for Del Castillo? Guy got power that probably can't catch. What is he? Schwarber? Is that the standard comp everyone uses now? He's not as good of a bat, but I mean, if he can hit, he's going to move up the system. You'll find a spot to play him. Kind of deal with it later.
Yeah, probably a TBD. All right, Joe. Nice work, man. You got the seal of approval. You're keeping your job.
All right, I like it.
Thanks, Joe.
Right. Thanks, man.
Joe.
All right, jumping over to Vinny. We're bringing back Vinny, and we're bringing back Vinny's face.
We got video, boys.
Vinny's
There
face.
we go.
What's going on, Vinny?
Go.
Well, I just made it back from West Palm Beach in one piece, and I'm ready to make my second pick for the Yanks.
All right, where are the Yanks going? I think I'm going to like this pick.
Yeah, I think you guys spent a lot of time talking about, like, oh, what's this guy going to look like in 3-4 years? And, well, I think that's valid and an accurate way to assess scouting. Give me the guy who's insane and pitches his butt off right now, and give me Doug Nikhazy at Ole Miss.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, here's the thing about Nikhazy, and I'll let you go into it, Vinny, but this kid he's a lefty with 4 legit pitches, banger curveball. He just doesn't throw very hard.
Yeah, so he's like typically pitches at 88, 90, right? He's got a banger curveball like you mentioned, Joe, but he's got 4 pitches and it's like 70 grade angle. Like the ball's coming from almost the other dugout. And most of all, he's a competitor.
He's an animal, man.
You see it out there in the postseason.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm of the opinion that all pitchers are crazy, but Doug is a special kind of crazy, and I absolutely love to see it.
He's left-handed, so you got to add a little bit more crazy onto it too.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if this matters or anything, or if it has anything to do with anything, but Doug Nikhazy is jacked. I mean, he's ripped, jacked, and you'd think a guy that is as cut as he is would be throwing a little bit harder. If that profile is throwing 93 at any point, I mean, you're talking about a middle of the rotation arm. No doubt about it.
Yeah, and I think you've seen these short bursts at times, or like in the first inning throughout the year, like he'll touch a 2 or 1 or 3. And like it's almost the perfect example to me of a guy where you look at the development isn't linear, right? If you go back and look at his high school stuff and his profile, he was like up to 89. So you're thinking like, oh, he's not even throwing harder. Well, no, he has 4 legit pitches. He commands his fastball. He commands his secondaries. And he can make his way 2 or 3 times through a lineup. So, like, he got way better at Ole Miss, and he's a super competitor. So,
yeah,
I think it's a guy that not only moves quickly through a system, but a guy that, probably isn't going to be the frontline ace, but a guy who is going to be contributing in a big way at the major league level.
Yeah, probably should be noted. He fills up a strike zone, too. He doesn't issue too many free passes. He's a starting pitcher. I mean, he pitches, and you don't get a lot of that. So, love it, man. That's a great pick. Vinny with the alley-oop there. Nice work, man. How do you feel about how do you feel about Painter and Nikhazy?
Yeah.
I think I did really well. I mean, like I said, I've been kind of singing the praises of Andy Painter for a while now. I think he's gotten a little prospect fatigue, but I think he's an absolute like number 2 guy at the big league level. And I think Nikhazy, like, he gets thrown into that bucket of being like, oh, he's a solid back end guy, but I think he's more than that. And I think that's, given his intangibles, the makeup, the competitiveness, a guy that can profile better than that too. So I'm excited. I think it's good. 2 good pitchers, 2 good picks.
And just think about it, really. If the Yankees figure out a way to add a tick or 2 or 3, like, damn, right?
I'm of the opinion I don't even know if you need to at this point. Like,
you don't. He's got pitchability. He knows how to do it.
The dude just pitches. All right, Vinny.
Like I mentioned earlier, if there's one team that I trust with college pitching, it's the Yankees. So
there you go.
No
there you go. Always a pleasure, man. Hell yeah. We'll chat soon. All right, brother.
Take it easy, Vinny. Thank you.
All right.
There you go.
All right, jumping into the Chicago Cubs.
New Cubs.
We got Greg Zernick.
Yes.
Ivy Futures, Greg Zernick. What's up, Greg?
Hi, how you doing, guys?
He's
Good,
the Jed.
man.
He's the
I'm-
Jed to Brian's Theo.
That's right. I am the scouting director for the Chicago Cubs today. So without any further ado, with the 56th overall selection in the 2021 MLB Prospects Live first-year player draft, the Chicago Cubs select James Triantos, shortstop, Madison High School in Virginia. We are thrilled to be bringing James into the organization. We feel we've honestly got a bit of a steal here. So just to talk about him a little bit, had an extremely high contact rate out in the showcase circuit. Max exit velo was in line with a bunch of the other first-round players. Chase rate's a little bit higher, but we feel our hitting infrastructure is in place, especially with Justin Stone. And we like this swing. It shows a bit of a controlled violence. While he's solid at shortstop, we think he'll be a third baseman where his arm's going to be a weapon. So feel like we've got a bit of a steal, and we're thrilled to bring James into the organization.
I know scouts that legitimately believe James Triantos is the best position player coming out of high school in Virginia in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
He's a legitimate bat. So
He's the reclassify kid, right?
he is.
Yeah.
He reclassed in July of last year. I think it's been a while. Maybe later than that.
Man, in the
August or
middle of
September.
a shutdown, that's ballsy. Bet on
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah, the kid can bang. So, Greg, nice pick, man. I think the Cubs did well.
I think we did. Thanks very much, gentlemen.
Thanks for jumping on with us, man.
Love it.
Great stuff, Greg. All right. Moving on now, Joe. You're all right? Went down the wrong pipe?
He's all good now. Look at him.
We're moving on to the White Sox for the next pick. So we're going to bring Josh Nelson back in here. There you go, Josh. Josh, welcome back to the show. Where
Thanks,
are you
guys.
going here in the second round, man?
We are ecstatic in the draft room with the 57th pick of the Prospects Live Major League Baseball mock draft. The Chicago White Sox select Max Muncy from Thousand Oaks, California, prep shortstop. And the reason why I am excited that Muncy fell, because I do know the White Sox are considering Muncy at pick 22. He was a backup plan in case of Montgomery was taken earlier. So here, the White Sox are getting two of the prep shortstops that we favor in this draft. And if he doesn't stick at shortstop, it's fine. He can move over to second base, and it's the White Sox. We're throwing guys in the outfield that never played there before in the major leagues. They're not drowning, so why not move on? What I like about Muncy when I'm watching as far as his film is the bat. I think there's some sneaky power potential here in which maybe he could be a 50 or a 55 grade bat, somebody that could sneak up and hit 20 home runs on you. When you look at his body profile, it doesn't really scream a home run hitter. But I do like the type of contact that he makes, especially in film. And again, I think it's a wise decision to stack up on prep shortstops here, because if you are in the camp that Colson Montgomery is not going to stick at shortstop and he has to move to third base, well, that's fine, because now the White Sox have Max Muncy, who can maybe stick at shortstop. And the White Sox are really thin right now in middle infield depth. So we're ecstatic to be able to have Colson Montgomery in the first round and then add Max Muncy in the second round, and probably looking at drafting nothing but college seniors rounds 4 through 10. So we don't overspend
the
the
worst
pool.
plan for your farm system to get some of them college seniors. You guys need something.
That's okay though. I mean, you go upside at the top here. I like these picks a lot, especially up the middle with shortstop, with Muncy and Montgomery. This was a good draft for you, Josh. I thought you did a really nice job with the White Sox, and they definitely restocked some of those lower levels. At worst, you've got some good trade assets here to extend the window.
Yeah, and I got to call John here because the White Sox need an outfielder, and with him taking Sal Frelick, I need Mitch Haniger now. So I'm going to make that phone call. I have to escape the draft room, but this was a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
No problem, Josh. Thank you.
All right, and Seattle will take Colson Montgomery for Mitch Haniger.
No. No.
He's
going to say yes, but he won't. So.
All right, moving on to Cleveland at pick 58. We've got about six picks left here. Going back to Willie. Willie, what's Cleveland doing here? What's our next model move here?
Sticking with what we do best.
with the 58th selection in the 2021 Prospects Live mock draft, the Cleveland Indians select Edwin Arroyo, shortstop from Christian Academy in Kissimmee, Florida.
That is certainly a Cleveland Indians pick. Defensive wizard up the middle. He's got some hit. Not a lot of power just yet, but there's some projectability
similar
in the body.
to Yordi Valdez a few years ago. A switch hitter, very young for the class. A plus defender with a really strong arm. Very impressed with him.
Huge arm.
We feel that he'll be another of the many shortstops that we have in the system, and potentially maybe some trade chips along the way.
Elite hands.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. You got Milan Tolentino last year. I mean, you got Dookie Tucker last year. They just keep piling up and piling up and piling up. Willie, if you wanted to represent the Cleveland Indians, you did a fantastic job today, my man. Good work.
Absolutely.
Always fun having you on. Always fun having you on. All right. Moving on to Atlanta. Moving to Keenan Lamb. Go Ducks with the champagne.
Yes, sir. Congratulations to you guys. I just want to say it's been a fabulous time. I hope I brought some sort of some fanciness, some je ne sais quoi, if you will, to tonight's draft party. But I also want to say for Willie, you sniped me and you didn't put it in the spreadsheet. So Edwin Arroyo, a great pick. I think he's a top 30 talent. I think it's a very, very good pick, especially a value at this point in the draft. So with all that being said, I'm going to go with the player that a scout texted me saying, you better take this guy because he's got some of the most helium of anybody in the draft, and he's not being talked about nearly enough. His name is Jackson Merrill. He is a shortstop. He's got a very good swing. I've only seen a little bit of video of him so far. He's been more of a pop-up kind of position player this spring. And he's starting to enter the territory to where he's a guy you need to know because he's going to be taken in the first 50 picks. I'm very fortunate that here with Atlanta at pick 59 that I'm able to grab him. I thought Edwin Arroyo would sneak to me, and I would have probably preferred him just because of my own personal experience with him. I also considered another player, Chase Burns, a right-handed prep pitcher. A lot of great talent on the board left here. But the Braves, we're going to take Jackson Merrill, prep shortstop.
Another shortstop, third base, second base profile that got insanely physical over the spring. And now I believe he's like 215 pounds with a big lefty swing. So
very
Keenan,
that's pick as well.
Yeah, that's a great Braves pick for sure. We actually thought, Isaac Pacheco might be a good fit, but this is a great consolation prize with Pacheco off the board. So Keenan, the tuxedo shirt, the champagne, you represented well. And if again, I can't say this enough about all of our guests tonight. If you're not following Keenan, he has fantastic industry insight. He goes out and sees a lot of live ball and gets good footage. So he's an Oregon Duck, but you should still follow him.
Go Cougs, go Ducks. It's all right. Yeah, check out the YouTube. Lots of video there. You're gonna find.
Check out the YouTube for sure.
There's a lot there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Keenan, man. It's been great.
Absolutely, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Champagne dreams, and caviar wishes.
You can read them over a baseball prospectus as well, so to go check them out over there.
Thank you.
That's right.
Absolutely.
All right, getting Melissa back on, and Melissa, I see who you are going to take, and this is a steal and such an A's pick. Let's have it.
All right, I'm going to take left-hander Kai Bush from St. Mary's College, which is a local pick because it's about, 5 minutes from where I was when I was in my car a little bit ago and about 15 minutes from the Coliseum. So, St. Mary's has really very quietly developed itself as a pitching powerhouse and one that I feel like neither Bay Area team has done a very good job of exploiting because they've found themselves losing these picks to guys like Milwaukee and New York. And it's about time one of the Bay Area team pays attention and brings one in. But this addresses the need I was sort of talking about earlier. They need more upper level pitching. I think he's a guy that can jump up pretty quickly. I think they'll clean up that changeup. They've never been afraid to work with somebody that's got 4 starting pitches and they can kind of, get the pitch shapes where they want them to. Big body, can eat a lot of innings. seems like the kind of guy that is not dissimilar into where Sean Manaea maybe was without the injury concerns when he was coming out of Indiana State. And obviously that was a Royals pick, but this guy was originally taken out of high school by the Royals. So some connection there. But I think he's a guy that can really help with that. And it also should save a little bit of money to not only, go for maybe what might be an overslot signing with Wes Kath, but could also save a little money in that third round, which has really become their sweet spot for going over slot in recent drafts. So kind of strategically a little bit of a pivot pick here, but one that should give them some safety and add to that pitching depth.
I love the pick. I think he's a top 2-round talent. When you say big body, I mean, he's 6'7", 240 pounds. He's just starting to put the mechanics together with a 4-pitch mix. And I think you're right. I think you hit the nail on the head. He's scratching the surface of what he could become. And being that he's in your backyard, he automatically has kind of that local fan base to rally around him. So, and the comfort of staying at home. So nice pick.
Thanks.
Absolutely love it. All right, Melissa, always a pleasure having you on the show. We'll see you next
time.
time.
I appreciate it.
All right. Just let's see. We got 3 picks left. We got Minnesota and Seth Stowe's back on. Seth, so you're 1 for 2 right now. This is a big pick for you. You got to hit 667. Where are we going here? 61.
Well, I apologize for not bringing any. Is it Genesis Schwa? Yes, that. I apologize for not bringing any of that tonight, but hopefully this pick is okay. Frankly, Kai Bush is a Twins pick here. I think Tommy Mace is a guy I considered, but I'm a big fan of Jay Serra and their program there, and obviously shortstops from there with Royce Lewis being the top pick a couple of years ago. Chase Stumpf from UCLA, with the Cubs organization. So I'm going to go with Cody Schreier of Jay Serra, and he was described to me as a strong safety playing shortstop. Good bat, good glove, good everything. So, again, great program and a lot of history there. So hopefully it's a good pick for me, but long term.
I don't know who called him a strong safety playing shortstop, but that's pretty close. He is a muscled up kid that moves better than his size would suggest. So, this kid could definitely have gone off the board earlier. He's got some thump in his bat. So, Mason McRae, who only has 1 pick tonight, he was talking about having Cody Schreier in his top 15. So there's some fans out there, and Jay Serra pumps out good talent every year. So
look at that,
Seth, this is another winner, man.
Yeah, you hit this one out of the park. This kid's
a bulldog,
absolute homer, man.
All right, I'm pumped. I'm glad to hear that.
Great pick. Yeah. One of my favorites of the night. I'll just put it out there. It's 61, Cody Schreier. That's a hell of a pick.
Hell of a value.
I just think, they have plenty of infielders. Jose Miranda's certainly taken off. Royce Lewis, obviously, in the picture. But they're going to have needs, and they need athletes, and guys can move around. Like we talked about earlier, you can play around the diamond if you're a middle infield type. So,
that kid could play in left field, too. He moves well enough for sure. So, Seth, nice work, man. That's 3. McGreevy, we give you some flack for it, but that was a good pick. That was a good draft. Nice work, man.
I think that's a legit possibility, and I do want to thank you all for including me again this year. It's so much fun, and frankly, I learned so much from this, and I enjoy it. So thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, man.
We'll have you back next year, my man.
Sounds great.
Hell of a pick to close it out.
All right. San Diego and Tom. Tom, it's been a while since we've had you on the show, man. Where are we going at 62?
So the Padres system itself is already pretty stacked. Even though a lot of these guys are graduating now, the system's still pretty deep. So I went with the ultimate upside. Listen, I'm a Midwest guy. I watch this guy a bunch. So I gotta rep my dudes, So 62, the Padres are taking McCade Brown out of Indiana. Tall righty, destroyed the Big Ten early on this year with his power fastball. It's been up to 96. Really early on in the year, just completely embarrassed hitters at times. Really vicious knuckle curve, high 70s to low 80s. It's even been tagged all the way up to near 3,000 RPM. It's very little. There's very little breaking balls that I've seen that move like that. It is disgusting. He also has a fairly strong slider as well on top of that. He still needs work with the changeup. He didn't really show it that much this year, but I think that's something that the system can end up working on. However, by far his biggest issue is the walks and the lack of control. I mean, there's times that, he's completely taking over games. He's spotting the fastball well, but when he's not, it gets really, really ugly with him at times. But I love the upside here. I think the Padres system can really turn him around for the most part. They like to produce pitchers. They produce them well out there. And, if it doesn't work out, it's not that much of an issue. But if they tame the wild arm, you're getting one hell of an arm.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. I mean, through 2 weeks, he looked like a top 10 pick. And then the command kind of wavered on him again. So, yeah, I mean, it's some of the best pure stuff in the class. You got to wrangle it in, though. Well, Tom, always a pleasure, man. You're one of the fun guys to talk to, and that's a good draft for the Padres for sure. Nice work.
Represented Prospects Live well, Tom. Thank you.
Yes, you did. And
Well
Jordan
done.
Wogu, I guess.
Yep.
All right. Last pick of the draft. We're going back to Prospects 1500 and Jake Wiener. Jake, I don't know how this guy lasted this long and how he's falling into your lap, but let's have it, man.
Yeah, I feel like we probably all feel the same way. So definitely very happy to announce that with the 63rd overall pick and the final pick of, I guess, this mock draft, the Tampa Rays have selected Spencer Schwellenbach, a two-way player, shortstop, and a pitcher from Nebraska. So I really love this kid. I mean, it's a two-way player that happens to fall to the Rays at the end of the second round. And I also think that this is a player that is going to have an opportunity to play both. I think offensively, he has a good feel for the strike zone, hard contact. The raw power hasn't shown up in games, but I do think he has that skill. And pitching, he's been really effective out of the bullpen in a limited sample size, but very impressive, 10 saves and a .57 ERA. So I think that, he might be somebody that played shortstop in college, but has more of the range of a third baseman. He's got a strong arm to fit that. He could be a regular offensive player while coming out of the bullpen for the Rays, a team that perhaps more than any is very effective with these two-way prospects.
Yeah, for my money, Spencer Schwellenbach is going to be an arm. I don't know if he's going to be a starter, if he's going to be a reliever, but what he showed in the College World Series is at least a plus fastball, a plus slider. He's a legitimate arm, and I don't know if he's coming out of the bullpen or what, but this kid probably deserves to go in the top 40 picks in the draft, and landing him at 63. Visualizing what the Rays could do with this athleticism in this package is pretty terrifying.
I don't think there's a better fit in the entire draft than the Rays organization for Spencer. So seeing him fall here is it's a treat.
Yeah.
Well, you did very, very well for the Rays. I think they cleaned up. So guys, nice work. Jake, nice work with the Rays.
Yeah.
We will close it out right
Schwellenbach
there.
was getting some first round love, isn't he?
He's getting some top 20 love, top 25.
Yeah, we had him
love.
early in our mock. And
I saw that.
I agree with Joe. I think one of the things you're buying here, too, is the fact that he is this athletic. And, I know we talk about the two-way thing. In a lot of ways, to me, there's a lot of similarities between him and a guy like Seth Johnson that they took a few years ago, who was also,
shortstop
a
Campbell.
shortstop. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say, Matt. It's like you're reading my brain, man. But
hey, I write him up on the sheet every 5 days. So
exactly. And this is a guy popping 99. The velocity's up, similar to Johnson. Great athlete, moves really well on the mound. And I think one of the things that you can translate, and this is something I've even heard Jacob deGrom talk about, is really efficient arm strokes in the infield. I mean, that's kind of a calling card, for a shortstop with a good arm, is sort of that clean arm action. And when you can take that and translate it to the mound, which I think Schwellenbach does, and he utilizes lower half well, and he just moves well in general. That's a great pick.
Quick out of the box.
A great pick for the development path too.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
I mean, Matt,
really kick the show off.
If you liked Mason Wynn last year, Schwellenbach is just a better player. It's the volatility isn't as high. He's already proven it at the Big 12 level. I mean, the guy struck out everything that he ran across as a closer or in some long relief roles. Schwellenbach is a real dude, and I really can't believe he lasted this long.
You look at him as more.
Kudos.
I mean, I do as well. More of an arm than a position player, because Mason Wynn is playing shortstop for the Cardinals. He hasn't pitched yet. I don't know if he is.
I don't think Schwellenbach has the impact in his bat.
Right. That's
to be a big league regular, but he's up to 97, and the slider was devastating in the College World Series. I haven't seen too much of the changeup. He flashes it at like 86, but
the Rays drafted somebody. The name escapes me.
Tanner Dodson.
There you go. That's it. Two-way.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Mercado with
yeah, and they already
Michael
dipped
Mercado,
their toes
but
in with
Dodson. Yeah.
they dipped their toes in with Brendan McKay, which is obviously a totally different profile. But I mean, they're not
Right.
averse to that sort of thing.
Yeah. They have a track record at least of doing the two-way
Right.
thing. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, hey, I want to sign this thing off. We went for almost 4.5 hours tonight, you guys. I just want to thank you for joining in the 2021 Prospects Live MLB mock draft. 63 picks. Had a lot of fun. It's always great connecting with the entire community and all of these different people that put together content and evaluations and scouting inside the industry. So was an absolute pleasure. Thank you to each and every one of you. And we will make sure to continue to ping your profile on the Prospects Live Twitter so people know that you took part.
Huge effort from everybody. I mean, I'm trying to think of we'll save the best and worst drafts for a different time, but everybody was just so engaged and interacting and entertaining. And
yeah, can I say one other thing? There was not a bad pick in this draft. Like McGreevy, we gave him flack. That was not a bad pick. So
No, I think that was almost chalk. It was just
I agree.
It lacks the excitement that some of these other picks have. That's
right.
a better way of saying
Yeah,
it.
exactly. I was just jumping in there and
It was a realistic
throwing
Twins
in my-
pick. I could definitely
throwing
see
in
the
my 2
Twins.
cents,
I
you
could
know?
definitely see the Twins picking a 4-pitch back end starter type because boom, right?
Yeah.
That's it. But
Well, Jeff, any last thoughts before the Blazers go?
Yeah, just thanks for everybody for tuning in for a second year in a row. When we kicked this off last year, it's a very different point in the world, and I'm excited to see the amount of people that did chip in, and the amount of people we were able to bring back, and have some of that continuity in terms of who's drafting. I hope to do it again next year, and just all the fans, listeners, readers, watchers, viewers that consume all of our content here. Really just appreciative. When we started this little gig, 3 or so years ago, I didn't think we would ever get to the point that we're at now, and it's been incredible. And thanks to all like I said, all of our fans.
it's huge. Twitter's been insane tonight.
It's been a blast.
And real quick, again, Patreon, if you want to support us.
Yes.
Jeff touched on how hard we've been working on everything like that, and can't testify enough how amazing the group of guys we have at Prospects Live to work with. Special shout out to Joe, obviously, for kicking the draft coverage, hosting this 4-hour marathon. Chris Dunn, I want to give a big shout out to Chris Dunn and Trevor Huth for the behind the scenes work. Nobody really saw them on camera, but them two guys behind the scene. Eddie, he couldn't be with us tonight. Eddie Almaguer, everyone knows Eddie with the hair. Eddie was played a big part in getting this all ready to go as well. I'm not forgetting anybody. I'm terrified I'm forgetting somebody, but
I don't think so.
no, and it's been fantastic, and the support from the crowd, audience, viewers, it's been fantastic.
Everyone, yeah.
It's Joe, great job, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, man. And I'm actually just getting
Thank
some
you,
feedback that we had the parents of several draft prospects watching the entire episode tonight. So there's some very happy parents and some.
I'm sorry in advance.
Hope their kids got picked, and I hope they got picked by Reese because you got a car coming to you, maybe a home.
Okay, 50% of the picks tonight were Reese. Anyways, we will leave it at that. Cincinnati Reds had the most money. They obviously had the best chance at winning the draft. Guys, again, thank you so much. It was a lot of fun, and we will see you next year, but we've got a ton of content coming over the next couple of weeks leading up to the draft.